That's just, no, it's on the outside. I wiped them down. Good morning, everybody. As a motorbike goes up the Milligan Road, we welcome you to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Day 3 of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Durham. Ball-by-ball commentary brought to you in this game by BBC Radio's Newcastle and Leicester. Martin Emerson and myself, Richard Ray, your commentators for the game. And I'm pleased to be able to tell you that if you're not watching on the stream, we have a gorgeous late summer's day here in the East Midlands barely a cloud in the sky, a few little white jobs, but essentially we are set very fair for what could be another 104 over day. We are catching up with some of the overs we lost on day one to the weather, as we did yesterday. Played a long day's cricket, 104 overs yesterday and potentially 104 overs today, so slight changes to the schedule. Lunch once again will be at 12:40 and tea, however many overs left, will be at 3:30. Durham about to resume their first innings reply, having bowled Leicestershire out for 202 yesterday morning. They are 239 for 5 in reply. Nick Maddinson is 37 not out, the Australian's best score since coming to Durham. And Ben Rain, formerly of this parish, of course, is 7 not out and would dearly love to go on and make a good score against the Foxes, whom he represented so well. More motorbikes. The chapter is around, clearly, this morning, but they're all heading off down Milligan Road, so hopefully we won't hear too much from them for the rest of the day. Looks lovely out there, doesn't it?
Opening up a new chapter in the week, eh?
They've been there since I've been here. That
well, there was
a
a bike growled in as I was doing my little video earlier on, pre-match video.
They like their exhaust.
Wednesday is a popular day for bikers, isn't it? You know, they Sunday is obviously the day when a lot of them go up around the hills, but the Wildfowl and Wetlands Centre in Washington, there's a lot of bikers meet there on a Wednesday evening as well. During the lighter nights, they'll go off and do an hour or two somewhere. I guess the wildfowl will be used to the noise then by now. Yeah. It's going to be Tom Scriven who is going to open the bowling for the Foxes this fine morning, and he's going to be bowling from the Bennett end. Usual format. I'll be doing updates every half hour. Martin on the top of the hour will disappear for a couple of minutes to update BBC Radio Newcastle, and you'll hear me break into news mode every so often. Scriven is going to come around the wicket to Ben Rain, who's driving in the air just over extra cover. Well, that was a brave shot from Ben Rain. Sol Budinger leapt into the air. His fingertips might just have brushed the ball, might just have been a couple of inches over them. It was directly over him, almost a startling start to proceedings. It was a startling start to proceedings, but fortunately for Ben, just over the hands of Budinger, and he picks up 4 off the first ball. A brave start, a bold start, Martin. Yes, aggressive.
Rainey moves into double figures, first ball of the day.
I was walking round the corner of the boundary when they were all doing their stretching exercises down below, and James, the fitness instructor, there's a bit of sort of Pilates going on, you know, on their toes, one hand, stretch up with the other hand, and you seem pretend you're Spider-Man or Batman or something like this. And I think somebody complained about, is there much more of this? And Ben Rain said, lads, there's only 2 weeks of the season to go. There's just 2 weeks, lads, 2 weeks. And James said, yeah, that's right, Ben, that's a good attitude. 2 weeks of the season to go. And it's days like this you need to grab and savour, because what a gorgeous day.
Now, the ball took some drying, I
got
suspect.
A bit damp there, didn't it?
Obviously, the rope has been out over the outfield, but over where it ran, the ball, underneath the covers, where the covers are stored, you can still see an awful lot of dew on the grass. It was very misty this morning. Keats' season of mellow fruitfulness indeed. In goes Scriven and bowls down the leg side. Rain just steps across and gestures at the ball, but no more than that, and it's taken by Harry Swindles, moving across to his right, of course. 243 for 5.
Was this the period when Keats used to get most of his wickets?
Yeah, probably. I don't think that came into the poem, did it? The season of Miss Mellow Fruitfulness and batsmen sparring outside the off stump. So the lead over 40 now, 41, as in goes Scriven. And bowls goes past the outside edge of Rain's bat, just outside off stump. Should have done the update by now, but no signs of it. We shall see.
They've forgotten.
They did talk to them this morning. They are aware.
I try not to take it personally when they forget about me, but you can't help it, really, can you? You start to think, is it something I said?
I kind of take it personally for the game, if you know what I mean. I think,
it's not me, it's you.
It's cricket, it's cricket. You should be interested. Round the wicket comes Scriven, bowls again to Rain. Down the leg side, came off the pad. He's gone, got the inside edge, and unlucky for Ben Rain. A little bit of fortune for Tom Scriven. His first-class wicket for Leicestershire. And Rain looking to flick it away down the leg side. Got a little, perhaps inside edge. It might have been onto the pad. Might have been directly into the gloves of Swindles, but Swindles didn't have to go very far. He was on the move to the right, took the catch, and the first wicket of the day has fallen in the first over.
Just seemed a little bit overly aggressive to me, that, in the first over of the day. He really had a go at that ball. It was going down the leg side, but he was looking to smash it into deep mid-wicket there. Big waft of the bat there. Not really any need to play that shot. First exchanges of the morning.
He'd got his 4, hadn't he, in the over, so to speak, but there you go. Fortunate off the first ball, not so fortunate off the fourth. 243 for 6 then, and the lead 41. Useful, but not at the moment. You would suggest decisive. Durham would want it to be 3 figures plus. They possibly can. Tom McIntosh comes out to join Nick Maddinson. Maddinson yet to face a ball today. Scriven 1 for 46 now. Big grin on his boyish face. Came up to have a very quick word with us, which was very good of him yesterday. Came straight off the field and up the stairs, which can't have been easy after a long day out there in the field. And had a little word with Adam Whitty at the end of the cricket show just to give us his thoughts on where the game lay.
So what's the lead? 41?
It is.
Not much, is it?
Back over the wicket comes Scriven, bowls to McIntosh, who is leaning forward into that one. There's a little bit of bounce, but the young right-hander plays it well, drops it down into the offside. Parkinson is swinging his arms, whether he's going to start today. It was put to him that he hadn't bowled himself early enough, or indeed enough at all, yesterday, and he said he had sort of admitted he is finding it difficult as captain to sort of know when to bring himself on. Square leg is going back as Scriven is in to McIntosh, and the consequence of him going back means that McIntosh can pick up his first run, because Azad has to come jogging in from the square leg boundary as McIntosh turned that delivery off his legs out to square leg and took his 1. Keeps the strike, end of the over.
This is McIntosh's 4th first-class match. He made his debut against Derbyshire at home this year, making 51 and 28. And I think it was him and McAlinden, wasn't it? Batted quite well into the afternoon. Obviously you wouldn't know because you weren't there, but they did. And Travaskis, they saved a draw. But Durham need more runs here. This lead is nowhere near big enough if they're thinking of trying to wrap this one up tidily inside 3 days. And Parkinson's going to come into the attack now.
Local boy, Tom McIntosh, presumably, like so many.
Is from that was it Merkiston school?
Oh, of course, you said, you mentioned, yeah.
Via Madrid.
With a K, that's right, of course.
He may have flown over the northeast on his way from Madrid to Edinburgh when he was younger. Has come through the academy though, and has played for the Grange Cricket Club in Edinburgh, which is where Scotland play. A little bit of a drifter from Parkinson, left arm round. Bright sunshine here in Leicester.
Does he have a slight Scottish accent? Have you had a chat to him?
Yeah, I think he does. I'm trying to remember. I interviewed him when he got his 50. Ooh, just beats the outside edge of the bat there. He was just feeling around for that, quite a way outside the line of off stump. Him and Stanley McAlinden share a house, so I think I interviewed both of them during the same game. They both made their debuts in the same match. Parkinson again, bowls. McIntosh forward. Plays the ball back to him. He's only 19. Played in the... Here comes the ball again. The Cricket League of Scotland for Grange. He's played for Scotland under 19s. Started playing for Durham seconds last year. Prior to that, Durham Academy. He's played for Newcastle Cricket Club in the North East Premier League this year and Tynemouth a couple of years ago. Parkinson in bowls. That's well wide of off stump and is left alone.
Morning, Mike, on Twitter. Mike Jelfs, watching via the stream this morning. Congratulations to Tom. First of hopefully many first-class wickets.
Comes in and bowls. Full toss. Played back to the bowler along the ground, and that is a maiden. 2-4-4 for 6 here on the BBC. Ian Harrison's picked up on this one rather late. He says, a bloke called Rain playing cricket, a commentator's dream. Yes. We've got drizzle as well in this one. Bernard's asking about that water leak when you played Notts in the One Day Cup. We spoke about that earlier in the match, didn't we?
Yeah, all sorted. Just a little bit of extra grass around it, which we can see from here. A little bit of extra
like a molehill
thick and green grass.
Yeah.
Well, Scriven round the wicket. Maddinson about to face his first ball of the day. In goes Scriven, bowls to him. He leans forward, pushes it just slightly wide of Sol Budinger in the covers, and after a very brief hesitation, the two batters cross for what was, in fact, a fairly comfortable single. Maddinson up and running off the first ball he faced. He moves on to 38, 245 for 6. Scriven back over, 3 slips behind young McIntosh, who is edging but wide of Patel. Leant forward a little bit tentatively, bounced well short of what would have been 4th slip, runs down towards 3rd man. Mike Finan comes running back. He impressed a few watchers yesterday in his second spell. His second spell was a good one. Kept coming in and running hard, yet to pick up a wicket. But he got some good swing, and he troubled Scott Borthwick in particular with a couple of super deliveries.
Borthwick was talking to Cully last night.
As Scriven is in, squared up. There's an appeal for leg before, but no, says umpire Lungley.
Wide outside of off stump there. Yeah, John Cully was interviewing Scott Borthwick last night, just as I went down to talk to Matty Potts, and Borthwick describing the Parkinson ball that got him, which went through his legs. Said he'd got him with a wrong un. And I got a message off Davy Fennick last night.
Scriven in, bowls, a little bit of inside. You want little bit of inside edge and pad out into the offside. And there's no run.
Yeah, he said he thought he was going. Was he going mad, or did he remember that actually Potts played against Middlesex in July? And I actually had no memory of that at all. I was convinced his last game had been against Glamorgan in May.
Scriven is in, bowls on the back foot, just dropped out into the offside by Maddinson. A little late on it, drops it down towards Patel, who's moved quite wide, almost a 4th slip gully from 3rd slip.
Anyway, because when I spoke to Matty last night, I mentioned the fact we hadn't seen him since Glamorgan. He said, yeah. But apparently he did. I looked back through my scorecard today. He bowled 33 overs against Middlesex in July.
Scriven bustles in, bowls full, goes down the leg side, though swings away. Maddinson looks to work it away, doesn't get anything on it, rehearses the shot taken by Swindles. End of a relatively, for the morning's play, uneventful over. 248 for 6. The lead is 46. Slight cloud, just momentarily obscuring the sun over on that far side of the ground, but one of very, very few around at the moment.
Parkinson, left arm round the wicket. This is played out into the covers by McIntosh for 1.
He might have a slight Spanish accent. That would be cool.
He doesn't.
Oh.
It's a soft sort of Edinburgh burr. Bernard says steady progress by Durham yesterday. An early wicket is a setback, but the match is moving on quickly. Parkinson left arm over to the left-handed Maddinson, who just dabs this one away back towards the bowler. Yeah, given the fact we lost 22, well, we only had 22 overs on day one, didn't we? 58 overs lost in the match. Parkinson comes in and bowls. Bit of leg side drift on that one, and a sweep down a long leg by Maddinson for one. Durham reached 250 for 6 and a second batting point.
BBC Radio Leicester going to come to us a good 15 minutes late, it would appear.
Parkinson again to McIntosh. He plays it back to the bowler. The fact Durham have reached 250 and got a second batting point has not been noticed by anybody in the ground. There wasn't even the tiniest bit of applause there. Nothing. Parkinson up to the stumps and balls, played by McIntosh out into the covers, no run. From the pavilion end he comes in. McIntosh plays the ball to backward point. That is the end of the over.
The fact that Parkinson has opened up with himself might be a reflection on some of the sort of gentle criticism he received yesterday for not bowling enough. That's 15 overs in the innings now, 3 for 47 for the Leicestershire captain. What it will do, however, is get us off to a good start in terms of the over rate, which is not good at the moment. It's -3. And one of the reasons we didn't finish until almost 7 o'clock last night, an hour and a half after the scheduled close. Obviously extra 8 overs a factor too. Scriven is in. Maddinson is beaten on the outside. Edison appeal for a catch behind. No, says the man who matters, which is umpire Tom Longley. It was a fairly concerted celebration from Leicestershire. They thought they had their man. Perhaps it was bat on pad as it slid past his outside edge. Here comes the update. Good morning. Yeah, beautiful day down here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, and Leicestershire have made a decent start to proceedings. Tom Scriven in the very first over of the day, picking up the wicket of the former Leicestershire player Ben Rain, caught down the leg side, a little unluckily for 11. 243 for 6 that made Durham. They've moved on to 250 for 6. Nick Maddinson is 39 not out, the Australian's best score for Durham. He's been joined by young Tom McIntosh, making just his 5th first class appearance. Leicestershire have started well though. 250 for 6 means that Durham's lead is now 48. Leicestershire trying to keep it under 3 figures if they possibly can, then get out there and start building a lead of their own. Plenty of work for both sides to do though. The game very much in the balance with Durham. 250 for 6.
That was the nice traditional 11:45 update.
At least they remembered in the end.
Yeah.
Scriven turns. Accurate this morning, runs in and bowls, turned neatly off his legs by Maddinson through the vacant leg side. There is the sweeper, Eddie Barnes. A little bit early to have a sweeper out on the leg side, you would have thought. Barnes comes in and sort of slow hand clap from one gentleman, perhaps. Not sure what that was all about down at the bottom. Anyway, Maddinson picks up 1. He moves on to 40, 251 for 6.
There was no acknowledgement at all of the second batting point, but the 49-run lead gets a hand clap.
Scriven back over the wicket to the right-handed McIntosh, who is leaning forward, thick inside edge onto the pad, bounces out towards Barnes, who's now in the covers. A little bit of movement for Scriven, first thing. Having chatted to us on BBC Radio Leicester's cricket show yesterday, he went back down the stairs and was surrounded by his family, who are up here watching his first-class appearance for Leicestershire. As he reminded us, he did make one first-class appearance for Hampshire a couple of seasons ago. I guess it would have been in the first Bob Willis Trophy. In he goes and bowls, and McIntosh pushes it away off the off stump. Scriven hands started to go into the air, out to right at mid-off, and it's the end of the over. The third of the morning. 250, is that right? No, can't be. Must be more than that. Fifth of the morning. 251 for 6. Maddinson has 40. McIntosh has 5.
Paul says, hi Marty and his band of merry men. Greetings from a slightly overcast but brightening up Costerdale Hartlepool. Paul thinks this is also looking like another draw, but he hopes he's wrong. It's a long way to go yet, yeah. Paul. Parkinson to Maddinson. Maddinson defends. The ball rolls back to the bowler. Got a short leg in place here, one slip. There's a long leg for the sweep or the hook. Deep extra cover as well. Got a mid-off and a long on. Comes in. Maddinson fought on that one. He misses it. It hits his pad, but he's quite a way outside the line of off stump. Left arm orthodox spin from Parkinson. From the pavilion end he bowls. Maddinson turns that behind short leg down towards long leg for 1. Took the first 3 wickets yesterday, Parkinson. Dixon caught a backward point by Rishi Patel for 26. Jones caught a first slip by Colin Ackerman for 97, agonisingly. And then he bowled Scott Borthwick through his legs when he was on 30. Brought in a silly point now for McIntosh. McIntosh pushes the ball out into the covers. And we'll go for a quick single. Hassan Assad fielding out there. Collects that one. Maddinson back on strike again now. Parkinson bowls. It's a little sweep around the corner. He's turned that delivery into a full toss. It's 1 run. The 50 leads just come in the last moment or two for Durham. And Maddinson, rather than ponytail today, he's gone flowing locks across the shoulders. What's this? 76th over. In comes the bowler. That's a wideish half volley, and it's clattered away nicely by McIntosh, and it's gone under the covers at the far corner of the ground. It was a poor ball, and Parkinson's upset with himself and kicks the ground in disgust. So McIntosh, at the end of that over, moves on to 10 from 17 deliveries. Maddinson has 42, and this partnership's now 15. So Durham are 56 ahead at 258 for 6, because the maths is easy when all you need to do is take 2 off the total. Even I can cope with that. But it took me a while yesterday to work that bit out. It was mid-afternoon. I thought all you need to do is just deduct 2. I'm not the quickest off the block at times.
4 overs until the new ball, which I think Leicestershire will take. Right is drying the old one, which that nice little cut from McIntosh deposited into the dew over there in front of the Melton Building Society family stand.
There is quite a bit of dew about, because I nipped out the hotel this morning and walked across the road to a petrol station, and only walked along the grass bank for maybe 20 yards, and my trainers were soaked through.
Scriven is in round the wicket to Maddinson outside off stump. Poor ball, not a great shot, not a great piece of cricket one way or another. He sort of reached for it and played over the top of it, fell over himself a little bit.
Let's just delete that entry, shall we?
At least Swindles took it cleanly. That was at least something, but yes, otherwise a rather ordinary piece of cricket. Scriven is in and bowls a little bit closer to the stumps, but not close enough to persuade Nick Maddinson to try and carve it away through the offside. The Australian let it go through. 2 swindles. Scriven just scrapes at the crease, repaired overnight, I'm sure, or last night, or this morning, whenever the ground staff do it. I think probably this morning. Still a few green tinges, and definitely a greener look to the pitch at the far end, at the Bennett end. You can see the extra grass that's been left on. And goes Scriven, bowls very wide, full, a tempter, but again Maddinson not to be tempted, lets it go through. Trees, rather pleasing shades of green and brown along Milligan Road, away to our left. More uniform green and behind the scoreboard. Bigger trees away to the right. And in the car park, Scriven is in outside off stump. Better length, but again the line not wide, not close enough to persuade Maddinson to do anything other than let it go through to Swindles. And he wanders off to short leg, leans on his bat, hand on hip. Little bit of chat from the Leicestershire fielders. Fairly desultory. No doubt they'll be adding 2 to the score before 2 wickets, that is, before too long. In goes Scriven, bowls foolish, outside off stump. Again, Maddinson is having nothing to do with it and walking away as though that first shot just upset him a little bit, cross with himself perhaps. He's decided to leave a few wide ones until he's had a really good look. He wants to be there, certainly for the new ball, if Durham are going to build this lead, which is now 56, up over 3 figures. That will certainly be their intention. And a lead of 150 would be well worth having on this. In goes Scriven, bowls full, goes past the outside edge. He did lean forward and look to play that defensively. It was close enough to the outside edge to have Scriven giving a little cry of frustration as it went into the gloves of Harry Swindells. A maiden over for Tom Scriven. Not the greatest he'll bowl in terms of constantly beating the bat or something like that, but Maddinson was fairly careful throughout it after the first ball and then was only beaten by the last. 16 overs, 1 for 52 for Scriven, 258 for 6 Durham.
Parkinson to continue the bowl to McIntosh. He's pulled out the silly point. He's got a short extra cover in there instead. That one comes in low and McIntosh back into the crease, just fends it away.
David Hutchinson, looking like a draw, did someone say? I'd
Yeah.
snap your hand off if you offered us a draw right now.
Parkinson in again. Driven through the covers. It's a good diving stop in the end. Short extra cover, missed it, but the next fielder behind him got it. Who is that down there?
Finan.
Finan.
Is it mid-off? And
He's got
Kimber
a
is
different jumper on then, hasn't he? He's got Kimber's jumper on.
Well, Kimber's at,
Yeah.
I don't know which one you were looking at.
The one who
extra
stopped
cover.
it. It's defended. Patel's in here, isn't he? Short extra cover, and that looks like Kimber out there. He's
Kimber's at shorter. Kimber's at conventional extra
Yeah.
cover, and Finan is down here at mid-off.
Oh, I can't even see him. He's behind the bar.
They had to put that extra thing up for health and safety.
Yeah. A little flick to the leg side this time. No run there. Scriven Fields.
Didn't initially have it.
No. So they came and welded them on afterwards, did they?
It was apparently just a little bit.
It just gave us too much of a good view.
Well, yeah, people were leaning over it apparently.
Are they? Parkinson comes in again. Left arm round. That's gone to point from McIntosh. No run there. No, it was Rishi Patel diving to his left. Didn't get that shot, but behind him it was Kimber diving to his right who managed to stop it. Otherwise, probably would have been away through for a 4. I think Assad's on the boundary on that cover side. Deep extra cover. Parkinson very tight in past the umpire there. That's defended. He could have picked the umpire's pocket on his way through. End of the over, 258 for 6. The lead's 56. Maddinson has 42. McIntosh has 10 from 23, and that was a maiden.
Pleasingly, it's Thomas McIntosh, but without the H, so it's the sort of Spanish spelling. Tomás Scott Sabater Mackintosh. That's the Spanish style. They often use the mum's surname as part of their names, if you know what I mean.
Right.
And so that might be his mum's surname.
Tell you what, though, it's a canny drive to Madrid from where your place is, isn't it? It's a long way.
Round the wicket is Scriven, outside off stump, obviously, and allowed to go through once again by Nick Maddinson. But happily in Spain, the trains are extremely good and extremely cheap. So
yeah,
it's very
and
easy
fast.
to get, and fast, as you say.
Well, the last time we were over the area sort of where you live, my auntie had an apartment just to the north of Alicante, and they were building this huge new train line right through the valley. And it looked like it was going to be absolutely tremendous once it was finished.
Scriven in. Bowls straighter this time, pushed out into the offside by Maddinson, called through for the single, and they're going to get an overthrow as well. Budinger came in, moving to his right at extra cover, threw at the stumps, missed them. Swindles hadn't got there, and the two men back on the leg side were a long way back, both Barnes and Finan. I think it was Finan who got there from wide long leg, but by then Maddinson had turned and picked up a little bonus run. He moves on to 44, 260 for 6. Scriven polishes the ball on the back of his leg and runs in down the slope. Bowls down the leg side. Didn't get anything on it. A howl, as ever, from Rishi Patel at full slip, but not from anyone else.
I remembered putting it in the sat-nav and it was going to be about a 4-hour drive, so we decided we wouldn't bother. But looking here, 260 miles, I mean, that's almost like driving from Sunderland to London. So we went the other way. We went to visit our friend Kevin and Krista in Frigliana near Nerha, and that turned out to be a 4-hour drive as well.
Scriven is in and bowls straight and blocked back down the wicket on the onside by Nick Maddinson. Right moves across to his and fields, and there's no run. 11 o'clock.
Better go and dial in, eh? Show some willing and all that.
260 for 6, the lead then 58 with 4 first innings wickets still in hand, and Maddinson building nicely on 44, waits with bat raised as Scriven is in. Bowls to him, hits him on the pad, I think outside the line, but Scriven can't believe it. A second good leg before shout is turned down. Umpire Longley is a very hard man to convince, and as Scriven walks back, he sort of moves his head slightly to the right. So I think my reaction was it might just have hit him outside the line. I think it did. It might well have gone on to hit the stumps, and it was swinging in, but Scriven unlucky. Swung back in, but didn't convince umpire Longley it had hit him in line. Scriven is in, outside off stump, goes for the cut at a full delivery, a sort of square drive, bounces over the top edge of Maddinson's bat. So been a really good opening burst from Tom Scriven on this third morning, and he's unlucky to have just the one wicket as a consequence. Maddinson has survived a couple of very good leg before shouts. Updates time from BBC Radio Leicester coming up. 79 overs, 1 until the new ball available. Parkinson having a long chat to Chris Wright. Durham have moved on to 260 for 6 from their 239 for 5 at the start of play. The one wicket to go, that of Ben Rain, a former Leicestershire player who was caught down the leg side by wicketkeeper Harry Swindles off the bowling of Tom Scriven for 11. Nick Maddinson has 44, though he's going nicely. Tom Mackintosh, who came through the Scottish system, born in Madrid, but now playing for Durham, but he's eligible to play for Spain. He is 10 not out. 260 for 6 means Durham now lead by 58. Leicestershire want to keep their first innings lead to less than 3 figures if they possibly can. 261 now for 6. just worked by McIntosh out into the offside for a single. Parkinson over the wicket to Maddinson, tossed up but onto the leg stump, and Maddinson can wait for it and just clip it outwards and jog a very comfortable single. Deep square right back on the boundary and deep mid-wicket. Not sure it's the right field. It feels unnecessarily defensive at this stage in proceedings, this early. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Nicely flighted delivery on off stump. No great turn for him, though, this morning compared to yesterday. Might be the effects. It was only the light roller that was used this morning, but it can take a little while to wear off. The effect thereof. Parkinson is in again, tossed up nicely, driven by McIntosh. Underneath, Rishi Patel falling to his left at short extra, but comfortable stop for Kimber behind him. Parkinson tosses the ball from hand to hand. One ball to go. A little bit short and quicker, flatter. McIntosh stayed on the back foot, worked it out into the off side. End of the over. 80 overs have now been bowled. 262 for 6 at Durham. So the run rate, which was well over 4 for much of yesterday, has now come right down to 3.3. Harry Swindells is holding Rishi Patel's helmet because Leicestershire, I can confirm, have taken the new ball. Chris Wright is replacing Tom Scriven. That was a really neat, nice little burst from Scriven. 17 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 54 for him. But he bowled nicely this morning and was unlucky not to pick up more than 1 wicket. Wright, 2 for 40, picked up 2 quick wickets last night. David Beddingham and Paul Coughlin both caught behind. And they need this new ball to have an impact, Leicestershire. Right, down the slope, bowls to Maddinson. Short, and Maddinson pulls him for 4. Nice shot from the Australian. Swivelled, pulled it, and pulled it behind square. Got plenty of it. No chance for Scriven, who's the leg side sweeper, but he's more mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket. It's long side of the ground. It's probably sort of 70-yard boundary, maybe even 75. A nice shot from Maddinson, got right on top of the bounce. Looks in good order. The Australian, he moves on to 49. Is this going to be his maiden first-class half-century for Durham? Waits as Wright comes in and bowls. Fuller, straighter, and just forward defensive out towards mid-off. There's no run. This is just his 5th innings. No, it's not. It's his 7th innings, I beg your pardon. I was looking at the figures underneath of young Mr. Salisbury, who we believe to be headed our way in Leicestershire. 109 runs coming into this innings for Maddinson as Wright bowls to him. Again, he's getting forward, getting to the pitch of it, steering it out into the offside this time, straight to extra cover, where Sol Budinger is the fielder. And as we've said, a previous best of 32 for Maddinson. So in his 7th innings, in line for his first half century. Right. Looks down at the new ball, grips it very carefully, deliberately. Runs in and bowls outside off stump, and that is Maddinson's first-class half-century for Durham. Steered out into the offside, wide of extra cover. Azad on the offside boundary fields. Maddinson picks up 2 and receives warm applause from both the Durham balcony and the spectators in the ground. His 50 has come off 101 deliveries.
And 5 fours. Much needed, really. A boost for him. Struggled since he arrived. Didn't get many runs in the one-day cup, and Then there was Batgate last week.
He waits with bat raised. His right is in. He's playing late, but cleverly, just steering it off the back foot down wide of Patel. Through the gully down towards wide third man. Azad has to run around the boundary a good 20 yards or so. By the time he does so, Maddinson has come back for a comfortable second. .270 for 6, the lead 68. As right is in. Bowls. Maddinson is turning that one off more or less middle, out into the on side, middle and leg perhaps. Barnes is quite a long way back at mid wicket, and a comfortable single is taken. Umpire Watts rolls the old ball back down to the boundary. Confirmation of Maddinson's figures there from the PA, Colin. 271 for 6.
Does he do the scoring as well?
No.
No. Michael Finan back into the attack. There's going to be some left arm pace from him from our end of the ground, the pavilion end. Maddinson. Flowing locks on 54. This little partnership's built at 28. 21 extras in this innings as well of 271. Finan comes in. Left arm over, bowls. Oh, it's an in-swinger. That's a lovely looking ball. And it was an in-swinging Yorker, which Maddinson managed to just get the bottom of the bat on. He just steered it away on the leg side, managed to get a single. But we saw that moving through the air from here, didn't we?
Just needed it to be an inch straighter or something like that, didn't it? It was just a bit leg stump instead of middle, but yeah, good movement for Finan.
Did they take the new ball or not?
They did.
They did, right. What was the score? Did you write it down?
At 80 overs, I think it was 267, but
in comes. Oh, there's a lot of swing there. That's out. Plum. That's come right in onto the foot of McIntosh and has trapped in between middle and leg. And Yorked LBW 411. Partnership ends on 29.
Same ball, but it was that inch or two straighter, wasn't it? Perfect delivery for Michael Finan, and that's his first wicket here at the Uptonsteel, first class wicket here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. I don't think he took a wicket in his first game.
Lead 70. I thought yesterday this would be quite a tight game because it's offering a bit for the bowlers still. So when the new ball was taking 262 for 6.
Your correspondent suggesting it's a draw is an optimism. I think it's the least favourite of the three results, I would suggest. Durham with this lead of 70 could get it a lot more, of course. Definitely the favourites. The boys are back in town. The chapter heading home. Right, advising Finan. First wicket of the innings, 1 for 49 for him. The new man, George Drissel.
Drissel then facing this one. Bit of swing on that as well. It's played though away to the cover area, no run.
Just his third innings of the summer.
Yeah, he hasn't played many games really, a few in the One Day Cup. And
a best of 7, but young man just starting to make his way in the game.
Comes in, that's well wide of off stump, is left alone. Drizel's been in a few different clubs. He's played for Gloucestershire. I think Somerset last year, played 5 one-day games for Somerset last year. He made his debut against Northampton, Gloucestershire in 2017. That was his only game that year. Played 5 matches in 2018 and 1 in 2019 for them against Glamorgan. This one's left alone. Nice pacey delivery there. Better write him in my scorecard, hadn't I? Bowler comes in. That's played up to Parkinson at mid-off end of the over. That was a really good over there from Finan. Every ball had movement on it. Some nice in-swingers. Could have had a wicket with a first, and Maddinson just managed to keep it out on leg stump, and then he got McIntosh with an in-swinging Yorker with the second.
Interesting to see how Maddinson plays it from now. Will he just keep playing the same way, picking up his runs as and when he can, or will he look to be just a touch more aggressive? How much faith does he have in Drissel and those to come? We shall see. Right down the slope as the sun comes back out from behind cloud bowls, and he goes for the big shot and misses it outside off stump. It misses everything, and that was the big shot, looking I think to try and loft it straight.
Durham need to be sensible here, nothing silly. Just build this lead, get it up past 100. Give themselves a blanket. So if they don't have a sufficient lead, then it just takes one good partnership for Leicestershire and they're right back in the game.
Right is in and bowls, and Maddinson doesn't try and repeat the shot, just steps across and very deliberately raises his bat over the line of the ball. It's a decent lead, it's 70 already and over 100. Leicestershire haven't batted well in their second innings this season. It has been a fairly familiar pattern as well. Right, he's going to go around the wicket to Maddinson.
It's your in, isn't it? Eh?
Oh, it is, yes, I beg your pardon.
I was going to say, I just did fine.
And that one is played off the back foot in defence by... That's a bad start, isn't it? What will I be like after 102 overs? It could be anybody. It could be anybody.
Since I fell over and bashed my head in April, my memory's been all over the place.
You made a bit of a mess of yourself, didn't you, that day?
Right.
Seeing the pictures.
Right mess, yeah.
Right is in and bowls outside off stump. Little bit of life, as you'd expect from the new ball, but a good leave from Maddinson just outside off stump. Little bit of bounce. Not much swing. Finan got good swing in his one over with the new ball. Right, yet to really find it. The ball back from Barnes at mid-on and turns. Runs in and bowls. That one comes back in and well kept out by Maddinson. Late adjustment on the back foot again, the Australian. Back down the wicket on the onside towards Barnes. No run. Both the umpires have their coats on today. Slightly surprising. It is very warm out there. Perhaps they haven't got their ECB England sweaters. That's one of the big benefits of being an umpire, isn't it? You get proper kit. In goes right and bowls. Outside off stump again, late on it, but playing it well. Chops down on it, Maddinson. Down it goes through gully towards third man, where Patel, I beg your pardon, is the fielder. And one is taken. Maddinson keeps the strike. He moves on to 56 to 73 for 7, the lead 71.
I think they're quite a nice jacket the umpires are wearing. It sort of tailored look to them, and a bit of a sort of tapered rear bit, which gives the almost similar to a
cycling
jacket. Yeah.
Just to keep the back warm.
Yeah, they've got pockets in the back as well. There's a strap round the back that can hang things off. I think they're quite a nice design. Mervyn says, I'm frightened of opening my big mouth, but will this be Maddinson's day of atonement? He asks. He's on strike now as Finan bowls, and he's gone. He won't. That's your fault, Mervyn. He's out for 56, caught in second slip. And Finan, after a brilliant first over with a new ball, has got Maddinson and Durham are just 71 ahead here.
Yeah, bounce and swing, away swing. Squared up Maddinson. Thick outside edge, comfortable catch, roundabout waist height for Ackerman. A second slip and Finan using the new ball very well. Oh, Mervyn. Poor Mervyn.
You should have followed your gut instinct, Mervyn, and not opened, as you say, your big gob.
Is that what he put?
Yes.
Well batted though. Nick Maddinson, his first 50 for Durham. 111 balls and 5 fours. The lead 71. 2 wickets left. Matty Potts. Would he not normally have batted ahead of Drissel? He's not a bad bat, is he, Matt Potts?
He's had some runs. Has he had a 78 as his highest score? What have we got?
For Durham this season it's 26, but
81 Northants last year.
He acquitted himself well for England, didn't he, with bat as well as ball.
He put on 149 for the 9th wicket with Liam Travascus, who made 77 not out. He also got 53 not out against Derbyshire in Chester Street in 2017, which was his first season. I await Mervyn's new email.
Perfect piece of timing, Merv. Love it.
Potts on strike then. Finan from the pavilion end with a shortish delivery, which actually doesn't get up off that short length. It's fended away by Potts out into the cover area.
It's obviously just Finan's second first-class game, but obviously his best first-class figures. 2 for 49. Oh,
where's that gone? That's gone way down the leg side of the keeper. And he did well to get across and take that.
He's getting a bit excited here, Michael Finan.
Yeah.
He needs to just calm down and keep bowling as he did before Potts came to the wicket.
That shot off a long way down the leg side. It's good to see, though. He's getting a bit of pace and movement, and among other things, Potts will be looking at this and thinking, aye. Now that's left. That was wide of off stump. And I think he cut that ball a little bit because it angled back after it passed the stumps.
Bradley's giving Mervyn a bit of grief on the stream.
That's gone through to the keeper. Has Mervyn responded?
Not yet.
Well, he emailed me. If you want to email, it's weirdcricket@yahoo.co.uk. At Marty Cricket on Twitter, or at Foxes Cricket on Twitter.
With a 2-2.
With a 2-2 at the end. Finding in. Ooh, left well alone there by Potts. He was up off the ground and then managed to tuck the bat just inside the line of the ball. Last ball of the over. Finding in. Turned nicely by Potts off the legs and away towards deep square leg. There's a fielder coming round from long leg who will cut it off. 2 runs. It's Scriven, I think. End of the over. So Durham's leads now 73.
Now we're looking for a third batting bonus point. Leicestershire for a third bowling bonus point. 5-3 in bonus points at the moment to the visitors. Drissel takes guard for the first time against Chris Wright. Conventional field, including a wide, long leg and 3 slips as Wright over the wicket to Drissel bowls outside off stump, steps forward, then leaves wisely, lets that one bounce through to Swindles behind the stumps.
Some cricket news from the England camp today, which Durham members might be interested in. The England men's white ball coach Matthew Mott has brought in a couple of extra coaches to help him during the T20 World Cup. So David Saker, who was a former England bowling coach, and the former Durham captain Michael Hussey.
Wright is in, bowls, Drissel defends on off stump, pushing the ball out into the offside, picked up by Scriven.
Michael Hussey got a double 100 on his debut on this ground in 2005. Saker will join them in Pakistan for the 7-match tour preceding the World Cup. And then Hussey will join them for the World Cup. More recently, of course, Neil Killeen was part of the England coaching setup during the one-day tour to the Netherlands.
Right in, bowl, just turns the face of the bat on that one as he defends it out into the onside. Drissel not sufficiently wide of Budinger to attempt a single.
Derek's been on, he said. Mervyn should open the batting with that timing. Excellent.
Right, emerges from the shadow of the floodlight, runs in and bowls on off stump, line and length. Drissel equal to it, leans forward, defends out into the offside.
I don't believe in curse of the commentator. It stands to reason because we're here 7 hours talking about a cricket match that things are going to happen that we're talking about. So it's just coincidence, isn't it, really? Mervyn has responded. Let's see what he says.
Right is in and bowled. A little bit short, but well played by Drissel. Gets on top of the bounce and guides it down through around about 5th slip down towards the 3rd man boundary. He gets off the mark. He takes 2. Clever shot. Ackerman was the man who got there. But having seen that, Parkinson decides he will have a 3rd man. So 3rd slip goes out to backward point, who is Patel, and Finan goes round and down to 3rd man. Right, wants him to go a little bit finer. not really changed position too much as Wright is in and bowls, and nicely
Sharp.
played out into the offside. An off drive of some style from Drissel may get to the boundary. It won't. Barnes will pick it up. Barnes slips as well, so could be one for the throw, but they took the third very easy. They decided it was going to be just 3. No point in taking a risk. But that was a really nice shot, as Martin indicated, from Drissel. Didn't try and overhit it. Got plenty of bat on it. Made sure it was wide of Barnes, who's just feeling one or two little joints there, having slipped on the dew. Drissel on to 5, 280 for 8 after 85 overs. The lead now 78 with 2 first innings wickets in hand.
Given where they're playing, sort of the last quarter of the left-hand side of the square to where that ball went, the furthest boundary, and the throw back from Barnes really would have only made it to the 30-yard discs in a one-dayer. He was in another postcode feeling that. Fine, and then coming in to bowl to Drissel, who drives and misses on 5 from 11 deliveries now. Mervyn says, await you must for my next words of praise towards Durham. A liberal drop of superglue on my teeth will see to that, he says. So, there you go.
Not to be advised.
Is this his moment of atonement? No. That's got to go in the highlights reel, surely. Fine, and left arm over. Played back through the legs of Potts at the non-striker's end. Parkinson dives in behind Potts and stops the ball. His whites are covered in marks, muddy marks. Patel was in need of some non-bio as well a little bit earlier on.
Finan's fairly grubby too.
Yeah.
His right knees.
Yeah.
Soft outfield at the moment.
Yeah. Drissel waits as the bowler comes in. He leaves that one. It angles across the stumps and through to the keeper. There's 3 slips in place. Is Kimber at first, slip Ackerman at second? Is it? Who's
That's
at first?
the way, yeah.
And then
Patel.
Patel at third. Ackerman and Patel have got their sunglasses on, but Kimber hasn't. And they're in deep discussion with Harry Swindell's the keeper. Fining comes in, left arm over, and that's a leave as well from Drissel. It's wide of off stump. Able to see that early and leave it well alone.
Keep coming here, boys. It's Parkinson's exhortation mid-off.
Comes in. Drissel defends. That goes up to Parkinson at mid-off. Rich asks, was Maddinson done by the ball swerving or by Mervyn?
It was a decent delivery.
It was. Didn't really move that much. It wasn't as
A little
much
bit of outswing and
yeah, but
bounce.
not as obvious as the previous deliveries.
Barnes being sent back from mid-wicket to deep square round the wicket. Fine.
Comes in. Oh, must have been a bit of batting in that because the bowler didn't join in that chorus of appeal there.
Yeah, big inside
No,
edge.
yeah, no leg by or anything signal. So Drissel keeps striking, gets a single at the end of the over. Oh, now the lead. You've got to take 2 off 81. That's 79. I'm going for. Potts 2. Drissel has 6. Partnership is 8. Durham just need to keep batting out there and just push that lead past 100.
Right, as the sun goes behind cloud again. Runs in from the Bennett end and bowls. Drissel threatens for a moment to step out and have a drive at that one, but decides early. Lead to leave the bat raised, lets it bounce through to Swindles. Scriven dries his hand on one of the used pitches out there at extra cover. Drissel taps his bat, then raises it as right is in. Bowls, that one comes back a bit, but from wide, and again, a little bit short, but there was decent bounce and movement. Good decision from Drissel to leave. Once again, we're well past half past. One of those days, who knows what time the update might be. Right, the sun comes back out, runs down the slope and bowls. Nicely played by Drissel, leaning forward with an angled bat, guiding it down through around about fourth slip towards third man. Finan is there, gets his throw away, overthrows Swindles, who apologises, having had to sort of run up the pitch to a certain extent, and raises his gauntlet to the umpire. And has a sort of laugh with Potts about it. Potts wanders out and just taps at the pitch where Swindles ran. And Potts will be on strike. He looks to be taking off stump there. Right across his stumps. Takes guard. Lifts his bat, right is in. Bowls to him, comes back in, but the England man more than equal to it, defending it out into the offside. Scriven is the fielder. He wanders up and pokes at the pitch. Prods at the pitch, bottom of his bat. Right, turns, still looking for his first wicket over the morning. In and bowls, clipped in the air for a few feet by Potts, as that one came back and bounced up towards top of his left pad. Rehearses the shot. Picked out Sol Budinger at mid-wicket. .80 the lead with that single. That's right. Is in and bowls. Again, that one comes back in towards middle and leg, and again Potts is working it this time along the ground all the way out towards mid-wicket, where again Budinger is the fielder. End of the over. Wright's 22nd, 2 for 56 for him, 282 for 8. Potts a couple, Drissel 7. Every run made valuable, you feel, in the context of the game as a whole. These two starting their partnership. It's worth 9 now for the 9th wicket. Leicestershire's 9th wicket partnership was a fairly decent effort between Parkinson and Wright, but that wasn't against a new ball. Mid-off and mid-on swap positions, Wright and Parkinson.
Fine, and left arm round the wicket, comes in and bowls. That's a nice shot, and it's away through the covers for 4. It's a half volley, it was outside of off stump, and Drissel's helped himself to some runs there. I think the fielder at short extra cover was playing for saves there.
2 nice drives from Drissel now. Double figures for him. He moves on to 11.
Fine and in. That's left alone. 80 for the lead. Partnership of 13. Pulled, was that no ball signal? I think it was, yeah. Pulled to wide mid-on, no ball is signalled. Let's come off the bottom of the bat as well there. Bowler doesn't look impressed with the decision and is now looking down at the ground to see where his foot landed and is scraping away at the crease. $289 for 8 Durham here on the BBC. Flying in to Potts, who's on 2 from the pavilion end to leave. Not coming to you. I've forgotten you again. What could be more important?
One of those
Richard?
mornings. They've been very good all season, really. In fairness,
I think we should start one of those just giving pages for you. Halfway through the 88th over. So the new ball took 2 wickets in the first 3.1 overs. And it was finding who got them both. And that one's played off his bowling by Potts up to made off. Chris Wright in there. Parkinson's giving the ball a polish, and he's now got a big red smear down the front of his sweater. Fine turns, comes in and bowls. Oh, playing a miss from Potts there. Totally played the wrong line. Possibly he's beaten for pace on that occasion. One ball left of the over. Potts taps his bat into the ground as Finan comes in and plays the ball up to Parkinson at mid-on. No run there. End of the over. So 8 gone with a new ball. Durham are 11 away from a third batting point. Drizzle has 12 from 22. Potts 2 from 12. Their partnership's worth 16.
just wonder whether Parkinson might be innovative or brave enough to sort of bowl himself early with the new ball. Sometimes can't resist the spinners, but not yet. Anyway, Wright continues his in and bowls. Seems back in just a touch, but Dressel is playing well. Solidly behind it, drops it down into the ground behind him on the angle. Ackerman moves out from second slip to field. Game not exactly drifting. Durham just building very, very steadily at the moment. After the loss of Maddinson having just gone to his half century. Dressel waits with bat raised. Wright is in and he's looking to cut that one. Probably a little bit too close to him to time as well as he would have liked. Cut it down into the ground from close to the body. Bounced out quite nicely for Patel at point to make the stop. Right turns. A straight run is in and bowls. Again, he's attacking off stump. Again, Dressel more than equal to it. Very solid. Back out into the offside. The defensive push. Barnes beginning to do a few sort of gentle squats and a little hop from foot to foot at mid-off. Now he rolls his shoulders a couple of times. A couple of looseners, potential looseners. Looks like he may not be too far away. Right in. Bowls wide outside off stump. Dressel steps forward, lets it go through. Hasn't been too much swing for Wright with the new ball. Finan has found some from this end, the pavilion end, especially when he's bowled full. right less so. He's kept it fairly tight though. 289 for 887 then. The leaders right in and bowls squared up a little bit. Driscoll there, thick outside edge. Sees the ball roll out towards point again. Just have been a little bit of shape away from middle towards off. Plenty of bat on it. Barnes again bowls a loosener, having thrown the ball to right, who is running in and bowling. Driscoll gets one that seams back in, takes him on the pad. Might have been a little bit of bat involved as well. It loops up into the onside, and that is the end of the over. Decent one from right, but you may feel it's not as threatening as it might otherwise have been. Finan's work is done for the time being. Done well as well, 2 wickets with the new ball, but he's off now, and it will be the Yorkshireman, Eddie Barnes, taking over.
Some of you might be able to hear on the microphone what sounds like a hoover in the background. There is work going on the roof of the pub just outside the ground. There's some roofers there and they're putting new felt down, so they're using one of these heat gun type things. So that is the noise that you can hear. And then the odd Harley Davidson as well. So Barnes into the attack, none for 47 from 12 overs, 2 maidens. Have we seen him bowl today or not?
No.
No. Here he comes then, right arm over from the pavilion end, bowling to Potts. Potts back into the crease, plays the ball out to short extra cover. No run. Is that Roman Walker on the field there at mid-wicket?
It is.
12th man.
Finan might be off.
Yeah. Budinger is in the covers as the bowler comes in. Oh, it's out. He tried to leave it and had followed him, and he's edged it to the slips, and that is the end of Matty Potts for 2. Durham 289 for 9.
Another one for Eckers.
Simple catch, really. Couldn't get his bat out the road, so this partnership ends at 16. And Durham look like they're not going to have the lead that I think they thought they would have last night. 13 balls for his 2.
.87 is still a really good lead. Still possible to go into 3 figures, of course. That will cheer Barnes as well. Is that Ackerman's 3rd catch of the innings? It is.
He got Jones, yeah.
Maddinson, and now Matty Potts. Odd one, it kind of sort of bounced and just held its own a little bit. It's not sort of quick movement, but there is definitely something there, and Potts will be a huge threat when he comes to bowl.
Ollie Gibson coming out. If there's ever a time for him to hang around, now is the time. His highest score's 6. He's got 21 runs in 4 matches.
I've got him down as 1 run on the Durham batting averages this season. O.J. Gibson. 1 run with the highest score of 1.
Yeah, but he made his... did he make his debut last year or this year? I can't remember.
That's just this season's averages.
Baller comes in, Gibson turns this to mid-wicket, no run.
David Hutchinson on Twitter. I knew when I questioned the acquisition of Finan yesterday he'd do bits today. I do love a left armour, and Miss Dieter Klein, that is, who's still at the club, not as a player, in the coaching setup now.
Comes in, bowls. Is he caught behind? I didn't hear anything. The umpire shakes his head and says no. I'm not sure the bowler was 100% convinced with that. It all started in the slip cord and then he joined in. Didn't hear anything in our headphones. Indeed, I do have the wrong stats down for Gibson. Or did I read the wrong line there? That must have been his one-day score, 6. Bowler comes in again, and that's he's got a 4 there though. Well, that's wide of the slip cord and down to third man.
His first 4 of the season.
His
first class
4,
cricket.
Yes.
That'll improve his average from .25.
What line have I read then? I mean, there's hardly any difference in the numbers, to be honest with you. There. It was his list A scores that I read accidentally. 21 runs, a high score of 6. Born in Northallerton, which I was diverted through the other night. That took forever and a day. I hate those days when you're coming up the motorway and suddenly there's just loads of cones in front of you and you're going off through villages you've never heard of. Round the houses. Must have been about an hour long, 40 minutes, 50 minutes long diversion. Bowler comes in, Gibson defends, it goes back to the bowler, and that is the end of the over. It was a misty night as well, and the cars in front of me clearly had no idea where they were going, so everybody was doing about 30 miles an hour. Then you come back onto the A19 and you're only about 5 miles away from where you turned off. Did you work in Northallerton at one time, or was it Thirsk?
Yeah,
or was
Thirsk.
it neither? Thirsk. Northallerton's the sort of administrative capital of that neck of the woods, isn't it? That's where the council is and the police. 293 for 9, then Gibson has 4. The lead is 91.
Drissel might feel he has to go for his shots to a certain extent. Leicestershire prepared to sort of, it would appear, to give him one, judging by the field, which is set well back, slips aside as right is in and bowls. That one comes back in and that is one. Well, Drissel's going to take it quite quickly because running in from the mid-wicket boundary, Budinger has a fair bit of ground to make up to the ball. But he does get there, picks it up quickly, underarms it to Parkinson, and that will mean that Gibson will be on strike. Drissel takes his single off the first ball, moves on to 13 to 94 for 9, lead 92. 239 for 5 at the start of play. So more than 50 added, but 4 wickets lost in so doing. Right is in and bowls. Gibson is sort of working it out towards mid-off. Not entirely convincingly, got it quite high up in the bat. Rather shovelled it out.
No play at Hove this morning. This big band of rain that was across London yesterday. If you saw the people in the streets watching the Queen's hearse heading towards Buckingham Palace, it was heavy rain. And it's still hugging the south coast, the bad weather today. Across Kent and Sussex.
Right is in and bowls. Gibson is pushing that one off stump out towards extra cover. Good Ollie. Ollie is the approving call from the Durham dressing room below us, the balcony directly below us on the first floor of the pavilion. Right looking for his third wicket of the innings. Down the slope and bowls. Gibson has top-edged it, but he's top-edged it over backward point. Patel turns, but it's going to be Walker running around from third man. I think he was trying to whip that. I'm not quite sure where. Probably over the leg side. Got a thick leading edge. Went up in the air, looped over backward point, and Gibson picks up a couple, moves on to 6, twiddles the bat in his hand like an old master now, beginning to perhaps enjoy himself a little bit. 6 off 7 balls, 296 for 9. That extra batting bonus point, 1 4 away. Worth having, every point worth having. As right is in and bowls. Gibson, well, that wasn't the greatest shot that the young man has played. Made a little bit of room, just slightly backed away and looked to, well, waft at it as it bounced back and over the top of middle stump. Swindles raises his arms in question. He said, we ought to change the field a little bit here. We ought to look to give him one. It is the last ball of the over. And indeed, backward point and mid-wicket both retreat to the boundary as right is in and bowled him off stump. He made room again, looked to work it out into the offside, came back, hit the off stump, and Durham are all out for 296. It is still a substantial lead. They lead by 94. There was a bit in the pitch. Leicestershire will be pleased with their efforts this morning, picking up the last 5 wickets in reasonably good time, but they are going to face a very, very tricky, 46 minutes? Well, few minutes fewer than that, because obviously we'll take 5 minutes to change across innings.
10 minutes, isn't it, they take?
10 minutes or
Yeah.
So, do we get a little break, do you think?
Yeah, I think so.
It's going to be a long old day.
Yeah, may as well.
But the game has moved on.
91 overs it was. That was the last ball of the over. So 91 overs. Durham's lead 94. And Wright finishing. Well, he's gone off the screen. That's now showing you what Barnes' figures were. I'll give you the bowling figures quickly. Rather than Wright, 24 overs, 8 maidens. And he took 3 for 59. Finan bowled well this morning, 2 for 59 for him. Bowled 17 overs in all, and there were 3 maidens. Barnes, 13 overs, 2 maidens. His 1 wicket coming this morning, 1 for 51. Scriven on debut, 17 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 54. Parkinson, we don't think he bowled himself enough. He did in the end bowl 18 overs, and he took 3 wickets, the first 3 wickets to fall in the Durham innings. 3 for 56 it was in the end. 2 maidens from him. Ackerman bowled 1 over and Kimber bowled 1 over. Ackerman none for 4 and Kimber none for 1. Right, we'll be back with you in about 10 minutes.
It's been a good morning for the Foxes so far, at any rate, because they've taken the last 5 wickets of the Durham first innings. From 239 for 5 at the start of play, Durham now all out for 296. They're still in a very strong position, though, the visitors. They lead by 94 runs that are well worth having on a pitch that is offering the bowlers a little bit of help. There were 3 wickets for Chris Wright, 2 for Michael Finan, 1 for Ed Barnes, 1 for Tom Scriven, and 3 for the captain Callum Parkinson. Hassan Azad and Sol Budinger about to open Leicestershire's second innings. It's important for the Foxes that they get through until the lunch interval without being parted. Leicestershire 94 behind on first innings, about to start their second. Hello again from the Uptonsteel County Ground. The 2 umpires back out in the middle for the resumption. Leicestershire about to start their second innings with a deficit of 94. Those are the runs they need just to make Durham bat again. They haven't batted particularly well in their second innings throughout this season. The Foxes, today, from their point of view, would be a very good day to start doing just that. They're going to have to as well. They'll be facing Durham and England seamer Matty Potts in very good form. He's already taken 6 wickets in 2 innings against Leicestershire so far this season. And given that there is a little bit of assistance for the seamers in this pitch, he will fancy his chances of doing so again. Hassan Azad and Sol Budinger, Leicestershire's openers, heading out into the middle. Azad made just 9 in the first innings before being dismissed by Paul Coughlin. Leg before wicket for 9. Sol Budinger had rather better fortune on his first appearance for Leicestershire, indeed his first class appearance. He had made 64 before being dismissed, leg before wicket, in his case by Ben Rain. Just talking to some of the Leicestershire supporters who've watched Budinger. Quite a few of the sort of East Midlands supporters move from ground to ground a little bit, and if Leicestershire aren't at home, they'll go and watch Nottinghamshire or even Derbyshire. I say even Derbyshire, I don't mean that rudely.
But the couple I was talking to yesterday was sitting just to our right. They were at Derby watching Durham last week, and they are season ticket holders here and at Trent Bridge.
A lot of people are really. Yeah. So if one isn't at home, they can go and watch the other. But they've seen a fair bit of Budinger for Nottinghamshire, either seconds or in List A games, and they said he could just as equally sort of biff 50, 60, 100 as get out. So hopefully he'll change a little bit. It'll be Azad on strike.
Does anybody ever venture down to Northampton? Or?
I don't think so. It's that sort of little bit extra further.
Just a little bit too far south.
Yeah.
Rain then. He's got 3 slips in place and a short leg first up for Azad. Oh, and that's a wide. It's gone down the side of the track and it's almost clipped the other wicket.
It's strange all round because Azad went dancing down as well, didn't he? Whether Rain saw him coming and tried to spear it wide, I don't know, but that was all very odd.
Got bright sunshine here at Grace Road. There is a little bit of cloud bubbling up just to the south and west of us, but nothing threatening. There's no rain forecast today, except for this one with the ball in his hand, right arm round to the left-hander, playing a miss. That's a tighter line. So the lead 94. 81 overs left in the day when this innings began. A long old day. Doesn't look like there's anybody in the marquee today, does it?
Potentially. No, it does look as though it's shut off today.
It's
been busy the first 2 days, but not today.
I noticed there was nobody in there after 6 o'clock last night. In fact, there was nobody on our balcony after 6 o'clock last night. They all went home. Rain in. And, Borthwick thinks there was something there, but nobody else does. Was left late by Assad.
Yeah, maybe being a bit generous to Hassan there. He's struggling a little bit at the moment. I think mentally as much as anything.
He's had 4 50s this year, including 66 in Chesley Street, but he hasn't had a 50 since May. Rain in, bowls, and he's left alone, well alone. From Quetta in Pakistan. Had spells with Essex 2s, Notts 2s, played minor counties with Lincolnshire. And he was top of the Division 2 run chart in 2019 in his first full season with Leicestershire. What did he get in the first innings? Was it 6 or 9? 9. Trying to see who that is under the helmet at short leg. Gibson, I think. Slammed into him. No, it's not. It's Maddinson. Couldn't see his ponytail initially. Jonathan Bushnell was fielding there last week and he just got absolutely peppered at Derby.
By anybody in particular or all the
just generally? Right. They all took a shining. Wayne Madsen, I remember.
Maddinson, quite a senior player to be in at short leg, isn't he? But perhaps it's something of a specialist position for him.
Rain in, and this is defended by Hassan. It rolls gently on the leg side, no run there.
I think Buddinger's top, which has got that faded one, has also got a slightly pinkish hue, which I think it's gone into too hot wash with something reddish. Although they are sort of slightly cream, Leicestershire's whites this season, which is as they should be.
Bringing Dressel in short mid wicket there. Just behind Maddinson at short leg. Last ball of the over from Rain. Comes in and bowls, and that's left alone. So the run that came was from the first delivery, which went down the side of the track for a wide. Eric the Stanmore Mackham's been on. He says, I thought I'd have a few overs before a 3 p.m. departure for Reading, and then I'm at Watford on Saturday, so I'd have a lie in. Away the lads. Stanmore's just to the north of Wembley, so I think, if I'm right, Watford's just to the north of Stanmore.
And he's there because Sunderland are playing at both those grounds.
Yeah.
An away trip, an away double.
I think if you come off the M1 around the sort of St Albans, Watfordish area and cut across to Wembley, you come through Stanmore.
Potts then, second over, but bowling from his, I think, definitely preferred Bennett end, slightly down the slope, so he can get a little bit of momentum, and he's going to be bowling around the wicket to Sol Budinger. 3 slips behind the former Nottsman as Potts is in, bowls to him, full and straight. Budinger solidly enough behind it, stays more or less on the back foot, strokes it out towards mid-on.
Paul Summerside says this could be a thriller, Marty. It could. What does our learned friend to my right think?
Well, Leicestershire probably need about 300, 310, something like that, and they haven't done that very often this season in the second innings. Potts is in, bowls down the leg side. No, not taken at all by the wicketkeeper McIntosh. Flicks his gauntlets, took his eyes off it. You could almost see him looking to the left there, and it dipped down, and the old buys problem continues. Conceded quite a few in the first innings. I'd have to check how many. And he hasn't started well in the second either. He's caught everything that mattered in terms of edges. That's, I suppose, the most important thing. But he gets a consoling pat on the back from David Beddingham. But he's going to have to just tidy up his...
that was quite a long way across, by the way. I mean, I'm watching it on the replay.
Though, did he, or anything?
No, I think he was a little bit unsighted, perhaps.
I think he just looked away. In goes Potts and bowls, clipped neatly out into the leg side by Budinger. Good timing, but straight to Dixon, who's at mid-wicket along the ground all the way. Smell a bit of wild garlic then. Just waft came in. It's a bit late for that, isn't it? Must be some cooking that's going on somewhere below us in the Palmer restaurant, the Charles Palmer restaurant. 5 without loss with those 4 buys, all extras, as Potts is in, bowls, and that's a straighter delivery which Budinger defends out into the offside. Both he and Azad are momentarily interested in the possibility of a single, but they both see it's going fairly close to Ben Rain at that wide-ish mid-off position. And Potts immediately, seeing that, makes a change. He brings Coughlin out of third slip into conventional sort of cover position. Quite early to go on to make that move. Runs in and bowls. Budinger is again no big foot movement, defending carefully off stump out into the offside. The Harleys are out and about.
Do you
again.
reckon the average member of a Hell's Angel chapter's got a bit of industrial deafness? Because they are loud, aren't they, those bikes?
It's not a sort of displeasing growl, is it, compared to some, but it is loud, as you say. It's quite low, which helps a bit. It's not a high-pitched whine. In goes Potts and bowls. Budinger is bowled! Wow, straight to him. Middle stump leaning backwards. Potts has struck straight away. Minimal foot movement, little bit of movement of the ball, and top of middle stump is leaning back. Budinger, half century in his first innings for Leicestershire, but a big fat 0 in his second goes, and Leicestershire are 5 for 1.
Went right through him, that one.
Let's have a look at the replay. Just did enough and delivered at Potts' pace, and as I say, minimal foot movement. Yeah, top of off stump, comprehensively beaten. Budinger goes for a duck. Not a good start for the Foxes. They are still 89 behind, and they've lost their first second innings wicket. 7th of the match for Potts.
There's no point in us talking while all that.
Till they've all gone off for their, I'm sure, a pleasant lunch somewhere.
How many balls did he face there? Did you write that down or not? No. Let's have a look.
Well, 5 balls of the over so far.
6 balls.
So it will have been 5 balls. I don't think he faced any from the first inning. Did for the first?
Yeah, it was the end of the over, so it was the 6th.
Okay.
Yeah. So Rishi Patel now batting with Hassan Azad. Just gone overcast for a moment or two here.
Literally and as far as Leicester are concerned, metaphorically as well.
Rain to Azad then, who's faced 6 deliveries of the first over. Maddinson in there at short leg. Drizel's in there as well, that's left alone. 7th wicket of the match for Potts. Rain comes in, and that's left outside the line of off stump. It's gone a bit grey all of a sudden. Just looking to the west, it's there's the odd bit of sort of hazy cloud, but bits of blue sky on show as well. Rain comes in. That's gone down the leg side. Bounces out the keeper's glove. It was quite a long way down the leg side. He was at full stretch. He got a hand on it, but it will be a bye. It's a little bit wayward with the delivery there. So we've got Hells Angels to the left of us, Roofers to the right of us, and a Hornet hanging around outside the window as well. What's this delay all about? Long conversation between Potts and Rain as to regards fielding positions. He's got the right-handed Patel on strike now. That's played towards point, stopped by Maddinson, who has now taken the helmet off and has moved away from short leg. No run. Head to head, this is the 23rd meeting between these two in the championship. Durham have won 3 and lost 12. Rain in, bowls. That's played up to mid on, no run there. They've had 6 defeats at Grace Road and won 2 here.
Pretty strong position to make it 3.
Rain in past the umpire, he bowls, and that's guided down towards third man for 4 quite effortlessly by Patel, and I think that might have been the conversation that Potts was having with Rain about putting a third man in there. It's the end of the over though, 10 for 1. The deficit is now 84. Durham's wins. I had it in front of me a second ago and I've lost it again. 2005 was one of them. I think 2019 was the other one. They were quite behind at the end of the first innings, but fought back.
Potts being very careful about setting his field for Azad here. And McIntosh goes behind himself and picks up the helmet, throws it to the ponytailed Maddinson.
It was 2019. Durham ended up 95 runs behind and then won by 119 runs.
Who goes into short leg. And that is the only real change. They know Azad unlikely to sort of drive at this stage, so no extra cover, just backward point and wide-ish mid-off. Wide-ish mid-on and mid-wicket. Potts staying around the wicket to the left-handed. Azad is in. Azad is fending in the air, and just for a second it looked as though Maddinson was going to be in the game. It was probably a couple of feet, probably a few more than that, away to his right, the Australian, but he did pop it up rather there, Azad, and had Maddinson been the 3 or 4 feet perhaps to his right, would have been a dolly of a catch. Won't discourage Potts at all, the way Azad played that one. Down the slope he comes and bowls outside off stump, bounces and swings away, but from wide, went wider, taken by McIntosh in front of Beddingham at first slip, handed almost to the skipper, Borthwick, who works away on the ball as he walks up before throwing it to Rain. Sun back out. 10 for 1 Leicestershire. Still 84 behind. 18 minutes until lunch as Potts is in, bowls and dug out rather at the last minute by Azad on the back foot. Was full and straight, almost, not quite a Yorker. Azad lifting his back foot as he played that one, as I say, dug it out down the pitch on the onside. Gibson, I beg your pardon, it's Jones under the sun hat up there at mid-on is the fielder. Potts is in and bowls straight, but Azad is solidly enough behind that one. Slightly playing across the line, pushing across the line. And middle out towards mid-wicket. No run. Potts is decided to come over, so Azad checks his guard with umpire Watts, the 2 umpires having changed ends, of course, halfway through the game. Potts is in over the wicket to Azad, who's fending at one down the leg side, didn't get anything on it. Potts, or Potter, as his teammates call him, stands at the end of his follow-through for a moment. Azad won't have too much to say in terms of encouraging a conversation. He likes to go into his bubble. Borthwick swings his arms at second slip. Goes down hands on knees as Potts comes in and bowls to Azad, who's hit a ball that bounces and swings back into him a little bit. Well above the stumps it would have been, so no appeal from the Durham fielders, or indeed Potts will be bounced outside, pitched outside leg as well. End of the over, another tester from Potts. Azad gets through it, as he's got through 15 balls so far. yet to score. Patel has 4 off 3. Leicestershire 10 for 1. And I suspect at this stage just thinking about the lunch interval, which is now 16 minutes or perhaps 3 or 4 overs away.
Ben Rain then to Patel from the pavilion end. That's left alone. The sun is shining brightly again now. Sunglasses on and off here. So Durham lost 5 for 57, wasn't it? Yeah. The last 3 wickets only brought 24 runs. This is defended out towards the cover area to Drizzell.
Matthew Hutchinson on the stream. Come on, Rishi and Hassan. Somebody's going to have to go big for the Foxes. They need partnerships.
Rain in. That's left outside the off stump. Loops through to the keeper.
Rishi Patel, 405 runs coming into this match with a best of 99 made at Hove. Rather got put into the shade by hundreds for Kimber and double hundreds for Mulder and Ackerman. 14 innings. This is coming into this game, so 15 innings now.
Rain bowls. Ooh, a late leave there, and he was nearly down the corridor of uncertainty. Patel nearly had a nibble at that one, and Borthwick, for instance, its second slip was rather animated there as the ball passed the bat. Raised an arm in expectancy. Rain once more comes in. Forward comes the batsman. Clearly a lot of batting that first before the pad. Half-hearted appeal from Rain. But then he looks a little bit bemused why it wasn't given. Sounds like somebody's going to fly Mo out now. Last ball of the over. And that goes through to the keeper. End of the over. 10 for 1 then. Deficit still 84. That was a maiden.
Yeah, good one too from Rain. Asked a lot of questions in it. Beat the batter a couple of times. Patel and Azad touch gloves. Ticked off another one before lunch. 12 minutes away, so should be 3 overs. 2 of which will be bowled by Matthew Potts, Esquire, who has yet to concede a run in this innings and has already picked up a wicket. Over the wicket he comes, down the slope, bowls to Azad. He has conceded runs now. It's over pitched on leg stump, clipped away towards deep backward square, and that is going to cross the ropes before Gibson can get there, running around from wide long leg out towards deep backward square. Couldn't quite get there. Azad picks up 4. Nice little flick away through the leg side. Potts and Rain exchange conversation or advice or consolation, who knows. No changes to the field as a result. Potts turns, arms swinging, runs in and bowls outside off stump. Super delivery that beats the bat of Azad as he attempts to sort of walk into a defensive push outside off stump. That's the better line as far as Matty Potts is concerned against Azad. Almost had success with it. 14 for 1. Lead at the start of the innings, 94. So still 80 ahead, 80 to the good Durham. Beginning to make inroads into Leicestershire's second innings. Potts is in again too, as that one is pushed too wide. Indeed, it is signalled wide by umpire Watts. Second wide of the innings. First bowled by Ben Rain, the very first ball of the innings. Potts pushing that across Azad, but then it cut away as well off the seam. It was a good take by McIntosh, diving in front of Borthwick second slip. 15 for 1. Potts is in and bowls again. That's quite wide and taken by the keeper between first and second slips, and he thought about that for quite a while, Chris Watts, and then he signalled wide again. So consecutive wides from Matty Potts, who's just lost his line momentarily.
Keeper ended up with gully there, didn't he, by the time he took that one?
Well, he took it between first and second. Oh, updates time. Bang on time.
Oh.
Leicestershire have begun their second innings, and they haven't begun it very well because they've already lost their first wicket. Sol Budinger, who made 64 in the first innings, made a big fat duck. This time he was bowled by England and Durham seamer Matty Potts, top of middle stump, without scoring. 5 for 1 at that stage. Leicestershire, who'd conceded a first innings lead of 94. They've reduced that by 16 now. They're 16 for 1. Rishi Patel has 4. Hassan Azad has 4. They need to get to lunch, which is now 9 minutes away, without losing another wicket. Leicestershire in their second innings are 16 for 1. As Potts goes past the outside edge again of Azad's bat and stops at the end of his follow through, and although he puts his hand over his mouth, whether in because he's thinking or whether he's quietly saying something to Azad, who knows. But as I say, Azad, that won't worry him too much, but the quality of the bowling will. Lovely stuff from Potts. A little bit wild in the first part of the over. Last two deliveries, good uns. Turns. Runs down the slope. And bowls to Azad down the leg side, and looked shaped to try and move it, help it on its way. Didn't get anything on it, and a good stop diving to his right by McIntosh. Didn't take the ball cleanly, but it was travelling quickly. Did well to get a glove to it and save another 4 byes.
Well done, Macca, was the cry from his teammates. Did you say it's clockwise for wickets and the other way for runs? Is that right?
Clockwise for wickets, yes, I think so. In goes Potts and bowls. Straighter, middle and leg, and Azad equal to it, defending it down into the ground. So Mr. Eckersley told me. End of the over, 16 for 1 after 6.
Well, some of the Durham coaching staff are walking clockwise. If you believe any of this hokum, well, good luck to you. But they've gone to sit on a bench, picnic table, just in front of the marquee, next to the side screen at the far end. Amazing that somebody should come up with that theory and then everybody believe it.
Well, we'll keep an eye on the coaching staff of both clubs, see which way they're walking and see how whether it's really being adhered to.
Rain starts a new over from the pavilion end, and that's played up to... Oh, it's missed by Potts. That might go for 4. Is it going to go for 4? No. They're going to get 2. Total misfield. He just trickled across towards him, and he bent down to pick it up, and he missed it. It went straight through his legs. I don't know if Ben Rain's laughing about that or not, but there's 2 runs on his figures. He does seem to have a smile on his face.
Astonishing, wasn't it?
Yeah. Maybe it's all part of a cunning plan. Patel's now on 6. Everybody's coming quite close. In fact, they all look like they're inside the discs in a one-day game. Rain balls, that's left alone. There's Michael Jones at deep square leg. Everybody else would be inside the discs. Gibson's at mid-on. Potts is mid-off. 3 in the slips. Maddison's at backward point. Drisell's in the covers. I think Dixon's at mid-wicket. Rain coming in. Past the umpire, bowls. That's a good leave. Left alone. And goes past off stump through to the keeper. See how tight to the line of the stumps this actually was. We're at a tiny bit of an angle here. Yeah, it was a bit of kidology going on there. It was about 4th, 5th stump. Mind you, had it seamed back in, might have been a different kettle of fish. Halfway through the over, Rain in again. Defended by Patel. Up towards the mid-off area. It doesn't have the legs to get there. Patel's highest score this year, 99 at Hove. That was in July. Got 82 as well. And he's edged this one. It hasn't carried. It's gone underneath first slip. Bedingham and away. Down towards third man for 2. Just didn't react in time there, Bedingham. The 82 Patel got was in Cardiff against Glamorgan. And that's been it for his knocks this year of sizable note. Rain bowls, and that's turned by Patel off towards deep square leg to Jones for 1. And that is the end of the 7th over. 74 remaining today. We're approaching lunch. Certainly 1 over before lunch, maybe 2, but probably 1. If another wicket were to fall, then that would be lunch.
Potts taking his time again to set his field. 4 slips. This is the first time I think he's bowled at Patel. Been down the other end for the 15 balls that he's faced so far. Potts is in and bowls. Patel is driving. No real weight in the shot. Pushing firmly really rather than driving. Ran out towards point, but backward point. Maddison moved to his right to make the stop, and there is no run. Ben Rain, whose voice I got used to over the first few years here, definitely has, although it was distinctive, definitely has gone back to his roots. In goes Potts, bowls outside off stump, left by Patel, in that it's become a stronger northeast accent than it was by the time he left here, inevitably. That's him.
Tom Curran's got 103 for Surrey. Scored them all before lunch at Northants. Surrey leading by 49 runs at 388 for 7.
Potts is in and bowling, driven by Potts, who then picks up the ball as it comes straight back to him, hurls it at the stumps, hits the pads of Patel, bounces out into the offside, and then sort of mock appeals on the basis it was right in front of the stumps. There's no reaction from Patel, but as I say, this nor should there be. I mean, it hit him on the pads, but Leicestershire picked up a really
it's a bit
bad
that
sort of level 1
behaviour, isn't it?
Well, I don't mind it too much. In goes Potts and bowls, and Patel is forward on off stump, and there's no run. But it's just the inconsistency of it. Dieter Klein did it against Lancashire in the Bob Willis Trophy, And Leicestershire were not only reported for a level one, hit Danny Lamb in front of the stumps like that, although Lamb had actually gone out of his ground, hit him on the ankle, and he hopped around a bit, made a bit of a fuss. And Leicestershire immediately deducted 5 runs by Steve O'Shaughnessy and had a level one offence put against them. In goes Potts and bowls down the leg side, and that's going to be 4 byes, which is unlucky for McIntosh on that occasion because it seamed on down the leg side. But the Borthwick kicks at the ground in annoyance because unnecessary runs really conceded. 4 go on to the score, 21 for 1.
This will be the last over because it's already clicked over to 22 now.
Will now. And the number of byes conceded by Durham, well, 12. Not all byes in this innings so far, but overall, well, I'll work it out during the lunch interval.
What, this innings?
Well, and in overall, because there were a lot in the first innings.
Well, there were 17 byes in the first innings, I think it was.
Okay. There's at least 8
hang on,
in
23 byes in the first innings and 7 leg byes. And then in this one, 9 byes and 3 from wides.
There we go. In goes Potts, bowls outside. Oh, off stump, and McIntosh has missed it again. Extraordinarily just reaching to his right. Come off the gloves, and it's run down to the fine third man boundary for 4 more byes. So, how many did you say? 9 in the
9.
innings. So, make that 13 now. So, that is 36 in byes. It's lunch here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. 29 for 1, Leicestershire. So they've reduced the deficit from I don't want to thank you. They've reduced the deficit to 65 with 9 second innings wickets intact. Azad has 4, Patel has 9. We will have a 35-minute lunch interval or so. I'll be back with you here at around about 20 past 1. But just for now, from Martin and myself, have a good lunch, and we'll be speaking to you again shortly. Well, good afternoon, everybody, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Afternoon session on this third day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Durham. Leicester about to resume their second innings, 29-4-1, which means they are still trailing by 65 with 9 second innings wickets intact. Hassan Azad is 4 not out. Rishi Patel is 9 not out. The man to go, Sol Budinger, comprehensively cleaned up by Matty Potts without scoring shortly before lunch. Martin Emerson and Richard Ray of BBC Radio's Newcastle and Leicester, your commentators for the game. It was a pretty nice morning, and it looks to be an even nicer, if that's possible, this afternoon, because there was a little bit of cloud cover around just before the interval, but that has all dispersed, and all I can see is a few little fluffy white jobs around the ground. A little bit of a breeze has sprung up, and it's a coolish breeze, sort of just looking at the flags, but it is a noticeable one. The flags heading out from sort of west to east, so although it's intermittent, it has increased a little bit. It's going to be Ben Rain opening the bowling for Durham in this afternoon session, and the former Leicestershire man is going to be opening the bowling from the pavilion end. In he goes and bowls to Azad on off stump. Azad covers up, turns his wrists on it, as is his wont, and drops it out towards square leg, where Nick Maddinson is fielding. He runs in, picks it up, and there is no run. Come on, Rainy lad. He was known as Purple in his first 2 years, but that sort of fell out of fashion, sadly. I quite liked that one. Rain is in and bowls again, very straight, and Azad a little bit late on it, hence the oohs and ahs from behind the stumps, pushing the delivery out towards mid-off.
At least it wasn't acid, I suppose. Don't hear that anymore these days, really, do you? Acid rain. Who's clapping?
Somebody down below us, as Rain with 44 on his back is in and bowls again, very straight. A real movement for him though at the moment, and Azad able to block it. Back out on the onside again. Whoever it is, they're keeping it up.
It's like a metronome.
Had a lunch drink or two perhaps as Rain turns. Doesn't hurry in, runs in and bowls. Very straight again, Azad. Straight back in response. Leicestershire did not bowl well after lunch yesterday. When Durham began their first innings, 100 for 1 they made in the afternoon session. Leicestershire would take that.
It's Michael
Jones
Jones.
Spotted.
It's him. He's clapping. Michael Jones on his own.
We're hearing that from all the way over there. Yeah. Is it echoing across the ground? Rain is in and bowls down the leg side, and it's going to be 4 more byes. It's unfortunate for young McIntosh, who dived across to his right. It boomed off down the leg side, and there wasn't a great deal he can do about that, but that does take the number of byes, I believe, to 40 now that Durham have conceded in the game.
Before lunch.
So that makes it 17, and 23 in the first innings, I think, is 40. Making a useful contribution as far as Leicestershire are concerned.
Third top scorer in the first innings.
Well, the top scorer in this, with extra, well, byes actually. Extras as a whole are 20 now. But byes with 17 comfortably top scorer. 3 slips alongside Dom McIntosh. There's Rain. Runs in to finish his over. Bowls on off stump. Azad leans forward rather than strides forward and drops it out into the off side. End of the over. A maiden over in terms of runs conceded from the bat anyway for Ben Rain. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 10. For him, a couple of leg before shouts before lunch that were turned down. Yet to pick up a wicket. 33 for 1 Leicestershire after 9 overs of their second innings. Gorgeous afternoon. Can Potts make it a horrible afternoon as far as Leicestershire are concerned? 7 wickets in the game so far for him. His best match figures are 11 for 101, so very much a possibility.
In he comes, that's wideish and left alone. Was that against Leicestershire or not, or was it against Glamorgan? Glamorgan this year. Durham's only win to date. So that clapping is coming from Michael Jones. In the previous over he was down at third man. He's now up at mid-on. So the clapping's a bit nearer and a bit louder now. Potts in. That's left by Patel, who's on 9. Bright sunshine here now. There was a bit of cloud passing us by just before lunch. Went in grey for a moment or two, and that's drifted to the east now. Bit of a breeze. The flags, which remain at half-mast, are fluttering gently. Potts from the Bennett end comes in and bowls. Played by Patel to short mid-wicket to Drizzell. No run there. Potts comes in past the umpire and bowls, and that's left alone. Chris Watts officiating behind the stumps at the Bennett end, and Tom Lumley, the former Derbyshire player, is at square leg. Fifth ball of the over, and that's a leave. Angles back in towards off stump, taken by the keeper down the leg side in the end. This is the 10th over. And Durham had a 94-run lead, so at the moment the deficit is 61. Last ball of the over, Potts in.
Ooh.
Oh, that won't be the last ball of the over because that's gone wide. And he went off the corner of the track.
Third wide, I think.
Fourth.
Fourth now.
Yeah.
No, Rain bowled one, didn't he? I meant for Potts. So
All right.
Third for Mr. Potts.
Yeah, that was his third. And that's gone for 4 off the back foot. Cut shot through the covers away for 4 runs. Potts is now staring rather displeasingly at the footmarks. Does look a bit worn at the far end of the ground. If you want to tweet at Marty Cricket on Twitter or at FoxesCricket22, they can email wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk. But with the Richard's email, it's not 22, it's a 23.
At Gmail. Richard Ray, RAE23 at gmail.com. Potts is still scraping away at the footholds there, despite it being the end of the over. Azad watches. He's ready to go, but Potts is still scraping away. And now he's hopping backwards to third slip, because Ben Rain is ready to go again from the pavilion end. Here at a sun-drenched Uptonsteel County ground. In he goes and bowls. Thick outside edge from Azad, but it's squirted away wide of Potts. An inside backward point. He goes back and fields. Puts in the slide. Throws on the turn. Azad picks up 2. The score moves on to 40 for one. The partnership now worth 35. The deficit then 54. Leicestershire Cricket Society have announced their winter programme.
Yeah, I was listening to the list at lunchtime.
Well, that was announced across the tannoy here at the ground, so we'll give you those dates. Membership is just £20 or £5 on the door for a series of meetings throughout the winter months. Rain is in and bowls. Azad is solid on off stump. Back out into the onside, and there's no run. Starts with Paul Farbrace being the speaker on the 6th of October. John Holder on the 27th of October. Ben Smith on the 10th of November. Oh, updates time. And Graham Gooch on the 24th of November. I'll give you next year's dates, or January dates at least, in a few moments' time when I've done the updates.
Nothing's going to stop us now.
Potts has come out of third slip to sort of shortish backward square. He's going squarer and squarer now. Here's the update. Fox is now 40 for 1 in their second innings, which means they still trail by 54, but Hassan Azad and Rishi Patel beginning to look just a little bit more established now. Azad has got 7 off 30 balls, Patel 13 off 27. The one man to go, Sol Budinger, who was bowled by Matty Potts of Durham and England shortly before lunch, lost the top of his middle stump without scoring. 5 for 1 at this stage. Sun-drenched Uptonsteel County ground at the moment. The pitch looks reasonably good. Certainly not as much movement for the seamers as there was on days 1 and 2. Foxes need to dig in though and build an innings lead of their own. 41 for 1 now after 10.3 overs. So Graham Gooch on the 24th of November, as that one from Rain is left outside the off stump by Patel. January the 12th sees Bill Athey, Yorkshire, England, and coaching as well, Fame, coming to talk to the Leicestershire Cricket Society as Rain is in and bowling. On off stump forward is Patel, playing it out into the offside. There's no run. Trissell, the fielder. And then on 16th of February, Darryl Mitchell, the former now Worcestershire skipper,
who's
released his book.
Frank Watson's written a book with him, hasn't he? The Worcestershire commentator.
That's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah. What's it called? Always a pair or something?
Something like that, yeah. And indeed he has been pretty much.
I think
Mitchell, that is.
I think
Probably
Chris Rushworth got
as
him
well.
out 11 times.
In goes Rainbows, outside off stump, left by Patel, goes through without really moving to wicketkeeper Tom McIntosh. Yep, £20 membership of the Leicestershire Cricket Society. For details you can contact the membership secretary, Mike Siddle, formerly chief executive of the Leicestershire County Cricket Club, Mike, and he can be contacted, his email address probably is the best way, Mike Siddle, SIDDALL, at compuserve.com.
I got an email about the Durham Cricket Society 2 or 3 weeks ago, but I think when it came through, I was away, so I'll see if I can find it, because they're starting to meet from October as well.
Says it's formed to brighten the long winter months by providing a local forum for friends and cricket lovers to discuss this wonderful game.
Potts starts a new over, bowling down the hill to Azad. Leaves that one alone. Probably take me ages to find the emails. Probably easy to look on there. They probably have a website, do they? I need to go through this and clean some of these emails out. There's loads of them in there. Potts starts his run up. Comes in and bowls. Oh, good ball. Oof. And that's gone right through Azad and into the keeper's gloves.
That's the line.
God, that's how long ago it was sent. Sent in mid or early August. In comes Potts, he bowls. Turned short on the leg side by Azad, no run there. So this was something that I saw briefly out the corner of my eye and then never got the chance to read it out. So it's from Stephen Ransom, who's the secretary of the Durham Cricket Society. Would it be possible to give the below meeting a plug during your cricket broadcasts for the rest of the season, please? And that meeting is the October meeting of the Durham Cricket Society. Will be held at 7:30, Thursday the 6th of October, in the Lumley Lounge at Chester Street. This ball through to the keeper. Now then, I'm sure that's the night Durham's annual dinner's on as well, so the guest speaker will be Wayne Larkins, former Durham player and Northants in England. We are keen to attract potential new members, so please encourage your friends, associates, cricket clubs and anyone else who may be interested to attend this meeting to hear from one of the characters of 1980s first class and Test cricket, and indeed 1992 Durham as well. Oh, in the air, gone. Is that off the glove? Yes. Oh, now then, Azad saying it hit him in the thigh pad, caught it short leg, and he's out for 7. And the umpires are not interested in his...
Well, it might have done, but it probably hit bat foot or glove first, didn't it? It looped up in such a way that it really eventually came off some sort of padding, but clipped the glove or clipped the bat on the way through, it seems. And you'll be glad to know, Leicestershire listeners, you won't be glad to know about Azad's demise, but that Rishi Patel's bat has just gone through Chris Watts' hoop or gauge.
Trail by 53, 2 down. Now, it was Nick Maddinson who was in there before lunch at short leg, and it's Nick Maddinson who's there now as well.
You won't get a simpler catch at short leg. Just looped up, popped up, and Azad was sort of almost started to crumple, didn't he? He went down.
I think in pain.
Yeah, indeed. But as it clearly did thud into the padding somewhere, but en route it flicked something either wooden or gloves-wise. Umpire Watts decided. Azad goes for 7. Leicestershire 41 for 2. Still 53 behind. And that is wicket number 8 for Matty Potts. In the match.
Yeah, he's got a thick inside edge under the thigh pad there. I'm just wondering if it was inside the thigh pad because it did crease him up in pain. Off he goes. That little doodle-doodle, yeah, that's when the walkie-talkies are talking to each other, isn't it? The camera crews and whatnot. So, 41 for 2. Louis Kimber is the new man. Potts in from the Benedendi bowls. Oh, and Kimber pulls the bat inside the line there, deliberately, but it had quite a bit of bounce on it. That's the end of the over. Kimber in the first innings made 2. Oh, what a catch.
Borthwick.
Cracker. So that's the end of Patel.
Short and wide outside off stump. Patel flayed away. Thick outside edge. Borthwick, a really smart catch leaning to his left. Wow. And Patel can't believe what he's done.
It was the start of a new over from Rain. And he looked the cut hard, and Borthwick diving across from second slip in front of Bedingham at first slip. And we've got a hat-trick of sorts here. 2 different bowlers, but will 3 wickets fall in a row?
Ideal start to proceeding as far as Durham are concerned this afternoon. 2 quick wickets. And the 2 not-out batsmen at lunch are both now back in the pavilion, and that was really smart work by Scott Borthwick, backing up his bowlers. A little bit of extra bounce perhaps for Rain, but it wasn't a great shot. Patel would have thought he could have left it. Didn't. Flayed away. Thick edge. It was travelling. Brilliant catch. Really smart work by Borthwick. To his left. 41 for 1 has become 41 for 3. Leicestershire now in all sorts of trouble even, probably a few with stubble, as Colin Ackerman comes out to join Louis Kimber. Kimber's faced just the 1 delivery, so 2 batsmen on naught. Still 53 behind Leicestershire, 53 short of making Durham bat again, and their second innings travails continue. They have struggled in second innings in this game, in this season I should say, and they're struggling again in this game. Rain to his former captain Ackerman. Runs in and bowls outside off stump, a little bit thick inside edgy from Ackerman as he leant forward there. It's going to run down towards fine leg. A long chase around there for Jones means that Ackerman can pick up a couple. A little bit fortunate. So to do, came off a thick inside edge.
Oh, that Borthwick catch was a pearler, wasn't it? Flew through the air like Superman.
Rain is in, bowls, goes past the outside edge with a delivery that just straightens off the pitch. Into the gloves of McIntosh it goes. And, Ackerman walks off to short leg, adjusts his gloves, refastens the Velcro, flicks a bit of dirt away from the crease. Borthwick claps his hands at second slip, standing fairly close as he was for that catch off Patel, Really nice piece of work. In goes Rain. Edge just short of Borthwick on that occasion, falling away to his right. Durham skipper got two hands to the ball. Didn't take it cleanly, but it did bounce in front of him, and he hurt his thumb perhaps. He's still down on his knees, examining his, looks to be right hand a little bit ruefully, shaking it off now, so it clearly isn't, hopefully it isn't too bad. Thick edge from Ackerman. He didn't go at it hard though, unlike Patel, so it flew down. And consequently, he got away with it. Rain is in and bowls outside off stump. Ackerman steps forward, but that one is too wide to play at, and he doesn't, lets it go through. And there's no run.
It's just starting to get warm in our commentary box again, so the jumper's off for the time being and the door's wedged open. Gorgeous afternoon, bright sunshine now here at Grace Road. The sun glistening off the roof of the marquee at the far end and shining towards us like a laser beam.
Rain is in and bowls outside off stump. Again it straightens off the seam, and Ackerman is groping outside off stump, plunging forward like a man in search of form, not waiting for the ball. Got away with it again. A couple of times lucky in that over. 5 balls faced, 2 runs to him, 43 for 3. Rain picked up his first wicket in that over. Rishi Patel, his run of poor form continues. He goes for 13. In the first innings, he made just 5. So questions for Leicestershire continue, and for Leicestershire's coaching staff in particular.
Potts in down the hill. Ooh, good ball. Kimber playing inside the line there. 43.
Not by very much that, did
No. Which way is the breeze coming from? Because the door's sort of blown itself back open when I had a sort of nice little channel of air coming through there now.
The flags, such as they are going for sort of from west to east for the most part, but it tends to swirl a little bit around the ground, so you never quite can be sure. Theoretically, I suppose, that the foxes on top of the clock and away to our right should tell us, and indeed it has swung round, that fox, to the west.
Right. It's gone through to the keeper. I can't see either fox. Where are they?
Well, that fox is pointing directly to the west, so you can't see its back, but you can see the other one on top of the clock.
Oh yeah, like a golden colour.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's just a little bit too chilly, isn't it? Come on, annoying wind, sort yourself out. There, that should do the trick. At the minute, here on the 3rd floor with the sun shining at us, it is quite difficult to follow the track of the ball as well. Potts has 3 slips in place. He bowls to Kimber. That's turned away towards long leg. Gibson's there. 1 run. Gibson chatting to 12th man Liam Travaskis with his big sun hat on. Plenty of noise going on out there and words of encouragement. Potts bowls. This is defended by Ackerman. That's his best score against Durham. He scored 81 and 40 in Chesley Street this year. Potts bowls, that's left well alone. Potts comes in, driven by Ackerman. He just misses his teammate at the other end, Kimber, who has to jump out of the road, and the ball races away for 4 up towards Long on.
Shot of the innings so far. Not that there have been that many successful ones, but that was from Ackerman. Very elegant front foot on drive. Bounced past Kimber and out to the long on boundary for 4. Ackerman on to 6. Say it's been a little bit feast or famine for Colin Ackerman this season. Mostly, to be honest, the latter. When he has got in, he's tucked in and done very well. Century and a double century among his scores this season. His record score. That was down at Hove. Borthwick's having a bit of treatment to that right hand now. Looks like he's going to have a little bit of tape on it. He's holding it a touch gingerly, and now he's asking permission to go off. Might as well get it done in the pavilion rather than on the field. Have a little bit of time. John Bushnell will come on to replace him. Can't see any blood dripping off or anything, but be as well if he has it bound up. It'll be bruised, I would imagine. It's his right hand. His bowling hand, should he need it, but he'll be hoping not to need it. Ben Rain runs in and bowls outside off stump to Louis Kimber, who steps forward but leaves the bat raised, lets it go through to McIntosh behind the stumps. Third man has gone in. Deep backward square / long leg, around about 15 yards inside the rope in front of the electronic scoreboard. Otherwise, it's pretty much a conventional single saving field, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover and just backward of point. Rain is in and bowls, goes past the outside edge of Kimber's bat. Leans forward, bat very close to front pad, but he wasn't playing inside the line. He was having a feel for it. Gets away with it. Fango Fox, you heard it here first, he says. Ackers is going big today. Well, let's hope you're not in the Mervin's standard of predictions, Fango. Who finished off Maddinson for Durham earlier. Will Fango finish off Ackerman for Leicestershire? Mid-wicket's coming out, Coughlin, and going into third man, because third man is being summoned up to third slip, almost fourth slip, really. And Rain is bringing his deep backward square into mid-wicket. All this for Louis Kimber, who's faced just 6 deliveries, 1 run to his name. Rain is in and bowls. He's finding a little bit of movement. That does straighten a touch, but it's probably a little bit too short because Kimber who's a tall young man, can stay on the back foot and play it very firmly straight back down into the pitch in defence. 48 for 3. Still 46 behind Leicestershire. As Rain is in and bowls outside of stump. Goes straight on. Kimber lets it go straight on into the gloves of McIntosh. Flags from the poles away on the Milligan Road side of the ground, heading towards Milligan Road. It is coming from the west, but it's not a particularly warm breeze. It's got a slight edge to it. Certainly it's taking edge off the temperatures if you're in it. Those in front of the pavilion are not in it and are basking, in some cases shirtless, as Rain goes in and bowls, goes past the outside edge and doesn't miss the off stump by much more than a thickish coat of paint. 48 for 3. Kimber is still there. Not entirely sure how, but he is still there, and he will begin to see it a little bit better soon. Can he hang on until he does? Rain has found his line and length, coming to the end of his 8th over. 1 for 15 for him. Bowls, and Kimber is forward, leaning forward. Not a big stride, but leaning forward in defence, turning it off middle out into the onside, where young Mr. Bushnell, also sporting a sun hat rather than a cap, is the fielder. End of the over, 48 for 3 after 15. Scott Borthwick is back with us, Durham supporters will be glad to know. And Bushy has been summoned off. And he goes straight back into second slip as well, so it can't be too much of an issue with his hand.
Potts in the sunshine in Leicester, bowling to Ackerman. Played back to him along the ground. "15 overs gone. "48 for 3. Comes in and bowls again. That's left alone. Oh, it's spilt by the keeper, but there won't be a run. Doesn't go very far. Stayed quite low. The roof of the marquee looks like a giant searchlight's powering in its our direction now. Potts to Ackerman. It's a leading edge, but it's along the floor and it's away past the slip court and down towards third man, being chased by Maddinson. 2 runs. Picks it up just in front of the pavilion. That's the 50 up, 50-4-3, so they're 44 behind now. 50 for 3 after 15.3 overs.
Just bowling a couple of looseners there. He'll be next up, I guess.
Potts to Ackerman. Ackerman forward, plays it into the covers, no run. Ackerman just goes for a little walk off towards square leg and just reattaches his Velcro and his gloves. Two balls left of the over. Here's the first of those. It's a leave from Ackerman. Quite tight to the line of off stump, but far enough away for him to decide not to play at it. Oh, it's nearly 2 o'clock. Last ball of the over, 50 for 3. Potts in. Ackerman gets up on his toes and plays that down into the ground safely, and that is the end of the over. 2 runs from it.
Well, if Coughlin is coming on, it isn't quite yet. Rain will continue from the pavilion end. Sir Ollie Gibson bowling a couple of looseners as well. It could be a double change, but they could be just hopefully trying to catch the captain's eye. I suspect not. Borthwick has had a word with Matty Potts, who's walking back towards mid-off. Might just have one more. Rain up what slope there is, bowls down there, looking on the leg side a little bit, and hence the reason the appeal is choked off as it thumps into the pad of Louis Kimber. Looking to work it on the leg side, was going on down and would have missed leg stump. Kimber again still searching for a bit of timing. Twiddles the bat in his hand, leans back, takes guard. Looks down the wicket, sees Rain approaching. Rain bowls outside off stump. half a step forward, then he leaves outside off stump. Taken by McIntosh. $50 for 5, boys. Says a Durham voice. As Rain. That little pause at the start of his run-up. And away he goes and bowls to Kimber, who is leaning forward. Thick inside part of the bat. Defends that one. Off stump. It rolls back down the pitch on the onside. Michael Jones picks up. Gives it a firm polish. The bottom of his sweater, a vigorous polish. Rain turns. Runs in, bowls. Kimber leans forward but leaves outside off stump. 14 balls now for Louis Kimber. Just the one, that's not important. Plenty of time left in the game. There are 64 overs and 2 balls left today alone. So we're kind of on a normal day. Half an hour plus, we're about sort of 40 minutes behind where we would expect to be. With the extra overs. The change in the lunch interval. Rain is in and bowls down the leg side, taken by McIntosh, falling away to his left, of course. Rain just gives his thigh a little slap in annoyance, in self-admonition. Borthwick keeping up the levels of enthusiasm from second slip. Rain, this is his 9th over. Obviously with a lunch in between in his spell, outside off stump. Got a little bit of extra bounce off the pitch there, but it was too wide and didn't really come back in. And Kimber's leave was a safe one. End of the 17th over. 50 for 3, Leicestershire. And Durham very happy with their afternoon's work thus far. Lunch 29 for 1. So they're not going anywhere in terms of runs scored, and 2 more wickets have fallen. And it's 2 o'clock, which means that Martin will head next door to update, or give the good news, if you like, to BBC Radio Newcastle and all points northeast. As Matty Potts continues from the Bennett end, bowls on off stump to Colin Ackerman. Blocked out into the offside. And there's no run. Have faith, says Fango Fox, to those who question his suggestions that today is the day that Colin Ackerman will go big. Have faith. Potts is in, bowls to Ackerman, who defends. He looks in decent touch, in fairness, Colin Ackerman. Nice high left elbow as ever. When he is playing well, there are a few better batsmen to watch because he's very, very correct. Ackerman, being quite a tall man, everything seems to sort of flow nicely with him. Everything is very sideways on, very straight. Very, very correct. Square leg has gone back to the boundary. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Potts is in. Bowls down the leg side off the pad. That's going to be 4 leg buys, I think. It's not. It's 4 buys. More buys. Thought he'd got something on that, as in pad. Here comes the update. Yeah, 29 for 1 at lunch, facing a deficit of 94 on first innings. 2 more wickets have fallen. The 2 men who were not out at lunch, Hassan Azad and Rishi Patel, have both gone. Azad caught by Nick Maddison. It was a little bit unlucky because it looked to be mainly pretty much solid thigh pad. Matthew Potts, it bounced up off the thigh pad, was taken at short leg, and he was given out for 7. He's bowled. Ackerman has just been bowled by Matty Potts, and that is one of the key wickets of the game as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Ackerman goes for 12, and Leicestershire now, I'm afraid, are 54 for 4, still 40 runs behind. Well, you heard me describe it there on air for BBC Radio Leicester. Delivery from just outside off stump, came back in. Ackerman was defending, didn't get anything on it, hit off stump, and Potts has dismissed one of Leicestershire's key players. Colin Ackerman's struggles continue. He goes bowled. Potts, 3rd wicket of the innings for Matty Potts, and his 9th of the game. Fango Fox. Go to bed. Ackerman goes for 12, 54 for 4. Harry Swindles comes out at 6. Young wicketkeeper batsman who is in no sort of form either. And Leicester supporters slump in their seats. They have seen this many times this season. Leicestershire struggle in their second innings. And it's an awful, awful long way back from here for the Foxes. Can they some way set any sort of target? Borthwick gives McIntosh a hug of consolation, conceded 4 more byes in that over, but doesn't matter how many byes young McIntosh concedes, and it's 44 now, I think, for the game as a whole. Leicestershire at the moment in danger of not making Durham bat again. Fango Fox, you can't blame me, he says. He missed a straight one. Might just have been. It was quickish, and it might just have come back in a bit, but I know what you're saying. And Ackerman in form would have kept that out. Too many Leicestershire batsmen at the moment are out of form. And Potts with that extra half yard, mid-80s rather than low 80s, is making a real difference. Comes in and bowls to Swindles, who ducks underneath the boundary. He takes his eyes off it as well. Presents the top of the helmet to it, looking down at the ground. That is a dangerous way of playing the bouncer. All it needs is for it not to get up quite as much as you expect. And it's thudding into the crown of the helmet. Three for 22 for Matty Potts in his 8.5 overs. Runs in and bowls to Swindles outside off stump, and Swindles happy indeed to let that one go through. And wanders down to have a chat to Louis Kimber, who's been out there for 16 balls for his single. So since lunch, 29 for 1. 25 runs added, 3 wickets have fallen. 25 for 3 post lunch. Paul Coughlin comes on at the pavilion end to replace Ben Rain. Second win of the season in the county championship. Now firmly within Durham's grasp. Five and 6 here, says Ben Rain, as Coughlin runs in and bowls to Kimber outside off stump. Hit down through wide extra cover, in the air for quite a long way there from Louis Kimber. He was ready and in position quite early, and it sat up, and he had to wait for it. He went through with the shot and he hit it in the air. It wasn't so very far wide of extra cover, but it went between extra cover and Ben Rain at mid off, and it went away for 4. Drissel was nearer to it than rain for sure. But perhaps that's the slightly lucky break that Louis Kimber needs. He moves on to 5, 58 for 4. Coughlin turns, kicking up his heels as he runs in and bowls outside off stump. Seams / swings away a little bit and is allowed to do so by Louis Kimber. Well, Leicestershire coaching staff going anti-clockwise. That's what we're told by Ned Eckersley is what you want for runs, and the Durham coaching staff have been clockwise this morning, and that's what we are told you do for wickets. So it's all being, at the moment, borne out. In goes Coughlin, bowls outside off stump, and there is no run.
If they go fast enough, do they create a whirlpool and we all disappear into another world or something like that?
But they are superstitious places, aren't they? Well, all sports sort of have their superstitions, but I suspect cricket dressing rooms are maybe a little more superstitious than most. Certainly the Durham coaching staff are running round that way, clockwise. As Coughlin is in, bowls to Kimber, playing it in the air again, similar sort of shot, he's there too soon, comes off the bottom of the bat and it loops in the air, bounces 2-3 feet short of Drissel at extra cover. So twice in this over Louis Kimber has kept extra cover interested, and he says to Borthwick, shall I go a little bit closer? Borthwick says, no, you're okay there. Drissel claps his hands together at that extra sort of almost cover position really, and he's walking in now as Coughlin is in, finds the top outside edge, almost shoulder of Kimber's bat, but plenty of it, and Kimber is steering it down through the vacant gully area down towards Potts at third man and taking 1. He moves on to 7, surely. The scoreboard hasn't ticked over yet. Oh, 6 then. Okay, 59 for 4 brings Swindles down on strike. Apologies to the scoreboard. I was premature. Checks his guard from umpire Watts. No, beg your pardon, it's umpire Lungley at this end now, isn't it, of course? Coughlin runs in and bowls down the leg side. Swindles takes his bottom hand off the bat and sort of gestures at the ball with the bat. Didn't get anything on it taken by McIntosh. Mixed bag then from Coughlin first up, and he looks a little bit despondent about it. But Durham won't be despondent because they have Leicestershire firmly on the ropes and they are battering them. 59 for 4.
The bright sunshine has moved along the roof of the marquee. It was at the left-hand end, it's now at the right-hand end. That might stop blinding us in a few minutes. In comes the bowler Potts, looking for his 10th wicket of the game. That one's defended by Kimber. Played up to mid-off. Damp scene in Hove. Frank Watson's just tweeted, the Worcestershire commentator. Still no play, but mopping up has begun and there's an inspection at 3. Potts comes in. That's left alone by Kimber, 12 wide of off stump.
I think it'd be a good draining ground, wouldn't you, with that slope at Hove? So
it all drains down towards the press box at the bottom end.
Hopefully they'll get a start. Worcester very much on top.
Drove all the way to Hove last year for a one-day cup game. Never saw a ball bowled. Rained all day. And then just as everybody headed back to the hotel, the sun came out and turned into a beautiful Sunday evening. Ball played past square leg here by Kimber. Gibson's out there in front of the Geary stand and cuts it off. 2 runs. 61, the score now for 4, so deficit's 33. comes Potts. That's wide of off stump and left alone. What over is this that he's 10th over?
Yeah. I think about 5 before, was it 4 or 5 before lunch?
Yeah, there was only 8 overs, I think, had gone, wasn't it, by lunch, was it?
So just 4 then.
Yeah.
So the 6th of his spell.
Comes in. Kimber leaves it. Keeper takes it. Sounds like we're at a rave. Potts, balls edged along the floor, stopped at first slip by Bedingham. And that is the end of the over. Potts takes his cap off the umpire. Now he's put the thumbs up there to somebody. I'm wondering if he's just been told of a rest by Scott Borthwick.
Almost sneaked past the outside edge onto the stumps there, but Kimber kept it out. 8 off 27 for him, beginning to look a fraction more certain out there. Swindles will be on strike 2. Coughlin, that stayed a bit low, and Swindles hung out the bat a bit, got a thick inside edge that runs down towards deep backward square. Gibson is starting to warm up at mid-on, bowling a couple of looseners. It's kind of tough on young Gibson, because you immediately then compare him to what went before, and what went before was an England seamer close to the peak of his powers. In goes Coughlin. Bowls, driven pleasantly by Louis Kimber for 4. Got on top of the bounce, steered it wide of point down to the backward point boundary, and he picks up his second boundary. He moves on to 12, 66 for 4. A relieved and appreciative round of applause from the Leicestershire balcony below us.
Here's the person with the whistle. And then the next question is that the same person who used to have a vuvuzela?
Yeah, Wilby Stench usually has one, so yeah, that's his flag, so I think he's over there. Leicester City not in action until the weekend. Coughlin is in, full, driven firmly by Kimber, but can't get it past Rain, who didn't have to move very far to cut it off.
During the Bob Willis Trophy when we were here and nobody was allowed in the ground, was he sitting outside on the seat looking through the railings?
Bless him, yes, he did come along and watch from outside.
See, they've put a banner across that gate now.
Yeah, there are banners. I don't think to stop people looking in. I think that there are banners all the way up and down there that were supplied by the ECB. In goes Coughlin. Bowls, looking for the Yorker, over pitches it. Kimber clips it out towards mid-wicket, but diving across to his left. Sean Dixon makes the stop. Kimber remains on 12, 66 for 4, 28 away from making Durham bat again. Coughlin is in and bowls. Kimber leans forward, blocks it firmly out towards point. Maddinson takes a few steps to his right to field.
Do you know the origins of why it's called a Yorker?
Remind me.
Well, it's claimed players from York bowled them so often. I find that hard to believe.
It's Not illogical. In goes Coughlin. Bowls. Lovely delivery that goes past the outside edge of Kimber's bat. Just bounces and straightens and beats everything. So a good way to come out of the over for Paul Coughlin. But 10 from his first 2 overs then with that 4. And that is Potts' work done for the time being. And the fair-haired, tall Ollie Gibson comes on to replace him. They'll be looking to find a better rhythm than he managed in the first innings.
None for 35 in 7 overs in the first innings.
Borthwick sends Coughlin back to third man. Give the youngster a bit of cover. Has he got a sweeper anywhere else? No.
Gibson then right arm over from the Bennett end, running in towards us. Driven, stopped by Maddinson at backward point. Swindell's driving at that one. It was low and bounced and then hit Maddinson in the knee, I think.
Few will be happier than Harry Swindell's that Potts has been taken off. I don't. Did he face any? Just a couple of deliveries, I think, from Potts.
.66 for 4. Bowler comes in. Swindles plays it across towards short extra cover. No run there. Deficit at the minute 28 runs. Partnership's worth 12. 59.4 overs left in the day. I think it was the second week of September when Leicestershire last won a game. That was last year against Sussex. Gibson in. This is defended. This year, looking at the league table, Durham have played 11 and won 1 and drawn 8. They've drawn far more than anybody else. Leicester's played 11, won none. They've lost 7 and drawn 4. Durham have lost 2 at Middlesex and at home to Notts, third week of the season. Gibson to Swindell's bowls. Oh, playing a miss. Quicker delivery, that one. Four of the defeats for Leicestershire this year have been by an innings, and then last week at 241 runs against Notts. 2 balls left of the over. Gibson in. Swindell's forward plays that up to mid-on. Dot ball. Beautiful day. Gentle breeze at the moment. I think you need the factor 30 on today, Richard. If you're sitting downstairs particularly, it'll be quite hot down there. Up on the balcony, the few people to our right have got a little bit of breeze and a little bit of an overhang. Last ball of the over and played short on the leg side. And that is the end of the over. Jones picks it up, got his wide-brimmed hat on. And a maiden.
Yeah, a bit of start for Gibson. That will give him a little bit of encouragement and a bit more confidence perhaps as well. Puts his sleeveless sweater and cap back on. Paul Coughlin is already ready to go. Runs in and bowls to Louis Kimber. Slightly short of a good length. Kimber can stay on the back foot and play the straightening ball off the pitch out into the offside. Meant to go today then, in the Leicestershire side that is. And we've had 9 wickets have fallen today already. Sol Budinger bowled by Matty Potts without scoring. Azad given out caught at short leg off the bowling of Potts for 7. Rishi Patel brilliant catch by Borthwick, high to his left. As full toss from Coughlin, and Kimber misses out, turns it out to mid-wicket, but goes more or less straight to mid-wicket, where it is stopped by Dixon. Will feel he really missed out there. Yeah, Patel went for 13. Brilliant catch by Borthwick at second slip off the bowling of Rain, and then Ackerman cleaned up by Potts, lost his off stump for 12. Coughlin is in, both straighter and fuller, and one or two hands started to go into the air. Borthwick's at second slip, and Gibson's at mid-on. Thought that might have gone through onto the pads, but bat got there first. Coughlin turns. A distinctive running style, kicking up his heels, bowls outside off stump, but wide, and although suggestion of shape, far too wide to persuade Kimber to play at the ball. Deep backward square is out, around about 15 yards, as I say, inside the ropes, in case Kimber goes for the pull. Bowling's going for the drive there, and missing it. It is a risky shot sometimes for Louis Kimber. He likes a drive and usually plays it pretty well, but he's gotten out to it a few times, notably in this innings as well. Sorry, in this match. Got away with that one, missed it entirely. Well bowled by Coughlin, who is in to finish his over, outside off stump left, and it threatened to come back in a little bit, but not sufficiently so to disturb the stumps end of the over. Another pretty good one, full toss aside, and he got away with that. Paul Coughlin, 3 overs, none for 10, that's his first maiden. 66 for 4 is the score. 28 then remains the deficit. Kimber has 12, Swindells a single. I think if we both think very hard that the Friends of Grace Road might get the message through the ether about cakes. It was lovely of them yesterday.
They're doing it again, did they?
Oh yeah, all the first 3 days of every game.
All right. Gibson in. Oh, nearly a caught and bowled. It was a false shot, and he's dropped it one-handed. I don't think he saw it coming till it was right past him. That was nearly the end of Swindells on 1. Just the leading bottom edge there.
He just chipped it up. I've seen him get out like that a couple of times this season, going at it too soon, and as you say, he just didn't seem to realise what had happened.
Passed him before Gibson he realised, and
stuck out his right hand. Yeah. Got plenty of it, didn't he? Knocked it up, but couldn't quite complete the catch.
Next ball is bowled and is defended. Rolls short on the leg side. I think the way that ball looped up was one of those where you're still running towards it, not realising it's coming back towards you. Gibson in. That's gone off towards the covers, no run. .66 for 4 it remains. And a lot of dot balls. 1, 2. It's only 4 overs since the last run. Gibson bowls. Oh, there's an appeal. Possibly doing a bit too much there. Maybe height, maybe going slightly down the leg side. The umpire, I think, is signalling it was moving down the leg side.
Wasn't a bad shout.
Yeah. Was angling across him as he went to play at it. He's faced 14 balls for his one so far, Swindles. Gibson in. He gets to that one and plays it to Jones at mid-wicket. Good passage of play from a Durham perspective here, putting pressure on Leicestershire.
.37 for 3 since lunch.
Shortish ball's gone down the leg side. Good take by the keeper, but there was certainly nothing with the bat on that one. Swindle's asking for a new bat. I think he is. He's not happy with his bat. 66 for 4. Another maiden. The deficit remains 28. I think it's been that way for 4 overs now.
In goes Coughlin. Well, there are some runs because he's over pitched and is off driven. No big stride from Kimber, but nicely timed, punched away very straight through the offside for 4. He moves on to 1670 before a little bit of release of pressure, greeted with applause from the Leicestershire faithful, who, as I say, have been rather slumped in their seats post lunch for obvious reasons. Coughlin giving it a chance to swing, didn't really, it was in the slot, always a risk. Runs in and bowls again to Kimber, drags his length back, doesn't move as much but harder to get away, and Kimber on the back foot blocks it back down the pitch on the onside. There won't be an update. There won't be an update at half past because Radio Leicester following the procession to Westminster.
Westminster Hall, isn't it? Set off from Buckingham Palace at 22 minutes past 2.
Believe so. In goes Coughlin. Bowls. Fuller again and driven again. Did swing a little bit late and Kimber had to adjust and it didn't come quite off the middle in the same way. And it went out to rain at mid-off instead. And consequently, there's no run.
Prince King Charles joined by sons William and Harry walking side by side as the Queen's coffin leaves Buckingham Palace.
Coughlin is in, bowls outside off stump, trying to tempt Kimber into another of those booming drives that might have taken the edge. He isn't to be tempted, he lets it go through. Borthwick runs out to have a word with Maddinson. Might that be about Maddinson, tactically aware cricketer perhaps? Word of advice? Or might just have been saying to take your hands out of your pockets, who knows? In goes Coughlin and bowls edged. Oh, and he does go for the big drive and he gets away with it, edges it through about third or fourth slip. No chance for Borthwick on that occasion, but it went more or less head high and the Coughlin plan pretty much worked in the end. Kimber got lucky, picks up 4, moves on to 20, down to third man it flew for 4. Perhaps it's going to be his day, 20 off 43, 74 for 4, 20 behind. Borthwick keeps it at the 2 slips as Coughlin is in again, and this time Kimber lets it go through outside off stump end of Coughlin's 4th over. None for 18 his figures, but the plan almost came to fruition there. 74 for 4 after 25.
The coffin is being towed on an open gun carriage draped in the Royal Standard with the Queen's crown on top. And members of the royal family walking side by side and household cavalry all in time down the Mall. Big crowds there as well. don't know if you saw last night, it was a round of applause as the coffin went past. It looks very quiet there today. Here's Gibson, starting a new over bowling to Swindles. Played to mid-wicket to Jones, no run there. From the Bennett end, Gibson. It's a shortish ball and Swindles gets up on top of it and fends it behind square leg for one.
Overthrows McIntosh, who takes his gauntlets off and chucks it in the air, trying to intercept it en route.
.75 for 4. 19 the deficit.
Well, could be interesting. 150 ahead could be interesting, but an awful long way to get to that point.
Gibson to Kimber. Oh, that's a very good leave. He judged that perfectly because that had a good look at the off-stump bail. Durham just spent the last few overs building real pressure here, but can they take advantage of the situation they find themselves in and push on and get a wicket? Partnership's 21 now. Gibson in. Kimber turns that to mid-wicket, no run there. That nipped in sharp and low.
Much better, isn't he, in the second innings?
Gibson bowls, driven up to mid-off by Kimber. To Rain, no run there. Words of encouragement being shouted for the bowler. Last ball of the over. Gibson in, bowls. That's gone down the leg side, taken at full stretch by McIntosh, end of the over. 1 run from it.
Maiden first-class century for Louis Kimber this season. That was at Hove against Sussex, and a couple of 50s. A really good innings in these sort of circumstances would be almost more of a statement in a way. He's had a promising first season. Moments of real, almost brilliance from Louis. Just kind of lost his way a little bit in recent innings, and if he can go well here.
Drizel's going to come on.
Yeah, relatively early change, so didn't bowl in the first innings. In fact, obviously didn't need to bowl. 202 all out Leicestershire. The seamers did all the work, Potts and Cochrane in particular. But Scott Borthwick knows there's turn there.
Off spin.
He bowls in sunglasses, it would seem.
Yeah, Travaskis does as well. This is his 9th first-class game.
He's a tall young man.
He's got 8 wickets, best bowling 4 for 83 Gloucestershire against Glamorgan in 2019.
Yet to get much of a chance this season in first-class cricket, so maybe September's going to be his month. In he steps and bowls, nice loop to the delivery. Swindles is forward, just turning the bat on the defensive push to short leg. Spins the ball from hand to hand. Steps in and bowls. Swindles is using his feet and then sort of gets squared up a little bit, ends up pushing it back down to Drizel. beaten in the flight. Drizzle. Drizzell is in, tosses it up. Swindle's leaning forward, turning the ball out to mid-wicket. Dixon, the fielder, usually is on that side. Drizzle is in, bowls, steps back and pushed away through the offside quite calmly by Swindles. Good work down there on the point boundary, running well, from the point boundary, running across to the extra cover boundary by Paul Coughlin out there. Was it Coughlin or Potts? Can't quite see the three. 23 or 33. Potts, perhaps. No, it is Coughlin. Tosses that one up. Drizzle on. Oh my goodness, that almost bowls Swindell's. A loose sort of drive. May have turned inside his loose drive and off the gloves of McIntosh it goes. Turn there for George Drizzle, who is in, and bowling back goes Swindles and defends, playing it off the pitch. End of the over. An interesting one from the young off-spinner. I keep calling him young. I know he's been around a couple of counties, but young in terms of the amount of cricket he's played. And there was something there for him. Conceded just the 2 runs. Swindles moved on to 4 as a consequence. Kimber has 20, 77 for 4, the Leicestershire second innings score.
Gibson back to his mark to start his next over. This will be his 4th none for 1. He's kept it very tight so far. Right arm over to Kimber. Kimber drives, and just as I say that, that's a lovely cover drive for 4. Slightly over pitched. Alan Walker, the Durham coach, retrieves the ball from the far end of the Bennett end stand. There's actually quite a nice press box up there. I remember the first year I came here in 2000, they'd just built that stand the year before for the indoor school and the new press centre. It was rather luxurious back in its day.
Still pretty nice.
Yeah. Gibson in. That's played off the back foot by Kimber in towards the covers.
Half the size it was.
Is it?
Yeah, on the left it's now a sort of TV commentary box.
Right.
But it used to be the whole of those first 2 windows.
We had a little room in the corner from memory. A little glass room where we could go in away from the rest of the reporters to do our updates. .81 for 4. Gibson in. Kimber drives. Only as far as rain at mid-off.
That was travelling.
It was, wasn't it?
Bullet from a gun.
13 the deficit now. That was one of those as a cricketer where you can't run away from it. You've just got to let it come and just take what's coming.
Take your punishment.
Yeah. Halfway through this 28th over, Gibson to Kimber. Kimber turns the ball to mid-wicket to Jones. No run there. And these very sunny conditions, gorgeous sunny day. I've actually put a baseball cap on indoors because the sun's shining right on us now. Of all of the fielders, there's only Jones who's got a wide-brimmed hat on. The rest are all in caps. Kimber waits as Gibson bowls. He plays that ball back to the bowler via the ground. 1 ball in the over to come. That's defended on off stump, runs up back towards the bowler's end. End of the over, 81 for 4.
of shots timed really nicely in that over by Louis Kimber. One that, off the first ball, that did pierce the field and went out for 4, and one that rocketed straight to Rain, who gritted his teeth and fielded it at mid-off. 24 off 54 for Louis, so approaching now 400 first-class runs for the season. We want an awful lot more than that in what remains of the season, and he's just about got himself in here now. Drissel is in 2. Swindles drops a little bit short. Swindles waits for it on the back foot and tries to sort of work, stroke, pull it away through mid-wicket. Doesn't really time it in a comfortable enough stop out there for the fielder. As Drissel is in, tosses that one up nicely. Swindles is forward.
If I was Nick Maddinson at short leg, I'd be telling him not to bowl as short as the first one.
No.
Dangerous business in there.
Sure he didn't do it on purpose, just a little bit of a drag down. In he goes, tosses that one right up, hit out in the air, not timed at all by Swindles. The full toss, used his feet, got to it on the full, tried to wipe it away through mid-wicket, clothed it, and it would have been a nice catch had mid-wicket been quite a bit straighter. He wasn't, Dixon, but Dixon's hands started to go into the air and there was a shout or two of frustration. Swindles struggling for timing. Kimber is starting to find his as Drissel is in to him, drops short, but he doesn't try and pull it, just goes back and wristily works it out towards deep mid-wicket, and he's going to pick up a couple there. Dixon scrambled across to his right. He got there and then he didn't stop it, and it required Jones to keep on running behind him to field from backwards square. And so Kimber picks up a couple, moves on to 26. Drissel waits for Jones to move a little squarer from backward square to pretty much deep square directly behind the umpire. Goes in and bowls, tosses it up. Kimber waits for it, dabs it calmly out towards point. There isn't a point. Point is on the boundary. Cover has to run across the field and does, and so Louis Kimber picks up another single. Moves on to 27, 85 for 4, 9 behind Leicestershire. This partnership on to 31 now. Most of the runs scored by Louis Kimber. Drissel is in, bowls and poked rather down to fine leg. Did he get anything on it? Is it going to be 4 more buys? No, he did get something on it. Leg slip would have been very, very interested there. There wasn't one. So helped on with the spin there by Swindles for his, I think, first boundary. Little bit fortunate, but beginning to look a touch more secure now. Touches gloves with Kimber. It's the end of the over. Swindles says 9. Kimber 27, 89 for 4. Now just 5 behind.
Gibson new over. Kimber digs out a full length ball on off stump, plays it up to mid on. To Potts. Is that Potts there? I think it is, isn't it? Yeah. Matt Potts at mid on, giving the ball a bit of a clean.
Think they'll want to give him another couple of overs before tea, or leave it till after?
Maybe. Deficit's nearly been wiped out now, isn't it? Just 5 behind they are. Partnership's worth 35. Gibson to Kimber. Kimber plays the ball to Jones, mid-wicket, no run. Goes along the floor all the way. Two slips in place. Got a third man. As Gibson bowls, it's gone down the leg side, and that's going to be leg byes, I think. 4 leg byes. The extras column moves to 25.
It's been overtaken by Kimber on 27, but it's coming back well.
Yeah. Was it 31 extras in the first innings, which was the 3rd highest score?
I believe so.
.51.5 overs remaining today. Gibson in. He bowls. Kimber plays it to the covers. Bounces off Dixon's leg, no run. Next week, Durham back in Chester Street for the first time in what seems like absolutely eons. Can't remember the last time we were there.
Do you finish with 2 home games then? Or?
No, back down here the week after that. It's an East Midlands swing at the end of this season. Finish at Nottingham. Comes in and bowls. That's left alone. So from Wednesday the 17th of August, when Durham played Sussex, they have not been at home since then. There's been a women's one-day international the other day, but that's well, that's well over a month, isn't it? By the time they play next week, it's going to be about 5 weeks, I think, since they were last at home. Gibson bowls. The ball played back to him by Kimber. That's the end of the over. These two have just settled into a nice pattern now, haven't they? Durham have been keeping it tight, but they're not penetrating their defences. So maybe, as we head to, well, what's tea going to be 3:30? So it's still 40 minutes away yet, isn't it? So.
Yeah, so.
But they'd, I think, from a Durham perspective, they'd like to think they would have broken this come tea. Partnership of 39, and the deficit is just 1.
Borthwick's talking to Rain now. Drissell's waiting for the ball. Rain's got hold of it. Throws it to him now. Mid on a little bit deeper for Swindells, who has hit the ball up in the air on several occasions. Drissell is in and bowls to him. He's forward to a straight delivery, pushing it back up the pitch. Maddinson walks up from short leg and fields. Drissell in, bowls, back goes Swindells, turns it down into the ground, straight to Maddinson. It bounces, thrown directly back to Drissell. Should improve the over rate, which is -2. Steps in on toes, bowls, tosses it up, slog swept by Swindells out towards the square.
Level now.
Jones the fielder. Maybe that was what the applause was for. Durham will, whatever happens, have to bat.
Surely the applause should be for the lead, not just getting level.
Making Durham have to put pads back on.
Yeah.
Perhaps. That has been acknowledged. Drissell is in, quicker, flatter delivery. Kimber goes back and works it out towards mid-wicket. There's an ooh from Drissell, thinking it might have got through, but Kimber was comfortable enough, turning his wrists on it on the back foot. Drissell is in, tossed up, clipped away across the line by Kimber, but with a degree of certainty for a single. Moves on to 28. Leicestershire now effectively 1 for 4 in their second innings then. Drissell is in to Swindells, who's forward, defending on the onside end of the over. Played that better, Leicestershire. Swindells has moved on to 10 and beginning to look a touch more comfortable. Kimber on to 28, definitely beginning to time it much better.
Oh, cakes.
Yeah, no. Every day of the first 3 days of a championship game available in the meet between, after 2 o'clock.
I wonder how nice those cakes would be. Could you imagine?
If they're as nice as they were yesterday, they'll be absolutely splendid. We may have had our ration. 95 for 4. And here's going to be a change. Gibson's spell was a pretty decent one, but it's been taken off. Ben Rain being brought back on.
From the Bennett end, the former Leicestershire man, bowling to Kimber. Kimber pushes this one just behind point for 1. Picked up by Maddinson. When was the last wicket? What was that?
54 for 4, Ackerman.
What over was it? Did you write it down or not?
I didn't, I'm afraid.
Oops. 17.4. Rain in. 2 Swindles. No run there. Plays the ball safely on the offside. Swindles is on 10. Rain bowls. He's forward to this one. Plays it up to mid-on. And stays in his crease. Rain in. This has gone off towards point, no run there. Rain balls, Swindles forward to this one. Where's that gone? It's gone down towards fine leg. Fielder coming round to cut it off. They'll run 2. .44 the runs, the partnership, much needed from a Leicestershire point of view. And 98 for 4, and they lead Durham by 4. Rain in. This has gone off towards long leg this time for 1 for Swindles. And that is the end of the over. 32 gone then, 49 remaining. 99 for 4. The lead is 5.
If Leicestershire can get through to say T without losing another wicket, they'll have some hope still. Another wicket or 2. And you'd be surprised if the game goes much beyond tomorrow morning. Louis Kimber would like a drink. He politely asks the signals to the Leicestershire balcony. Drissel will be bowling 2 Swindles with a slip and a short leg. In he goes. Bowl, Swindles forward on top of the bounce. bounces out towards short leg. And Maddinson fields. Drissel is in and bowls, a little bit shorter this time. Back goes Swindles, works it out towards mid-wicket. Dixon has a bit of ground to make up to his right, does so, single taken by Swindles to bring up the 100 for Leicestershire. 100 for 4, still a position of considerable jeopardy, but a little bit better than 54 for 4. Drissel is in to Kimber, who goes back, lets ball hit bat almost on off stump, drops it out towards point. No run. Drissel steps in almost on his toes, reverse swept by Louis Kimber down to the third man boundary for 4. Well, that was a bold shot when you're on 29 in a situation like this, but Kimber saw it early. It was foolish, didn't go for the drive with a well occupied offside, just reverse swept it quite fine. Well wide of slip though, down to the third man boundary for 4. Audacious.
Nearly 3 o'clock.
Drissel is in again, Kimber is forward, very orthodox forward defensive.
50 partnership with that as well.
Drissel tosses it up, attempted reverse sweep again. There's appeal for a catch at short leg, neither leg before nor catch is given. Not quite sure which one he was appealing for. I suspect leg before, but he got away with it first time, Louis Kimber, and to an extent he's got away with it second time, but he was lucky to do so second time. Tempted fate, and fate had a little surprise in store for him. He missed it, came off the pad, presumably because it wasn't given out court at short leg, to whom it flew directly, and it wasn't given out leg before either. So a little bit of good fortune for Louis Kimber, the last ball of Drissel's over. He remains on 33 of 69. 104 for 4. Leicestershire lead by 10. And that partnership of 50, as Martin said. For the 5th wicket now between Louis Kimber, who has 33, and Harry Swindells, who has 14. Play with fire too often, you will get burnt.
Somebody should turn that into a song. Rain from the Bennett end. 2 in the slip cordon. He bowls. This is pushed off to the cover area. No run there.
Ian Furno on this stream. I have high hopes for Kimber and Buddington next season. Hopefully Wright continues and we get Parkett and Rehan in tandem with helpful home spin friendly pitches. And he'd be delighted if Mulder returns. Vian intends to return, Ian, I can tell you that. He said he wants to. Hopefully it can be facilitated.
Rain in. Ball just defended by Swindles. No run there.
Good season with the ball, hasn't he, Rainey? 35 wickets coming into this game.
Yeah, he's a good partnership breaker as well. Comes in and bowls. Middles forward to this one. Ball rolls up towards mid-on. Ooh, it's 3 o'clock. I better nip next door.
It is. Swindles has been using his feet to rain a couple of times, so McIntosh is taking his cap off, putting on the helmet, and he's going to stand up to the stumps, keep Swindles in his ground, or try to. 2 slips behind Harry Swindles. Rain still doesn't really like the field. He wants Dixon to go across from extra cover 2. square leg. He's still waiting for instructions. He's jogged across, but he wants to know exactly where to go. Shortish square leg, so sort of short leg, but 3 pitches back, if you see what I mean. Rain looking to bring it back into the right-handed Swindles, who has hit the ball in the air. Outside off stump though on that occasion. Swindles forces it away off the back foot down towards third man. Coughlin, a fielder down there. Decent throw. Just a single update coming from BBC Radio Leicester. A partnership of 51 so far between Louis Kimber and Harry Swindles for the 5th wicket is giving Leicestershire a little bit of hope, putting up a good fight, these two. Kimber has 33, hit some cracking off drives off 70 balls. Swindles 15, did survive a caught and bowled chance when he was on just 1. That was shortly after Colin Ackerman was bowled by Matty Potts for 12, leaving the Foxes struggling on 54 for 4. 105 for 4 means they now lead by 11, albeit with just 6 second innings wickets intact. If these two can stay together, a lead of 150 might make things very interesting tomorrow morning as Louis Kimber picks up another 4 there and moves on to 37. Leicestershire 109 now for 4. Delivery from Rain that came back in. Last ball of the over and was whipped away down to fine leg by Kimber, perfectly deliberately. And as I say, moves on to 37. Seven fours now for Louis Kimber. Just the one for Harry Swindles. George Drissel will continue with his off-spin from the pavilion end is in. Bowles tosses it up to Swindles on off-stump, just pushed back down the wicket to him by Harry Swindles. Drissel steps in and bowls. Swindles is driving and missing, and McIntosh, having taken the ball, whips off the bails. Back foot was still in the crease though. A little bit of a cross-batted drive from Swindles. Lucky not to get the edge. Drissel sends his backward point back to the boundary. And goes in and bowls down the leg side. Swindles tries to work it away down there, doesn't get anything on it. Again, McIntosh takes it, obviously this time away to his left, and again takes off the bails. Swindles might have overbalanced, he didn't. Drissel is in. Swindles is waiting for that straighter delivery, just turning it to short leg. Oh, so there was a little bit of cloud around just before lunch, but it's pretty much all gone now. As Drissel is in, Swindles forward defending, out past Maddinson at short leg, towards Dixon at mid-wicket. Drissel thinks, well, I'll try something different. I will go around the wicket to finish my over, the 5th over. Swindles just checks his guard. Umpire Lungley. Steps in now and bowls on the legs of Swindles, who goes back, works the delivery, stayed a touch low out towards the man at short fine legs, sort of on the 45. Doesn't take a run. End of the over, 109 for 4. Swindles 15, it was a maiden over then. Kimber has 37. 5 overs, 1 maiden, his first. None for 17 for George Drissel. Now, it is going to be a little bit of Matthew Potts before tea. Both would like one at least before the interval.
The teapots, eh? 109 for 4. 55 this partnership, so very useful in terms of Leicestershire progress. Took 30.5 overs to wipe out the deficit of 94, but they were 4 down by the time they did it. Potts back into the attack, looking for his 10th wicket of the game. The first ball is left by Kimber outside the off stump.
Borthwick indicating to Coughlin. He's going to come and have a bowl at this end.
Kimber's faced 72 balls for his 37. Potts in.
Ooh.
Oh, it's missed by the keeper, and it's 4 more byes. Potts can't believe it. He's got his hand on his chin in absolute
I don't know how he missed that.
underwhelmment. I think he's gone the wrong way, the keeper there. It's moved on him late, and he's ended up on the wrong side of the ball. See this
Just
again.
burst through his gloves.
Yeah.
He seems to have an issue.
Oh, it's poor that.
It is.
It's bounced just in front of him, and he's not reacted to it in time. Potts again comes in and bowls. This is defended.
I think that's 44 in byes now in the match.
Well, what was it in the first one?
You tell me it was 23,
Right, yeah.
and I think it's 21 now in this innings.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Plus 4 leg byes and 4 from wide.
44 byes is a huge amount. Hopefully, from Durham's point of view, it won't make a difference, but
I know that time when Durham were bowled out for. Potts comes in. That's gone down the leg side. Now that's a really good take from McIntosh. He got a long way across to get that one and snatched it two-handed.
seems to be the ones that kind of a little bit closer to his body.
Yeah.
I don't quite know why.
When Durham beat Derbyshire a few years ago after being bowled out for less than 100, it's the only time they've won a game having been out in an innings for less than 100. And was it hardest Philjon? There was 80 odd extras in the innings, and that proved the difference between the two sides in the end. Durham fought back to win. Potts bowls. Kimber digs out a Yorker on off stump, and he thumps that away through deep mid wicket for 4. Nice shot. Really got the meat of the bat on that one.
Sumptuous piece of timing from Kimber.
$117 for 4. The lead is only 23. But this partnership is now at 63. Importantly, they came together 54 for 4 and a deficit of 40. Potts bowls. That's gone down the leg side, taken by McIntosh low to his left. End of the over.
Durham need Potts bowling at Swindles, which he hasn't really done yet. Got away with it in that over too. All the deliveries faced by Kimber. But Coughlin.
Yeah, he's only faced 2 balls, I think, from.
Yeah, right at the beginning, and got himself in to a certain extent, 15 off 49. Not to the extent that Kimber has, 41 off 77. .23 then the lead. It is turning. If it there is a bit there for all the spinners, and there should be. Durham don't want to be chasing 200 on the last day, do they? Or something like that. Long way, as I say, to go before that point. But game could yet swing. It is going to be rain, actually. In from the pavilion end, bowls straight, and forward goes Swindles, blocking it back past rain. 5 and 6 before tea would suit Durham very nicely. That's what Scott Borthwick would like. Still 44 overs left after this one to be bowled today. Rain is in, and Bowles goes past the outside edge of Swindle's bat. Just straightened on him a bit. Very nearly took the outside edge. Swindles leans on his bat, looks back down the pitch somewhat quizzically. Rain turns, runs in and bowls onto Midland leg stump, and Swindle's much more comfortable there, turns it away towards square leg. Dixon has to run to his right from mid-wicket. Swindles picks up a single, moves on to 16. "17 minutes until tea, 4 overs probably after this." Rain is in, bowls. Kimber, minimal foot movement, just kind of waiting in the crease for that one. Blocks it out towards Dixon at mid-wicket. Rain is in and bowls, lovely delivery. Might just have tucked the bat inside the line there, but that did straighten from slightly short of a length. And the fact that he rehearses a leave, lifting the bat over the line of the ball, suggests to me that he had a play at that one. Louis Kimber. Rain not trying to push it through too quickly, which he was constantly being told to do when he was at Leicestershire. I think it got to him a little bit. He was very effective as a bowler, getting close to 50 wickets outside off stump, and left by Kimber. But he was never going to be express, Ben. He just isn't kind of built that way. Better when he concentrates on movement like that.
Bit Darren Stevensy.
118 for 4, Kimber 41, Swindles 16.
So lead 24?
18 and 6,
yeah. 15 minutes to tea. That's
4 more?
Yeah, 4 overs maybe. So there'll still be 40 to go for the final session. So it'll be another long one. Partnership 64. Swindles is on 16. Oh, he's got him, has he? No. Yes, he has. So the third ball he eventually faces against Potts, he is caught behind. He looks absolutely stunned to be given out there. The umpire took a while to raise his finger. At the far end, Chris Watts, and Kimber is out. The partnership ends on 64, and that's his 10th wicket of the game.
Well bowled, Matty Watts. Again, sorry, Potts again. Watts, who's Matty Watts? 10 for, and every prospect of recording a match best, a match first class best. Currently, it's, what is it, 11 for 101. Important breakthrough after a useful partnership of 54.
64 was.
64 in the end.
Yeah.
There you go. It wasn't Ben Rain, no, it was Potts. So the sun has got to the announcer as well. And although McIntosh has given away 44 buys, and not all his fault by any stretch of the imagination, but he's given away a fair few, he's caught all his chances, hasn't he? And I guess in the end, that is what counts. Seven down for tea. Lead is 24, effectively then 24-4-5, Leicestershire. I did say they needed Potts bowling at Swindles, and as soon as he did, that was it. Martin Barry, I know we're going to lose, but I really hope we can see some fight. Well, we have over the last hour. Need to see a lot more yet.
Scriven, the new man. Potts in. That's well wide of off stump. Potts turns, Scriven waits, comes in from the pennant end and bowls. Oh, a bit of bat onto pad there. Halfway through this over, Potts in again. That's wide of off stump, left alone by Scriven.
Tell you what, actually, when we've done our I've done my 3:30 update, and it's tea time. I'll nip across and see what the F of GR have left up there.
The what?
F of Friends of Grace Road.
All right.
That carrot cake was a bit strong for you, wasn't it, yesterday? So
Well, it was all right, but I didn't expect to have any spices in it. It sort of took me by surprise. If I'd been prepared, and certainly not during a commentary.
So I'll see what else they have. Rhubarb cake was brilliant.
Oh, I'm not a fan of rhubarb though. Potts bowls. It's a short one. He looks to hook and plays and misses.
Tasted of most chocolate, I have to say,
Oh,
white
right.
chocolate. I'll see what they've got though.
Yeah, you can't beat a chocolate cake.
Might be all gone.
Mm. In the 80s, my granddad started doing cricket cartoons and sent a few of them into the Cricketer magazine, and then was eventually invited in to meet the team at TMS during a test match at Headingley. That's gone through to the keeper. And my nana used to be famed for her chocolate cake back in the day, so she made a chocolate cake which my granddad presented to them.
If I was him, I'd have kept it quietly to one side. Yes, I gave it them.
I'm trying to think what test it would have been, because the first few tests I went to was, I think, did New Zealand play 81, Pakistan 82. Remember seeing the West Indies there in 84. That's a fantastic West Indies team that year. Didn't they beat England 5-0 that summer, was it?
Probably. They always seem to around that sort of time, didn't they? They're some side. Ben Rain into Louis Kimber outside off stump. Kimber and Scriven. Well, Kimber really, certainly the last of the recognised front line batsmen now. Scriven, an all-rounder, who have been disappointed in the extreme with the way he got out in the first innings. Just sort of poked a Cochran delivery. Gently to point, I think it was. Yeah, backward point. Steered it straight to him for 4. Be hoping to do better this time, especially with the family watching. In goes Rain, bowls outside off stump. Just nice away movement, but from too wide, so Kimber has nothing to do with it. How long until tea now? 8 minutes, so this over and 1 or possibly 2 more, you would think. Leicestershire effectively 24 for 5 in their second innings. Can they drag their lead out to a score that might just test Durham? Rain is in. Bowl stays a touch low, but Kimber equal to it, defending it. Nice straight bat. Runs out to mid-on.
Scriven. Hadn't realised this. He plays for Saltburn this year in the North Yorkshire South Durham League.
There you go. Has he still been doing that? In goes Rain and turned off his legs, or attempted to be turned off his legs by Louis Kimber. I don't know if he got anything on that. No, he didn't, says umpire Lungley, raising his left knee to the score as it ran backwards of square and the leg by was taken.
Yeah, it's got him playing for them this year. It was previously he was playing club cricket for Henley in the Home Counties Premier League.
Different sort of setup, I would imagine.
I would think so. Yes, but Henley doesn't have a vertical pier.
No, has punts, doesn't it?
Yes.
And the Thames and
yes.
the rowing. I did the Henley Grata once. Goodness me.
Some mates of mine ended up there this year. I would never have imagined to see them at something like that.
No. Rain is in to Tom Scriven, who is forward very correctly. Foolish delivery on off stump, pushes it out to Paul Cochran at extra cover. And there's no run. The sport was all right. It was the rest of it that was a bit teeth gritted, a bit like Wimbledon, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I used to hate doing Wimbledon.
Tennis is not my thing, but I can imagine being there would be more interesting than watching it on the telly because there's so much going on behind the scenes.
Rain is in and bowls and tucks up Scriven with a ball that bounces, comes back into him, comes off the pad, bounces out towards deepish gully, and the leg by again is taken. Now the tennis was brilliant, you know, because it's so fast when you see it sort of for reality, but everything else around it, the military do all the ushering and you know, passes, and you can go here and you can't go there, and if royalty's in the vicinity, you know.
Scriven does have a 68 to his name. Hampshire against Kent in 2020. So
the journalist Paul Keating, he was a former Aussie Prime Minister. Frank Keating was banned by Wimbledon because he was very bolshy, essentially.
I could think of somebody else who could be banned. Here's Potts, that's gone through, and it's spilled by the keeper again. Is there going to be more buys? But Rain comes round and cut it off. They'll run one.
But he was sort of paraded before the
committee, as me.
Yeah, absolutely.
What was his crime?
I can't quite remember. It had been some etiquette that he will have, transgressed or something, and not wearing a tie in the right place or something. But anyway, in the end, he was given a thorough dressing down by some military type and said, "Keating, you will be banned for a year." And he said, "Oh, you couldn't make it 5, could you?"
Potts in, and Kimber guides that down to third man for 1.
Get out.
Well, the first time I went to the Open Golf, which I think was the summer of 2003, and it was at Troon, and I used to play a lot of golf back then. But there's so much else going on. You only see a few camera shots, every so often, but there's that many different matches going on, and courses like Troon and the one at Southport Birkdale, great for watching the golf. Another edge down towards third man from Scriven this time. Rain's been busy, he's fielded every ball here. 1 run.
Might be worth a third slip,
Yeah.
Sparring away.
Birkdale, you've got these natural sand dunes, big, and they provide big viewing platforms, and you can crisscross the course and join different matches and follow the different matches. But at St Andrews, everybody is kept to the perimeter of the course, and it's a nightmare to watch the golf there. And there's so many shared greens as well, so trying to get into the grandstands when there's a shared green and there's constantly people on the green, you can't get in.
Yeah.
Potts bowls. Kimber defends. We're nearly at tee.
We are. Should get one over in after this, do you think? 2 balls left to go.
Yeah. Even he's jogging, isn't he? He's wanting to get another one in here. As Bob Hunt, our colleague who used to cover Gloucestershire, used to say when it was tea, tiffin. 123 for 5. Potts bowls. Kimber turns that one and it's gone for 4. That's a nice shot. He's flicked that right off his legs. Now that might just push us beyond the half hour. 1 ball left of the over. 127 for 5, and the partnership is 33. The lead is 33. Partnership's 9.
Enjoyed his tea, did dear Bob.
Yeah. Last ball from Potts of the over, and that's played up to Jones at mid-off, end of the over. Will they squeeze one more in? The clock says 3:29. Durham players are racing to squeeze another one in, which they will do by the looks of things.
Should do.
Oh, now then
It's only just
the
gone
umpire Chris Watts is
15:29.
looking at the scoreboard clock. They will squeeze one in, so that means, unless there's a wicket now, then there will be 40 overs in the final session today. So we'll be on air until about 9:45.
Well, if they pick up some wickets, it could be earlier, but it could also be an extra half hour.
Yeah.
Rain then is in and bowls to Tom Scriven, who is edging, but a controlled edge. He was on top of the bounce on that one, steering it down towards third man and taking 1. Louis Kimber's on 46 off 88. A 50 won't be on his mind necessarily before tea, but the key, as far as he's concerned, is still to be there. But he's the sort of player who, if it's there to be hit, he will go for the shot. Rain will be aware of that. Might just give him a tempter or two. In he goes. And bowls outside off stump, seams away, but it was a little bit short of a length. Kimber saw it early, let it go through. Bob used to delay his tee because he used to like to watch
the crumbs.
Nima Barnett coming off the field, because he was the slowest walk off the field, and he used to sit there on top of on that balcony at Cheltenham, giggling away to himself while Nima Barnett wandered directionless off the field. In goes Rain and bowls a bouncer. Rare thing for Ben Rain. Down the leg side. Didn't get it right. Didn't look like someone who's used to bowling too many bouncers, and Kimber just stepped inside the line.
We melted on that balcony in 2018. It was during the heat wave in the July, and they had a canvas cover over us, and mid-afternoon the heat would rise and everybody started to get really hot and bothered.
Lovely atmosphere, but a hopeless viewing position.
Oh, yeah.
I guess these days you've got the streams which help. In goes Rain, bowls. Kimber defends on the back foot, drops it out into the offside, sees that Coughlin has a bit of ground to make up to the ball, calls Scriven through for a single, moves on to 47.
Did you do the punters
in the morning.
marquee on the morning? That was really good fun. We had a good laugh in there.
Yeah, Edward Gillespie, who I knew from my time at the Gloucestershire Echo as the head of the Cheltenham racecourse when I was there.
Yeah.
So it was nice to see him again, and he sort of was the maitre, whatever it is, D of the whole occasion. And of Got a bottle of wine at the end of it, which was very nice. Ooh, updates time. 2 balls to go until tea. Hello, 2 balls to go until tea, and once again it's been Durham's session. They've taken 4 wickets during the session. There was one good partnership of 64 between Louis Kimber and Harry Swindles, but a few minutes ago Swindles given out caught behind off the bowling of Matty Potts, a 4th wicket in the innings for the England seamer and a 10th in the match, 118 for 5. Louis Kimber is still there though. He is 47, not out. He's Leicestershire's last real hope of getting a big enough score to set Durham a testing target in their second innings. Tom Scrivener's with him. He is 2 not out. And Leicestershire in their second innings won 2-9 for 5. Rain comes in. It's clipped by Scriven out towards mid-wicket. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is tea. 129 for 5. Leicestershire, it means that they lead by, well, not very many. 29 plus 6 is 35. Effectively, they are 35 for 5. All hope really lies with Louis Kimber and the tail. Kimber, 47, not out. Let's hit some super shots. Tom Scriven just come in, is 2 off 12. I'm going to go and see if I can scrounge a piece of cake.
Yeah, 2 pieces.
And we will be back with you, hopefully, all things being equal, in around about 15 minutes' time.
Record video. Well, that's tea here in Leicester. Beautiful sunny day. We've still got 40 overs to go though on day 3, so it's going to be another late finish. But Durham have got themselves into an excellent position. They had a 94-run lead when they were eventually bowled out for 296. They would have preferred more, no doubt about that. Missing out on a third batting point by 4 runs, but it took 30.5 overs before Leicestershire wiped out that deficit, and by the time they did, they were 4 down. They got past the deficit thanks to a 50 partnership from Swindles and Kimber, which came with 90 balls. Eventually it ended when Swindles was caught behind after bowling at Matty Potts. Potts back into the attack, having taken 3 wickets earlier in the afternoon. And the wicket, it was only the 3rd ball that Swindles had faced against Potts, and he edged him behind. So he departed on 16, but he'd taken Leicestershire from a position where they were 40 behind to a 16-run lead. At tea, they're 129 for 5. The lead is 35. Louis Kimber has 47 of those, and Tom Scriven's just come out. He is on 2. Now the wickets that fall, well, as Sol Budinger was bowled this morning at the end of the second over by Matty Potts for a duck. Potts then saw off Hassan Azad just after lunch for 7, caught at short leg by Nick Maddinson. And then a brilliant catch from Scott Borthwick at second slip, diving to his left, saw the departure of Rishi Patel. He went for 13 off the bowling of Ben Rain, and then Potts was back in on the action again. He bowled Colin Ackerman for 12 before claiming that wicket of Swindles for 16. and he was caught behind when he was on 16. So that's 10 in the match for him, and I'll make that now 46 wickets in the year for Matty Potts as well. So his best season, and he did actually play for Durham against Middlesex in July, but only took the one in that one. But other than that, his last game was against Glamorgan way back in early May. So what a year he's having.
Sorry, mate, I left it next door.
That's alright. Just kidding. Well, that doesn't half target the taste buds.
Is that better for you?
What is it?
Chocolate and orange.
Nice.
It's just quite a nice combo, isn't it?
And taste the orange. Did you see the James O'Brien clip yesterday when the bloke said paper should be banned?
Paper?
Aye. Nobody should be allowed to go to London and carry paper with them, even blank paper. So at the end of it, this bloke went on for 7 minutes about how people who like the royal family should be able to go and show their appreciation, and it's a free country and free speech, but anybody who doesn't like the royal family shouldn't be allowed anywhere near. So at the end of it, after this bloke had embarrassed himself for the best part of 7 minutes, James O'Brien said, "Love to the family." Do you see the exploding heads on Twitter? It's Colin from Portsmouth. Have you seen those sketches? And it's this Tory fan who's a right wing. They're really, really funny. The exploding heads.
Playing it's a dangerous road we've gone down now. Well, we're down it now.
Have you seen Burns' email?
Bloody Burns?
Burnsy from Radio Underside.
Oh no, what's I like Burns.
This came in earlier. He sent it to everybody.
What, in the BBC?
Mm-hmm.
I never got it. Mind you, I haven't signed on to the BBC one for bloody years, so that would help, wouldn't it?
It came with the sport. David Burns. Yeah. It's interesting, like, how the BBC is all about balance. Be about 5 minutes, I think.
Very shortly. 5 minutes.
They're saying if it's all about balance, how come we haven't had any anti-monarchists on the BBC since Friday, Thursday, Friday?
Yeah, you've got anti-climate science and anti-COVID vaccination. Oh, BBC's been a disgrace now ever since the Tories took it over, really.
So, our handling of Brexit was absolutely shocking.
Yeah.
Never held them up to the lies they were telling.
No,
In this quest for balance, they came up with this policy whereby if one side made a claim and the other side refused to comment about it, then you couldn't run the story. So what was happening was, and I was on the news desk from 100 days of Brexit till the referendum, the Leave campaign would make claims about, the Remain campaign would make claims about Leave.
Good afternoon, everybody. Final session on this third day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Durham. Durham with their foot firmly on the throats of the Leicestershire team, because Leicestershire in their second innings are 129 for 5, leading by just 35 runs with now only 5 second innings wickets in hand. A serious possibility of a 3-day finish despite having lost more than 70 overs on day 1. Leicestershire's hopes rest to a certain extent largely with Louis Kimber, who is 47 not out off 91 balls. Their hopes, that is, of setting Durham any sort of testing target in their final innings. At the moment, Tom Scriven is the batter with him. The only stand of note in the innings so far, 64 between Harry Swindles that is, and Louis Kimber, before Swindles given out caught behind off the bowling of Matthew Potts shortly before tea for 16. BBC Radio's Newcastle and Leicester bringing you ball-by-ball commentary. Martin Emerson and Richard Ray, your commentators for the game. Potentially 40 overs left to be bowled in the session. Could be less, could be more. And it could be more because theoretically Durham could, or the umpires could, take the extra half hour if there's a chance of finishing the game tonight. And at the moment, although there's a little bit of cloud around, we are set fair for those overs, as happened yesterday. Matthew Potts, or Matty, to his teammates, friends and the world really these days of Durham and England, will continue from the Bennett end down the slope. 10 wickets to his name in the match already, looking to equal, if not beat, his first-class best.
Matthew to his dad as he comes in here, right arm over and bowls. Kimber pulls this one wide of Jones at mid-on, and it's gone off towards the boundary first up, so he gets to 50 in 92 balls.
Is it 8 fours? I'll check. It's 10 fours. 92 balls, 10 fours.
What's his highest total this year?
Oh, he's got 100. He got 100 at Hove against Sussex, his maiden first-class 100. 104 he made down there, and he's also got a couple of
July,
50s.
yeah, he's had 54 against Derbyshire, 68 against Glamorgan. Potts in, that's left alone.
But of the 50s, really, including the 100 as well, because it was on a pretty flat track at Hove. Still got to get your runs, of course, but these are different sort of demands that are being made of Louis in this game, and in many respects I think this is a almost more praiseworthy effort, especially if you can go on from here.
133 for 5 the score as Potts comes in and bowls. That's left alone.
Showing that he can do it in difficult circumstances.
They lead by 39.
How was your Friends of Grace Road orange and chocolate cake?
Bit tangy, nice.
Not as tangy as
Well, it hit the taste buds nicely.
Good. As your cake yesterday.
Potts comes in and bowls. Edged, and it didn't quite carry. Borthwick scoops it up at second slip, but it didn't quite carry.
That was a strange one, really, because obviously with Potts' extra pace, you would have expected it to. But Kimber, a tall man, just managed to get on top of the bounce. Good hands, Borthwick again. Catches has he got this season? Let me check. 17 or more now.
Potts in again. Kimber leaves that one. Potts' best figures this year: 11 for 101 in a game against Glamorgan.
Best figures ever, wasn't it?
Yeah. That was in early May. I'm just looking at his first-class record. He's has he got 5 today in this one or not? 4?
4.
4.
So, yeah.
So all of his fifers have come this year. So I think if he gets one today, that would be 6 in all. Oh, paying a miss. Just inside the line of the ball there. And 10 wickets in a match. He has done it the once against Glamorgan. So they started at around about 10 to 4, didn't they? So I reckon 2.5 hours of play, if they don't have any extra overs thrown in. So probably around about, it slides a little bit, doesn't it? So probably around 6:30, 20 to 7.
Yeah, which would be 10 minutes earlier than last night. Very difficult to go beyond 7, essentially because the sun is setting behind the trees, and although the sort of sky can be quite light still at 7, the ground was pretty dark. In goes Coughlin and bowls outside off stump, creeps a little bit as it's allowed to go through by Tom Scriven, and Tom McIntosh manages to stop it, not cleanly.
As I left the ground last night, it was about 5 to 8, and I just started a video chat with my daughters, and the first scene I showed them was the dying embers of the sunset, because there's a fabulous sky last night, orangey and pink and peachy coloured.
Coughlin lopes in, bowls straight. Scriven is solidly behind it, out into the offside it goes.
By the time I got back to the hotel last night, yeah, definitely dark. These last few weeks of the season, every year, they depress me. By the time you get back to your hotel room, it's already dark, and you're thinking of what's coming in the next few weeks. And October and November not far away.
Coughlin is in. A little bit of outswing. Scriven pushes it out towards point, goes for the run, takes on the arm of Maddinson, who, having picked up the ball, does hurl it at the stumps at the non-striker's end, misses them. Good backing up by Potts, but kept Scriven honest there. Had to scramble through.
Try and enjoy it while you can. Oh, it's 4 o'clock.
It is.
Do an update.
Coughlin is in to Kimber, who leaves outside the off stump. Foot wide, going a fraction wider. No run. Coughlin bowls outside off stump. Again, a little bit short, probably. And Kimber stays on the back foot, blocks it out into the offside. No run. Looks like Essex are going to beat Yorkshire. Yorkshire all out in their second innings for 252. Essex were 31 for 1 in their second innings. Need another 100. Need 131 runs. Another 131 runs to win the game. Coughlin is in. Fuller slightly on off stump, and Kimber wasn't quite sure whether to go forward or back there. Ended up somewhere in between and blocking it out into the offside. End of the over. Northamptonshire 339 and 74 for 3. Surrey 4-2-1. Northants trail by 4 runs with 3 wickets down in their second innings. Surrey pushing for victory there. Somerset 176 for 4 in their second innings. Lead by 199 against Warwickshire. Can they score quickly enough to set up a game tomorrow? No play still at Hove. Updates time for BBC Radio Leicester coming up. Might just get this Potts delivery in there. Potts is in, bowls, comes back in to Scriven, who turns it out towards mid-on. And they're being led by Louis Kimber, who's just gone to his third half century of the season. He also has a century, but arguably this his best because it's against a pretty good Durham attack led by Pacer, and he's gone. Scriven goes caught at first slip. Each time you come to me there seems to be a wicket. This time it's that of Tom Scriven. Matthew Potts takes his 11th wicket of the game, bounced and left Scriven, took the outside edge, was held at first slip. Leicestershire then, with Kimber still there on 51 not out, are now 134 for 6. Their lead, I'm afraid, is just 40 runs with now 4 second innings wickets in hand. Each time they come to me for an update, a wicket falls. A little bit of extra bounce from Matthew Potts, took the outside edge and flew at a nice height to David Beddingham. Dropped one in the first innings, made no mistake with that one. Potts' extra bounce making all the difference there, and a 5-for to go with his 6-for in the first innings. Durham are a very different side with Matthew Potts in it. Any side would be, I suspect. At the moment, he is having certainly the best season of his career and showing just why he's become a regular for England. 5 for 38 for Potts in the first innings to go, with 6 for 52 in the first, so that is 11 for 90. 11 for 90 in the match for Matthew Potts. Outstanding. And it is his best ever return in first class cricket at the moment. Let's say 11 for 101 against Glamorgan earlier this season. Well, he will fancy taking 1 or 2 more here. He has the Leicestershire tail at which to bowl. Barnes will do his best. He'll get into line, he'll dig in. But these are difficult circumstances in which to bat. 3 slips go down as Potts runs in and bowls, seems back in, but Barnes is very solidly behind it. Back down the wicket it bounces to Potts. Single plane drones overhead. As Potts is in, bowls short outside off stump and allowed to bounce through by Barnes, taken well above his head, leaping into the air by McIntosh. Durham very much sensing now a 3-day victory. Leicestershire's lead is just 40. Potts turns, runs in and bowls and comes back in. A little bit short though, and Barnes cuts it quite pleasantly and cleverly as he leans back down to third man it goes. 1 is taken. The lead goes up to 41. Not very many. 136 for 6, 135 for 6, I beg your pardon. Martin returns alongside. Haven't been able perhaps to describe Potts' 11th wicket on air. I was live on BBC Radio Leicester as he got the edge of Scriven's bat, bounced in a
I was
catch.
just before I did my update.
Potts is in, bowls a bouncer that Kimber just ducks underneath. He looks back down the wicket.
So he's taken 11 for 91 in this match, I think. So his
He has.
best was this year.
11 for 101.
Yeah, against Glamorgan. So
At the moment, he's got his career best and every chance of cementing that by taking another 1 or 2. He's had a tea break. He's had a piece of, I don't know, what do you fancy? Dayton walnut, something like that, perhaps. No doubt it'll be something like a protein bar or something equally healthy. That boosted him up But wicket taking is usually the best boost, isn't it, for a bowler? And Potts has done that in spades in this match.
So 5 for 39 plus 6 for 52, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Coghlan in. This is defended by Barnes. Goes short on the leg side.
To come after Eddie Barnes, Callum Parkinson, Chris Wright and Michael Finan. Well, the tail wagged to a certain extent in the first innings, but it's going to have to wag like Billy-O in the second if Leicestershire are going to drag themselves into some sort of contention here.
Next ball is defended and rolls gently back up to the bowler's end. So they were 40 ahead when that wicket fell, is that right? 41 ahead now.
Yeah, 134 for 6.
Still beautiful sunshine here in Leicester. And a leave by Barnes. So he's now got 47 wickets in the season. So this is his best season.
Not bad considering he's only playing his 8th game, isn't it, of the season?
Yeah.
In the Championship.
Coghlan comes in and bowls, and it's a leave outside the line of off stump.
Only 44 and 4 balls overs into the innings. So the ball should still have a reasonable hardness still. So every chance for Durham, led by Potts, to finish this off.
Comes in and bowls Coghlan, and that is played up to mid-off, no run there. There's around about 2,000 Sunderland fans travelling to Reading this evening. Reading Football Club pointing out that if anybody isn't in the ground by 7:55 p.m, they'll not get in for a while, because that's when the turnstiles will be halted as they have a minute's silence for the Queen. 135 for 6, Coghlan bowls. This is played to the covers, no run there. End of the over. So when that wicket came, there was still, I think, 37 overs or something to go today. So if Durham can get quick wickets now, there's conceivably plenty of time for this match to finish in 3 days, which is what happened last week, wasn't it? When it rained, but they managed to get back on and not got that final wicket around about, was it 7 o'clock at night or something last week? What was that long run that Leicestershire had between wins? How many years was it?
Well, it was 33 games, I think.
Oh, that's what Nott's run ended at, 33 as well.
In comes Potts and dug out to a certain extent by Kimber. Stayed a fraction low as it came back in towards off stump, but worked it out towards third man, took one, in which case Leicestershire's was 3 games more, so Leicester's was 36 then. That's maybe why the figure
Derbyshire
stuck
had
in my
quite a
mind.
lengthy one. That was about 2.5, 3 years or something, wasn't it? Durham went through the entire 1996 season without a win.
The last time Leicestershire did it was it was my first season, 2013.
That was the year we started full commentary home and away, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. I was young and didn't know what to expect then. In goes Potts and bowls. Bouncer pulled by Barnes. Didn't get it at all. Came off the thick bottom edge and runs out towards mid-wicket, where Gibson is the fielder.
Well, I'm not sure in 2013 if Derbyshire won a game, because they had come up the year before.
They smashed us.
Did they?
Yeah.
Right.
I remember buying innings at Derby. We were still square on in those days, in that sort of ground, above the groundsman's hut.
Mm.
And who was their left arm who used to bowl pretty quick? And he went to Surrey. Yeah, Mark Foote. And he went to Surrey after that. Terrorised our side. Potts is in, edged Caught!
Great
Brilliant catch by young McIntosh. I thought he'd spilled it, but well, he may not be so good at stopping balls that haven't been edged, but he's very good at catching those that have been edged. He dived across, took it in front of Borthwick. Barnes went for the drive off Potts, edged it, and two-handed diving away to his right. A very neat catch indeed by Tom McIntosh. Barnes goes for one, and Potts has his 12th wicket of the match, and now definitely has his first class best.
Well, that was a good take.
It was.
Sharp in front of first slip. 7 wickets down, 45.3 overs. So what's Potts got now? He's got 6 for 40. So his best figures in an innings. That was also in the Glamorgan game, I think.
7 for 40 something, wasn't it?
7 for 40, yeah. So he needs 2 now to better that then, doesn't he?
Hugely impressive. And I can make a reasonable guess at who you'll be talking to afterwards.
Well, I interviewed him last night, so...
Well, first class career
if
best, I'm sure he
if
wouldn't
Durham go on,
object.
well, I know, but if Durham go on to win this, then it's probably likely to
Skipper.
be Scott Borthwick or the coach.
I guess, yeah. Mr. Cully can interview Mr. Potts. They do like an England-related interview, that's for sure.
So what's that now? 12 for 92, is that right?
6 for 52 plus
So that's
6 for
it,
40.
Yeah.
Yep. 12 for 92. Not sure you'd have predicted this.
And, hang on.
As Potts comes in to bowl to Leicestershire skipper Callum Parkinson, short, but Parkinson is right behind it with a nice high left elbow defending it off his body, back down the pitch.
That's 48 wickets for the season as well.
Swings his arms. Parkinson battled doughtily in the first innings. And he's got Kimber at the other end. Potts is in and bowls outside off stump. He has a feel for it. Couldn't resist it. Withdrew the bat, but after he'd had a little feel for the ball. Made 31 in the first innings, Callum Parkinson. If he can do that again and Kimber can hang around, then all is not quite lost. But at the moment, Leicestershire are only 42 to the good, with 3 second innings wickets in hand. Leg slip has gone in for Parkinson as Potts comes bounding in and bowls full this time. Jams it out down towards mid-on, running across. To his left is Michael Jones from straightish mid-wicket. And there is no run. The end of another successful over, and there have been plenty of them in this match for Matthew Potts. 12 times he has struck. And it looks like Durham's second win is almost, but not quite, assured. I think at this stage Louis Kimber will keep playing the same way.
Coughlin comes in and bowls, and that ball is played by Kimber to the cover area. Coughlin bowls, that's left outside the line of off stump. Coghlan in. No need to offer a shot there from Kimber. It's wide of off stump and just let it go. He bowls. This is, where's that gone? Picked it up himself, went straight back to him.
Stewart has been in touch. McIntosh is now joint second in catches off Matthew Potts in his career. He says they've only played 2 innings together. Good stat.
Coghlan bowls. That's left alone. So how many? That's McIntosh 1, 2 today. Those are 4 catches, isn't there?
Kimber in the first innings, Swindles in the first innings. Two in the first innings.
Coghlan once more. Oh, playing a miss there. That ball just wobbled on the batsman at the last moment. Good delivery. End of the over. 136 for 7. The lead is 42.
There's only 4, isn't it, in this match? I don't know how many he took in the other one there, but...
Well, that was last week then, wasn't it? No, Potts didn't play in that.
Did he play in the Glamorgan game? Or would it have been
it would have been
Ned still in those days?
Middlesex was the only other one that Potts has played in recently. That McIntosh would have played in.
So Potts is into Parkinson outside off stump, and Parkinson can let that one go, and does. Wanders away towards square leg, just a couple of steps. So Potts' 17th over of the innings. 4th spell, runs in and bowls, seems back in, but nicely tucked away by Parkinson. Good work running across from mid-wicket by Ollie Gibson. Saved himself a long chase back towards the boundary, but it does mean that Parkinson can pick up the single he needed to get off the mark. Gibson does go out to deep square stroke mid-wicket now in front of the manual scoreboard, because Kimber will be on strike to Potts. Two not out of 108 balls for Louis Kimber. Waits with bat raised as Potts is in. Bowls to him. He's playing and missing. Could have left it. Had a little feel. He's drawing players into playing shots, Potts, with his extra pace and bounce, and gets them on edge. The result is sometimes a little involuntary twitch at the ball, and almost involuntary. That's happened on that occasion. Potts in again. Kimber outside off stump trying to flay it away, and went through a little bit low, didn't get anything on it. McIntosh dives away to his right, doesn't take it cleanly, but he stops it, but picks himself up very resignedly.
That's been a long wait for play at Hove. They've eventually got underway at 4:05.
Could yet be a result, because Warwickshire are well on top there, aren't they? Worcestershire, sorry,
yeah.
well on top. 30 overs tonight might make all the difference. Potts in. Bowls. Kimber on the back foot defends it out into the offside. Turn of the bat pushes it out to Dixon in the covers.
Stuart says 5 is the answer for catches. Kimber, Swindles and Wright in the first innings, Swindles and Barnes in the second.
Okay, 5. Potts in, bowls, hits Kimber on the pad, bounces out towards square legs. A bit of a run around for Michael Jones by the time he gets there. I think it was signalled leg by. No, a run, so it must have been inside edge onto the pad. Kimber moves on to 53 and keeps the strike. 138 for 7, the lead 44. .33 overs remain to be bowled today, potentially. Take off 2, I suppose, for the change of innings, but...
In comes Coghlan, he bowls. Let's come through to the keeper. Kimber on 53, just goes for a little wander.
Don't know what the forecast is for tomorrow, if we do have to
Colder,
come back.
I think.
Colder but dry.
I think so, yeah. .138 for 7. Coghlan bowls. Kimber drives and a diving stop from Jones at mid-on. Stops it with his left hand. Coghlan in, defended, ball bounces back to him. I think they've had an incident at North Hants where the ball has hit more than one helmet. So they're discussing how many penalty runs that should be, and Andrew Sampson, the cricket statistician, points out that once it hits the first helmet, it's a dead ball, so you can only get the 5 runs and not 10.
I wonder how they manage that. Usually they're kind of right behind each other. I suppose if it kind of popped up in the air and landed on the second or something.
Coghlan bowls. Oh, that moves away from Kimber at the last moment there.
Beauty.
So this lead at the moment is 44. I'm going to state the obvious, but that's not much. With only 3 wickets remaining, but they did add some runs towards the end of the innings, particularly with Parkinson the other day. That's gone through to the keeper.
And they have a batter at one end this time, so
yeah, what was the
not quite all over. 49 did they add for the 9th
49
wicket?
for the 9th, 23 for the 10th.
Tom Longley, the umpire, having a long chat to Callum Parkinson. He will have been still playing for Derbyshire potentially when Parky began there, or went there, 6 years or so ago.
So off the pads and away for 4 leg byes. Kimber on strike, the ball thumps into the hoardings at the far end of the ground. They all help. 48 the lead now.
Extras 36. So they second highest scorer. By a distance, actually. Because other than Kimber's 53, Swindle's 16, Ackerman 12, Patel 13, Azad 7, Barnes 1, and Budinger duck. Potts trying very hard to finish things off for his side here. Runs in and bowls to Callum Parkinson. Slightly short of a length. Parkinson on the back foot as it comes back into him. He's blocking it out into the offside. Wait, he shouts as he sees his old teammate Ben Rain closing in on the ball. Potts turns, runs in and bowls. Grunt of effort. Parkinson is there, he's right behind it. Just turning the bat face as he plays it out into the on side this time. A little bit of breeze has just dropped back again. Still a faint breeze, but nothing, not quite anyway as strong as it was. From the west, in fact we can see the fox a little bit more now, so it's sort of from the northwest. It swung around a touch. Potts is in and bowls. Parkinson is driving pleasantly. That's a chase for Maddinson from cover out towards deep. Extra cover. Should be 3 for Parkinson, and is. Australian gets it. Good throw, strong arm. Parkinson moves on to 4, 145 for 7. Lead 49. Pitch has been, I know it sounds ridiculous when 12 wickets have fallen in the day, but see, I don't think it's done anything ridiculous. It certainly hasn't swung as much as it did yesterday. Potts is in, bowls, clipped away through mid-wicket. Full delivery off his legs by Kimber. There is cover out there on the mid-wicket boundary, though, so it'll be just a single. He moves on to 54. 146 for 7. 50 the lead. Landmark of sorts. Potts coming to the end of his 18th over. He's beginning to look a touch laboured, understandably enough. Comes in and bowls on off stump. Parkinson is forward, pushing out more or less directly to Maddinson at point. Took a step forward, but it was only a gesture really. Mid-wicket goes back to deep square. The implication being that there's a single there to be had really. And that would mean Parkinson keeping the strike. Potts and Rain in conversation at mid-off. Potts turns and walks back to the top of his mark. Sends his deep square a little squarer. Then runs in and bowls to Parkinson, who's looking to drive a full ball, but drives over the top of it. Puff of dust as bat connects with earth around the crease. And that is the end of Potts' 18th over. 6 for 46, his figures. Splendid figures.
I think he's been told he'd never rest now.
Yeah, I think he's probably earned it. 6 in each innings for him. 146 for 7. After 50.
So what's that? 12, 52, 98. 12 for 98.
I wonder if he'd like to stop now so he doesn't go over the 100.
Yeah.
I'd be happy with that.
Coghlan from the pavilion end to Kimber. Kimber drives, finds Drizzle in the covers, no run there. You got an update in a minute.
Oh, I suppose, yeah. Sports bulletin. That's why it's a little bit late.
Kimber's on 54 from 120. That one is left, so 54 from 121. What is the weather doing tomorrow? I think it gets a bit cooler, but I don't think it's going to be raining. Coghlan in. Played up to mid-on. No run. Tomorrow, coolish, 17 degrees. Oh, that's thumped just beyond the grasping hand of Dixon at mid-wicket and away for 4 from Kimber. Yeah, 17, mixture of cloud and sun, but a cooler wind coming down from the north, so it will feel like 15. Might have to stick some trousers on tomorrow, Richard.
Well, I haven't since April, so...
Have you not? You're determined not to?
No. $150 up. That was a meaty blow from Kimber.
Coghlan bowls. That's gone off in the other direction now. That could be 4 more. It is. Half volley outside the line of off stump, and he's hammered that through the covers. Now he's just on the attack here and just starting to take things fractionally away from Durham. The lead is not a massive one, but they've gone to 154 for 7.
60
That's 60, isn't it, now, the lead? So it's just... it's numbers, but they're going on the board. Coghlan in again, that's left alone.
He's a dangerous player, Louis Kimber. 12 fours, I think he's hit now. And he's 62. Parkinson's got something to fight for here, hasn't he, really? 49 in the first innings in partnership with Chris Wright. 31 he scored. And at that stage there wasn't, as I say, a batter really with him, but if he can stay with Kimber for a few overs, quite a few overs. Yep, here comes the update. Might get it in between overs with any luck. Good afternoon. Well, they have hope because they have Louis Kimber still at the wicket. Kimber has just hit Paul Coghlan for 2 fours. He's gone to 62 off 125 balls. That is from a total of 154 for 7. Callum Parkinson, Leicestershire's doughty skipper, is with him at the moment. He's just picked up 3 runs there to go on to 7, so 157 for 7. It means they lead only by 63 on second innings, with just those 3 second innings wickets in hand. But with Kimber there, Parkinson put on a partnership of 49 with Chris Wright in the first innings, and if he can hang around and give Louis Kimber some support, Leicestershire can still entertain hopes of perhaps setting Durham a target of around about 140, 150, and then on a last day pitch, which might offer the likes of Parkinson a little bit of turn, then you never quite know. All is not yet quite lost. If this partnership ends quickly, though, the game could easily end tonight. The chief destroyer for Durham has been England's Matthew Potts, who has taken 6 wickets in each innings, and at the moment he's sitting on match figures of 12 for 92. What a difference a high-quality fast bowler makes to a side. Those are his best ever match first-class figures. So 157 for 7. There is still the best part of 30 overs left to be bowled today, as Kimber hits another 4 there, dismisses a delivery out to the boundary to move on to 66, and there is still, whisper it, a little bit of hope for the Foxes. Short ball from Ollie Gibson, who's been brought back. Short ball from Ollie Gibson, who's been brought back on to replace Matty Potts, and that difference in pace, that 2 or 3 miles per hour or 4 miles per hour, whatever it is, very evident there, Martin, as Kimber just stayed on the back foot and whacked it away over mid-wicket for 4.
Gibson in, right arm over. That's left alone, gone through to the keeper.
13 fours now for Louis Kimber.
Once 67 the lead, is that right? Yeah. Kimber on strike, defends this one from Gibson. It runs up to mid-off. No run there.
68 he made, which was his second highest score of the season was against Glamorgan here a couple of games ago. 54 at home to Derbyshire in the second innings there. 104 of 149 balls at Hove against Sussex.
Gibson in. It's gone down the leg side. That's going to be byes. I think there might be leg byes. We've gone for 4. It's come off the bat.
Fourteenth for 70 to Kimber, 165 for 7, 71 then the lead. Need to take these last 3 wickets quickly, Durham, or likelihood is we will be back tomorrow.
That doesn't sound like a motorbike, does it? Sounds like a car with a dodgy exhaust.
Cochrane, 3 wickets in the first innings, yet to strike in this. Can he break the game open again for Durham? Runs in from the pavilion end, bowls to Parkinson. Fullish, outside off stump. Parkinson lets it go through.
We're in that softish, ballish territory, aren't we? The 50-odd overs in now. This is the 53rd.
Some sort of, I think it's a kind of essentially a body shop, one of those sort of garages behind the trees, but they do occasionally do some work on engines, judging by the noises that emerge. Sort of garage thing. Cochrane in again. Parkinson gets another full ball. He is going to take a run this time as he drives it. Doesn't try and overhit it. Steers it just slightly wide of Ben Rain at mid-off. Rain moves across to his left, but safe enough to take the 1. Parkinson on to 8.
The trees down that side of the... Are they lime trees?
I believe so.
Yeah. I was studying the leaves as I walked along this morning because there are a lot of fallen leaves there that are now going brown. First signs of autumn. I was trying to remember the little trip around the park with the kids from school last year where they were print out of what the different trees were and what the shapes of the leaves were.
Useful. Cochrane is in, drops a little bit short, and on the back foot, Kimber just dabs it, drops his bat on it in a sort of horizontal way. Knew exactly what he was doing there. Played it through backward point and took the 1.
Haven't looked at the emails for ages, but when Mervyn Hardy emailed this morning to say, is this Madinson's Day of Atonement, and then he was out the delivery, I was reading it. For 56, his highest score.
Cochrane turns, runs in, bowls, hits Parkinson on the back pad as it bounces and jumps up. Was doing far too much for there to be an appeal, let alone an appeal answered in the affirmative. Bounces out into the offside. In fact, it was an inside edge, judging by the fact that umpire Lungley has not signalled leg by. Parkinson on to 9. Perhaps that's why the appeal didn't materialise.
He emailed a little earlier, in keeping with the ethos of the judicial oath, which I took a canny few times. I think he was a magistrate.
Hopefully that's why. Otherwise it goes Cochrane outside off stump and looking to steer it away on the offside. Gets too much of it, bottom of the bat.
Yes,
Kimber out to extra cover. And
he wasn't the accused. He said, I took that oath a few times, i.e. to do right to all manner of people without fear or favour, affection or ill will. And I happened to say to Pat that I wished we had a shot of Ackerman, or we'd got shot of Ackerman, and then he was out.
Cochrane in, outside off stump, allowed to go through by Kimber.
So he's obviously said to the beloved, I wish we had got shot of Ackerman. Within the twinkling of an eye, he was out. So I do it to both teams, says Mervyn.
But he's not saying anything about any batter at or bowler at the moment, so everybody's safe out there, it would appear. Well, Kimber has now equalled his second highest first-class score, which was made at Worcester last year, 71.
Gibson in, bowls, turned out towards mid-wicket, no run there.
Well, I thought a pretty good spell, his first spell, Ollie Gibson. So it is tough for him because he's coming on to replace Potts each time, and it's a big ask to be compared to someone who's made such an advance.
Gibson in, defended. Parkinson on 9. These two just trying to push the game towards the close tonight. There's still 27.5 overs to go, so there's a lot of cricket left. If there were to be a change of innings, you'd lose 2 overs for that as well. And any over you're in, if it was mid-over. Gibson bowls, Parkinson leaves that one. He steps across his stumps. The ball wasn't far off the target there. Gibson in, that's an easy leave. It's rather hot, that sun coming through our window. Gibson bowls. Oh, nearly an edge there, and Parkinson looking to try and drive at a rising delivery outside the line of off stump. He's played and missed. Barry says it was nice to see Matty Potts still going strong when normally pace bowlers would be putting their feet up, so to speak, by that point in the day. Gibson comes in and bowls, turned off towards mid-wicket, no run. End of the over. 27 left today then, 168 for 7, and the other thing is the lead is starting to climb. They now lead by 74, so it's not just the overs coming down, it's the runs going up. Which takes this into tomorrow.
Unless these 3 fall very quickly now, we'll almost certainly be back
this
tomorrow.
Partnership's 32 as well, so they've been useful runs.
The lime trees, it says, are a fairly unusual variety called Tilia euchlora, whatever that means, with beds of roses underneath. They were planted when there used to be Dutch elms on both sides of the ground, lines of them, but obviously they fell to the virulent Dutch elm disease. Rain is in from the pavilion end. Bowls slightly short of a length, dropped out into the offside by Louis Kimber, and he has now made his second highest ever first class score because he took a single there. It says the main car park contains a variety of trees, mainly sorbus and silver birch. One nice connection maintained by the time of writing, present Earl of Lanesborough, planted a group of 9 trees in front of the groundsman's building for his great-grandfather, who'd been the club's original president in 1879. Rain is in and bowls. Parkinson's going to pick up a single there. He's a fraction late on that, pushing it from outside off stump off thick outside part of the bat, along the ground all the way through gully, down towards third man. One for 29 for Ben from 14.2 overs. Sadly, Durham don't feature in that book because it was pre-1992. Rain is in on off stump. Kimber is again dropping it out into the offside. He thinks there might be a single in it. Parkinson disabuses him of the notion in no uncertain terms. and wanders down. Has a word with his, I was going to say younger. There's not much in it. I think Parkinson might be a year older. Louis is, I think, 24 now. Actually, Parkin may now be 26. I'll just check those ages. There's not much in it. Rain is in. Kimber leaves outside off stump. Actually, Louis is 25 now. February the 24th, 1997. And Parky October 24th, 1996. So, well, he at the moment then is 20. Yeah, he's 26. Coming up to 27. Goodness. In goes Rain and bowls. Half forward is Kimber, pushing it out into the covers, and this time it's he who raises his bat to Parkinson to indicate there's no chance of a single. October 24th, 1996. So that is 26 actually, isn't it? He's coming up on 27. Next month he's 27, he's 26, and Kimber is 25. Got there in the end, but fairly convoluted route.
If you click on their profiles on Cricket Info, it tells you how many.
It does
days
it
they are
properly,
as well.
doesn't it?
Yeah.
Does it? It knows how we struggle, or I struggle anyway, and that one is turned by Kimber off middle and leg out towards deep backward square for 1. Ben Rain's hand started to go into the air, thought might have sneaked through, it didn't. Kimber moves on to 73, 171 for 7. The partnership 35 now for the 8th wicket. After 2 wickets fell in the space of just 2 runs, Tom Scriven and Eddie Barnes caught at first slip and wicketkeeper respectively, both off the bowling of Matt Potts for 3 and 1, 136 for 7 at that stage.
It's the run rate at the minute, 3.1. Gibson in. Kimber has that in the air momentarily off towards the leg side. Jones collected. So
76 the lead. No, 77 now.
Yeah. I mean, if these two were to continue batting through the day at around about 3 and over, then that's about 75, 80 more runs they'd be adding on. Gibson in, cut by Kimber down towards deep backward point for 2. He's coming back for a second. Maddinson with a throw. He gets there. Good running.
Well, a lead of 150 with 3 wickets in
be,
hand would have given the game a whole different feel, wouldn't
Certainly
it?
Would.
Going into tomorrow.
The ice cream man's doing the rounds in the estate behind us. Gibson on for 18 from 7.2 overs, 4 maidens, looking for this first wicket in this second innings. That's defended by Kimber. Picked up by Jones, leg side, no run.
Foxy Phil's been in a lake getting our reeds, he says.
Reeds?
He works in he looks after fish at a garden place. I don't know whether that's for feeding or for selling or...
The reeds, probably to stop them filling the lake, maybe. Gibson in. Oh, worth a shout. He's out.
Oh, that's huge.
Now that nipped back in sharply, and I think probably underneath the knee roll. And Kimber's gone for 75. Partnership ends on 37.
He looked at his bat then, Kimber, so I think it was definitely going to hit. The question was, did he get anything on it? And umpire Watts decided he didn't. Well done, young Mr. Gibson. You've laboured long and hard for that.
Difficult to tell on the TV.
Stayed a bit low as well, but
Yeah.
Gibson, important wicket. And we were just saying, well, it was our fault. That was my fault, really, wasn't it? Apologies to Louis Kimber, who goes for 75.
Or is it your fault?
Well, I was just saying that if they were still there, well, we were both saying
because you've got to weigh these things up, haven't you?
You do. You can't.
Don't have to take any
anything about
responsibility for anything there. Weighing up a few permutations.
His 75 included, I think, 14 fours and came off 142 balls.
It was 14 fours, yeah, 142 balls.
173 for 8. The lead at this stage is 79. And there are potentially 25 overs after this one to be bowled today. And as I say, theoretically, the umpires could say, we'll put on the floodlights, we'll play the extra half hour. If there's only another, if Durham were to be, say, 50 for 2 chasing 90 or something like that. But 'tis all speculation. Well batted, Louis Kimber, your second highest first-class score. Is it enough to make a difference to the result? Wright was furious when he got out, furious with himself when he got out caught behind in the first innings, 2 pots, having added that 49 with Parkinson. He's going to have to do something similar here, though, if Leicestershire are really going to have a prayer.
Right, it is facing Gibson. He bowls and Wright defends. Gibson in, Wright pushes that one to point, no run there. .25 overs to go. On day 3, of course, we can come back tomorrow.
Still be ambitious of not doing so, Durham, of not having to do so, of being on the A1 tonight. Ben Rain, 1 for 30 from 15. Parkinson's asking somebody to move. Somebody on the first floor, presumably. Nobody's looking up at us. Windows aren't reflecting. Would be a little bit high. Rain, with just the 2 slips, runs in, bowls to Parkinson, who plays and misses outside off stump. Did rather plunge forward at that one.
Paul Summerside says Durham can chase 100 surely. Well, it just
Tonight,
depends.
does he mean?
Yeah,
yeah.
well,
yeah. Don't want to take too. Don't want to do something daft though. There's 3 or 4 quick wickets hitting out, but
they did come out last year and chase down a total at Worcester, where it looked like the game might go to a 4th day, and the weather forecast on the 4th day was iffy, and they managed to get the runs knocked off on the evening of the 3rd day.
Rain is in, bowls. Parkinson is right behind the straight delivery. Back down the pitch on the offside, goes past Rain. Picked up by Potts at mid-off. I wonder if he'll fancy coming back. Pick up a 13th wicket in the game. Right, as we've been saying, he can handle himself with the bat. 3,500 first-class runs in his career as Rain is in. Bowls. Parkinson leaves outside off stump. Parkinson 1,239. Right, 3,519 at 18.23. Parkinson's averaging 19.67 for his 1,200. So they are roughly of a standard. Parkinson, obviously the much younger of the men, can still have ambitions to develop his batting a little bit. Rain is in to him. He's edging, but a good diving stop by Borthwick on the bounce to his right. That second slip means that Parkinson doesn't pick up any runs. He got on top of the bounce. It bounced a foot or so short of Borthwick as he dived across to his right. Made a goalkeeper-style two-handed stop.
Oh, I don't think he's hit that. I think that's hit the pad and gone behind the bat there. If he has got anything on that, an inside edge on that, it's certainly after the ball has hit the pad first. Rolling it back and forth.
Third slip, stroke fourth slip has gone in now for Parkinson as Rain is in. Bowls to him, very straight. Gets a very straight bat. In return, Rain picks up in his follow through, then throws the ball to Potts to do a spot of polishing. It's coming up to 57 overs old now, so theoretically the new ball would be available for the last over of the day, should Durham need it. At that stage, I don't think they'd bother, I suspect. Rain is in. Parkinson gets a tempter outside off stump, steps forward, but then lifts his bat over the line of the ball. End of the over, 173 for 8. I think that was a maiden for Ben Rain. 16 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 30. His figures.
Rich says, being naturally pessimistic when it comes to Durham, please remind me how many runs the last 2 wickets put on in the first Leicestershire innings. I think it was 72.
Yeah, 49 for the 9th wicket.
23, I think, was it?
I believe so.
23 for the last one, yeah.
There we go then. Same again, and would make things interesting, Rich.
Gibson bowling to right. Right plays the ball down.
Oh!
He's played it on.
Dropped on, bounced down into the ground, right, took his eye off it, bounced up in the air and landed bang on top of the stumps.
I thought, why is he not doing anything about where the ball's bounced there? Has that hit his helmet and come back down?
No, it just down into the ground, bounced up in the air behind him. And as you say, I was waiting for him to turn around and whack it away.
I thought he was going to react to where it was bouncing, but he clearly didn't know where it was.
No. Bowled.
Oh, there, it's come on. It's landed on the bail.
Yeah, he landed right smack on top of it.
Yeah. It bounced a long way up, went higher than him.
It did. He could have leaned over and just headed it away, couldn't he, or whatever. But for some reason,
who did that? Cosgrove headed a ball at Durham a few years ago.
Yeah, but then they insisted on him examining his helmet, didn't it? But right goes bowled Gibson without scoring. So, Rich, no danger of a 49 partnership this time round. The partnership was exactly a 0 for the 9th wicket. 173 for 9. The lead
Michael
is
Finan next.
Just 79, 1 wicket left, 23.5 overs left to be bowled. If his wicket were to fall in this over, 21 overs, but possibly the extra half hour. So it could be 29 overs if light permits. And at the moment, the light is absolutely perfect. Ollie Gibson's luck has changed. Picks up his second wicket, 2 for 18 for him. That was an extraordinary one. If you get a chance to see that on the replay, on NV Play, who put up replays of the various dismissals that are filmed, have a look at it. We were both sat here waiting for Wright to look behind him. But he seemed to think his job had been done.
Yeah.
He'd played it hard down into the ground. Whether he got a shout or... Well, he obviously didn't get a shout from Callum Parkinson, who perhaps couldn't see it because it was bouncing behind Wright. Down into the ground, right up into the air. A good sort of 6 foot, 7 foot into the air. And then, pop, landed squarely on top of the bails.
Finding the new man as Gibson comes in and bowls, and that's played towards the covers now, and now I'm going to have to go next door.
Well, yes, it's 2 minutes past 5. Don't miss it. Borthwick still reenacting that strange little incident news of proposals for the extension of the King Power Stadium in Leicester. In goes Gibson and is driven very pleasantly. A full delivery by Finan, who can clearly handle himself, but a good stop away to his left, moving smartly. Matty Potts means there's no run. They look to be doing a good job when Louis Kimber was together with Callum Parkinson in taking the score onto 173 for 7, but then Kimber went leg before wicket to Gibson for 75, an appeal for leg before turned down there. And on the same score, Chris Wright got a delivery from Gibson. He played it into the ground, wasn't sure where it had gone. It bounced up into the air and landed squarely on top of the stumps. 173 for 9 then Leicestershire. It means they lead by 79. Durham would need 80 to win the game. Michael Finan, the last man, has come out to join his captain Callum Parkinson. If they can somehow extend the lead well over 100, 120, 130, then you never quite know what might happen tomorrow. As things are, Durham in line for a 3-day win tonight with Leicestershire 173 for 9. And that last delivery is dug out by Gibson, played out to mid-wicket by Finan, and there is no run. Updates over. Next one, 5:30 into the sports bulletin, or during the sports bulletin. My suspicion is the game might now end tonight. Finan made a very good half-century against Nottinghamshire last week. Gibson is in, bowls to him, he tries to pull it away, doesn't get anything on it. Perhaps stays a fraction low, hits him between pad and thigh pad, or bottom of thigh pad, because he's okay. And that's the end of Gibson's over. A successful one again for Ollie Gibson, 2 for 18 from 9 overs for the youngster, who will feel he's really made a contribution, and he has. The dismissal of Kimber and then of Wright could mean the game finishes tonight, and that Durham are chasing a much, much more attainable target than might otherwise have been the case. How will Parkinson play this? He knows Finan can bat, but when Finan came out to join him in the first innings, Parkinson started to go for his shots and skewed one up in the air almost straight away. Rain is in to him. He's defending that one on off stump, out towards extra cover, and there's no run. Shadow of the floodlight next to the electronic scoreboard, now extending right across the ground. They are tall, the floodlights here. 3 slips, or at least first, second and fourth, go down as rain is in to Parkinson, who is steering it out into the gap at point. Might be a second there. There will be a second, because it sort of bisects wide third man and the sweeper on the offside boundary. It's wide third man who gets to the ball, but Parkinson picks up a couple, moves on to 12, 175 for 9, the lead 81.
Rich says his previous tweet about being naturally pessimistic where Durham are concerned, he says that tweet did a Mervyn for Durham, so I was quite pleased with that. So it's going to be called now, doing a Mervyn, isn't it?
Rain in. Parkinson leaves outside off stump. It's fumbled by McIntosh behind the stumps, as a number of deliveries have been, but not the ones that have been edged. He hasn't put anything down in that respect. So although he's conceded, I think we worked out it was 44 in buys at the last count, he hasn't dropped a catch. He's taken all those, 5 of them. Rain is in. Bowls, lovely delivery, goes past the outside edge of Parkinson's bat. Rain, who has now been around long enough to be extremely philosophical, just turns and gets on with it. Now, heads on hand, hands on head even, or double teapots, anything like it. No pausing at the end of his follow through, just turns, and the characteristic rain march back to his mark. Turns, runs in and bowl stays low. Must have been an inside edge to save him there. Let's see what the signal is from umpire Longley. If there is one, there isn't. That's all that saved him, because that was going on to hit off stump. Sure as eggs is eggs. Thick inside. Must have been an inside edge then. Parkinson moves on to 13. 176 for 9 brings Finan down on strike to face Ben Rain.
Yeah, onto the back pad, I think.
The odd one keeping low with the old soft ball. One ball to go and he's over. Rain polishes the ball on the back of his leg, right leg. It leaves a narrower mark. Runs in and bowls. Finan is comprehensively beaten outside the off stump.
There wouldn't, just thinking about it, there wouldn't be an extra half an hour.
Couldn't be, could there?
No, because they've already added the extra half an hour today, haven't they?
Yeah, I don't know what the rules are in that respect, because could they not
Well,
do so
it'd be
again?
dark.
It would, yeah. I mean, there's the practicalities of it to consider, but I don't know whether you're actually then not allowed to add a further half hour, so to speak. But it would be a shame if, you know, we come back for 2 overs tomorrow or something like that. But
It's about 6 or 7 years ago this week that Brian Hunt did his last game for Durham as scorer at Chesley Street. He told me a story about back in the days when he had a Sunday league game plonked in the middle of a county championship match. On the Sunday, Durham had to travel to somewhere like Taunton. Gibson bowls, or leading edge from Parkinson has gone up to wide, mid-off, no run there. And then from Taunton they had to travel all the way back to Portsmouth to play Hampshire for the sake of, it was either 1 run or 1 wicket. And it was all over in no time.
that's not a fun journey,
No.
is it, that?
And Keaton Jennings, his dad, Ray, played in a first-class match where they came back on the final day needing 1 wicket and never got it. Gibson bowls, driven out through the covers here by Parkinson. He should get 2, he will. Maddinson out in the deep, throws that back in to the keeper's end. Sun just starting to dip is right in our eyes now. But what a pleasant day.
14 wickets in the day.
This is the 60th over. Gibson bowling the 3rd ball of it. Parkinson plays the ball just beyond the gully area. The keeper's it's not Borthwick who's chased after that one. From second slip, 1 run. In comes Gibson. Ball played into the ground by Finan, who was born in the Tameside area of Greater Manchester, that area out towards sort of Stalybridge, Glossop, round that way, in the shadows of the Pennines. He is yet to get off the mark. Gibson bowls. Oh, that's a good ball. That nips in sharply. It was a little bit too high, though. It's ended up finding its way to first slip. Just did a little bit too much, that one.
Yeah. Goodness from Gibson again. I think he's been pretty good throughout the second innings, really. Struggled a bit first dig, but he's backed up Potts very well in the second.
Yeah, it's a little bit too high. Here he comes in again. Fine and drives. That's away for 4. Nice shot. It's
Play that up to the marquee at the far end of the ground between the bowler and mid-on. End of the over. So he moves on to 483 for 9, so the lead is 89.
He can play for confining, as we saw at Trent Bridge, so there's still plenty for Parkinson to play for, so to speak. 16 to him. 21 overs, take off 2 for the change of ends. It would be 18 if a wicket then fell in this over for Durham to get maybe 90. If a wicket falls in this over. Rain endeavouring to make that happen. Runs in, bowls to Parkinson, who is working it nicely off his legs. It's a long chase back to the square leg boundary for Dixon, who puts in the slide, gets his throw away, but Finan, who's quite smart between the wickets, made the third comfortably enough. Parkinson on to 19, happy to give Michael Finan the strike. 186 for 9, lead creeps over 90, or 290. To 92 actually, isn't it now? Rain into Finan, who is a bit of a flat-footed waft outside off stump, trying to cut it away, but it was a bit too wide and he was reaching for it. And fortunate for him that he didn't reach it. He might just have snicked it through to the keeper. Rain turns. Runs in and bowls a lovely delivery that leaves Finan, and I suspect would have beaten better batsmen with respect to him than the number 11.
Yeah, nice ball, just leaving him late there.
Rain is in. Fuller, driven by Finan. Wasn't really going where he wanted it to, but he got a thick outside edge to it. It ran down towards third man. One is taken. Maybe a little bit of interaction there between Finan and Rain. He wasn't over impressed with the expansive nature of the shot. Finan on to 5, 187 for 9. Two balls to go in the 61st over of the innings. Rain is in down the leg side. Ordinary delivery. And at the end, Finan stands and stares back down the wicket at Rain. So I'm thinking that there was probably words exchanged previously. Rain a little walk, then he stops at the end of his run, then he runs in and bowls very straight. Finan very straight bat in defence back down the pitch to Rain, who picks it up and then underarms it to Dixon, because that is the end of his 18th over. 1 for 37 for him. 187 for 9. And the lead into the 90s. And Matthew Potts is being summoned back. Don't want to finish this tonight. Finish the game, that is, I'm sure, tonight. So although Gibson has picked up those 2 wickets, it's Matthew Potts who's being given the chance, or the request is to finish things off.
Here he comes from the Bennett end. The ball is a wideish delivery, and it's steered down towards wide third man by Finan for 2. So Potts in this innings had taken 6 for 46 and 6 for 52 in the first, so 12 for 98, so that's now 12 for 100. His best figure's 7 in a game against Glamorgan. That's driven up towards mid-off, no run there. Was it against Glamorgan? Yeah, 7 for 40 against Glamorgan in the win this year, so he's not going to equal that, or better that.
You'd take your match best, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah. Two slips in place, he turns and comes racing back in and bowls. Finding forward to that one, pushes off the point. He sets off for a single, it's gone to Maddinson and Parkinson says wait there. Fourth ball of the over, in comes Potts. It's gone away for 4 byes, down the leg side.
Well, Mackintosh.
40 extras now in this innings.
48 byes for the match for him.
I don't think many wicketkeepers would have got near that, to be honest with you.
No, it's tough when those go down against the keeper.
Potts in. Ooh, well now that one's moved a lot. He's played it that outside the line of off stump and it's been taken low, way down the leg side. Matty Potts masterclass, says Tom the bookie. And he says to think at one point in his career he didn't even have his own Gansey. Well, he didn't when he was when he made his debut for Durham in 2017. He was still in the academy, so he didn't have a squad number. So he borrowed jumpers off other players. Comes in and bowls. This is played by Finan off towards point for 1. And that is the end of the over. So 193, 194. That's a 100 lead, isn't it? 194 for 900 lead.
Beginning to look as though we will be back tomorrow, albeit for a fairly short time, because it'll be 16 overs left if a wicket falls in this over. Probably go for that, wouldn't they? 4 or 5 and over, maybe. See how things went for the first 4 or 5. Send somebody out to have a whack. Rain is in. Bowls. Finan defends on off stump out into the offside. Picked up at point by Nick Maddinson. Would they send in a pinch hitter?
Well, Maddinson is supposed to be that man, isn't he?
Yeah, have a bit of confidence from that first 50 for.
He does open the ball, open the batting at home, I think.
So he might go in and see if he can whack a few quickly. Rain is in. Bowls outside edge missed, and that is genuinely missed by Mackintosh, and that's 4 more byes. Is that 50 in byes? I think it is. And again, well, there was excuse he couldn't get anywhere near that last one from Potts, but that one should unquestionably have been stopped. It's down sort of, again, it's those low ones just that are fairly close to his body. He seems to look to form a kind of long barrier reaching one side or the other. And
It's bounced in front of him and he's
yeah,
pulled his
but
head away.
you've got to. That's his job. He's got to stop him.
Maybe he needs to be just a little bit further forward then.
Rain is in. Bowles hits him on the back pad.
too
Probably
high.
did a bit too much, yeah. And the throw comes in because Finan was sort of wandering around his crease a little bit there. Missed the stumps anyway.
There were a few words of dissent there.
I don't know whether he was shouting to throw at the stumps or something. It could have been that. If it was dissent, umpire Longley might have something to say about it, but I suspect it was more. Huge bumblebee flies past. That was the size of a zeppelin.
I think that was too high and going down leg.
It was, but I think it was tied at the stumps. I think Finan had gone for a little bit of a walk. Rain in again to him. Finan is almost playing down and onto the stumps a la right, but didn't do so. Another bumblebee. It must be bumblebee time. Goes past the other way this time.
Well, it is. It's honey harvest time. I was driving down.
They don't do honey, do they? Bumblebees?
Do they not?
They're not like your normal bee, I don't think.
Oh. I just thought all bees were bumblebees. Didn't realise there was
No,
different.
the bumblebees
There's a
are the
smaller
big
one.
ones. They're big,
Oh, they're
the
the big
great
ones.
big
Alright.
furry ones.
Right.
Rain is in. Finan is on driving slightly inadvertently. I think he was probably looking to get straighter than that on the offside and got a thick inside bottom edge.
When I was driving down on Sunday, I was listening to Six Music and Gideon Cole was on, and he was just asking people, what are you up to this afternoon? And lots of people were harvesting honey from bees all over the country.
I've been out a few times to gather blackberries, but
Yeah.
honey is a specialist job, I would suggest. Rain is in and bowls outside off stump. Finan steps forward and leaves. Otherwise, you'd be a bit like your wasp farm you were talking about yesterday. Well, not farm. Was it a wasp attraction?
Hornet Land, wasn't
Hornet
it?
Land.
Hornet World or something.
Yeah, Hornet World, Wasp World. or
Come
something.
and get stung at Hornet World. Some of those viz ones, there was a... Follow them on Facebook and they have these different little adverts. And, the worldwide maggot corporations put in an application to open a maggot farm above a delicatessen in the high street and stuff like this.
104 the lead for Leicestershire.
Here's Potts ball in hand, coming in from the Bennett end. Bowles. Oh, playing a miss from Parkinson. Outside the line of off stump. Now 18 overs left today, 17.5 after that delivery.
Can they better their first innings score of 202? Neither very good, really.
That's well wide of off stump. I was just wondering what their best score was this year, but it was on that road at Hove, 756 for 4 declared.
Yeah, they've got a 500. They've still managed to lose it by an innings, despite scoring 500 in the first innings.
584 against Glamorgan.
And lost.
Yeah. 440 against Notts-here.
Yeah, been a couple of decent innings, but it's the second innings of not many decent scores in the second innings.
They lost the Notts one as well by an innings. Pot in. That's wide of off stump. They don't need to be played out, these ones. Just left alone by Parkinson, who is on 19 from 41 deliveries.
50 runs in the match for Parky.
That sun is rather hot at the moment, isn't it? It's a very warm evening, this. Potts balls, it's a bouncer. Parkinson just ducks out of it. Two balls left for the over. 198 for 9. Potts in, edged and gone. Bedingham takes the catch. That is the end of Leicestershire. So Durham will be chasing 105 to win, as Leicestershire are all out for 198. The partnership for that final wicket, 25. And so there's 2 balls left of that over. There's 15 overs tonight to chase 105. Will they do that?
Potts, 19.5 overs, 5 maidens, 49 runs, 7 wickets to go with his 6 in the first innings.
So that's 13 in the match, isn't it?
It is.
So it was... who was the man who was out there? Was it Parkinson?
It was Parky, caught by Bedingham, yeah.
419.
And Durham, therefore, need 105 to win. Potts' match figures. "13 wickets, 101 runs."
Really?
Is that right? 49 and 52?
Yeah.
Yep.
So that he got
13 for 101.
He got 11 for 101 against Glamorgan. He's clapped off the pitch here.
Well, rightly so.
He gets a guard of honour from his teammates, and he has the ball in his hands, which he's showing to a photographer as he walks off. A fantastic performance from him.
Rightly so. 13 wickets in the match for 101 runs. He may not better that throughout his career. If he does, he'll have had one heck of a game. 105 to win. We think from 13 overs. Will there be? Is it 15
No, 15
now?
I
Have they
reckon.
done that now?
Yeah, they've already done it.
Have they changed it
There was
already, have they?
17.1 overs or
So it must
17.2
be
overs left
15,
when the
yeah.
wicket came.
So, yeah. And I do think that if they can, the umpires will extend it, especially if it's something like 90 for none, something like that. We will see. Let's pop the kettle on. Oh, I can't put the kettle on because it's past. You can put the kettle on if you're going next door. Or 2 boxes up, and I'll hang around and do my update.
I've got to do one as well.
Dare I take the chance and go and flick the switch before updates time? I'll give it a go. Wave frantically at me if you hear something in the headphones.
So the innings coming to an end in 63.5 overs. Bowling figures: Rain 1 for 37 in 19 overs, 7 maidens. We've done Potts 7 for 49. Coghlan 10 overs, 4 maidens, none for 30.
Unfortunately, they're not. There has just been all out. Callum Parkinson was caught at first slip by David Bedingham off the bowling of Matthew Potts for 19. Leicestershire all out in their second innings for 198, which means Durham need 105 to win, and they have 15 overs theoretically remaining tonight in which to get them. Matthew Potts, England seamer, took the last wicket, and it was the last of 7 he took in the innings. 7 for 49 for Matty Potts to go with 6 for 52 in the first innings. 13 wickets in the match for Matty Potts. What a difference a high-quality seamer makes. That's why he is now an England regular. Foxes look like they're going to go down to what would be their 8th defeat of the season, unless there's a real miracle here at the Uptonsteel County Ground tonight. Looks like a 3-day defeat is on the cards. And with that little update for BBC Radio Leicester, we will go now and make ourselves a cup of tea or coffee and be back with you in around about 5 minutes' time. Well, good afternoon again from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, possibly for the final time in this LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Durham. Durham about to start their second innings. Their target to win 105. If they're going to finish Leicestershire off tonight, they're going to have to get those runs in 15 overs. The electronic scoreboard has left us for the time being. The manual scoreboard is working as well as ever. Chris Wright is going to open the bowling for the Foxes from the pavilion end. Runs in and bowls outside off stump, and that's the ideal start as far as Durham are concerned, because they're going to score 4 from the very first ball. Michael Jones got up on his toes and defended it off a thick outside edge. He was on top of the bounce, steered it away through the gully down to third man for 4. So no pinch hitter as such. It's Sean Dixon and Michael Jones as in the first innings for Durham, when they put on 94, actually in 25.5 overs on that occasion. Wright is in and bowls to Jones, who's feeling for one outside off stump, seams away, and he rehearses the forcing shot through the offside. It was rather a jab, the shot he actually played. Jones got away with it. 3 slips, Kimber, Ackerman and Patel. Leicestershire have to take wickets, and take wickets quickly if they're going to have any chance of putting Durham under any sort of pressure at all. Wright is in, bowls outside off stump. Jones lets that one go through, lifts his bat over the line of the ball. It is only 6 and over, which obviously by T20 standards, something like that is nothing really. This day and age, sometimes it's more tricky with red ball cricket, but Leicestershire haven't set a defensive field. They're not playing for time here, because there's all day tomorrow as well, just in terms of winning the game tonight. In goes Wright, bowls. Jones leaves outside off stump. It seems away, but from wide, and went a little bit wider. And there is no run. 4 without loss remains the score. 101 then needed. Umpires got them out in fairly smart order. Wright is in and bowls. Jones is defending that one, or attempting to defend it, and it just leaves him, goes past the outside edge. Taken by Swindles. Movement about just every delivery, and it just emphasises the fact that if Leicestershire had been able to set Durham 170, 180, 200, it could have a very different feel to this game. But 100 should surely be well within their compass. Wright is in, and that is clipped nicely away by Jones to the square leg boundary for 4. Wright over ambitious, looking for a little bit of outswing. It might just have straightened a bit, but on leg stump. And Jones on top of it whipped it away to the square leg boundary. So 8 from the first over. Confirmation, the electronic scoreboard isn't going to be back with us at immediate future. It is, quote, being investigated as we speak. But this is where the good old manual scoreboard comes into its own. 8 without loss after 1 over. All to Michael Jones. Dixon will be on strike to Finan, second over. Everything happening fairly quickly out there. Finan comes running in. Bowls, slightly short of a length. Dixon up on his toes, defending out into the offside, and there is no run. Martin back alongside, having scaled the 39 steps. Actually, there are 40, unfortunately, but 39 would have been so much better. You've caught the sun, young man.
Have I? Mm. Trying to catch my breath.
Finan scampers down the slope and bowls. It swings in, but slightly short of a length, and Dixon can turn it out towards square leg. Azad comes running in from long leg to field. Dixon can pick up a couple. Moves on to 2. The score on to 10 without loss.
I don't know if you checked, but I've asked, and Nico reckons that if the umpires think the game can get finished tonight, they would add the extra half hour on top of the extra half hour that we've already got.
We did think that it would be to have to come back for 10 minutes or 15 minutes tomorrow, wouldn't it? All the costs involved. Finan is in outside off stump. Tempter wide and short, or shortish, but wasn't quite wide enough. Dixon decided and let it bounce through to Swindles. Whether we get the electronic back remains to be seen, but we'll be okay. 105 to win, 10 without loss, 95 still needed. And although theoretically that's 13.5 overs, as Martin has just explained, as Finan goes in and he's bowled him. Thick inside edge, came back in a little bit, and Dixon a slightly indeterminate shot, thick inside edge onto the top of middle stump, and Durham are 1 down. They are 10 for 1. Just swung back in a little bit, took the inside edge.
And he has gone for 2.
Just a couple.
Yeah. Wicket coming, 1.4 overs into the innings.
Oh look, somebody switched it back on again. It's making all sorts of lovely blue.
It's a nice blue colour. It's azure
turquoisey blue. Yeah, it is sort of like a deep sea, looking down into a deep sea. We're talking about the electronic scoreboard here, but it has got one black square on it. It fades back to black. That is a song, isn't it? Amy Winehouse. Bless her. Back to black.
Yeah.
As you probably heard, the Durham skipper is coming to the wicket now.
If Durham lose 2 or 3 quick wickets here, they might be reassessing their thoughts of whether they try to come back tomorrow or not.
Yeah, Finan has swung the ball at a decent leg. Just wondering whether it's worth him having a short leg here, because got a bit of bounce as well. No indication, apart from Parkinson, that he's going to bring anybody in too short leg. It's a conventional single saving field. Guessing there's a long leg down there, can't quite see from here. Just the 3 slips. He did trouble Borthwick in the first innings, Finan, especially after lunch yesterday. Afternoon session. Swung it away from the left-hander. Finan is in. Bowls, and he does swing it away from him. He curtain rails the bat back inside the line. So he plays it well, but good movement for Finan. Leicestershire trying to, as Paul Nixon puts it, sometimes create a bit of theatre.
The sun is shining right behind the floodlight now, right inside. It looks like the floodlight is on.
Finan is in. Bowls Borthwick solidly forward on off stump out into the offside. It goes. End of Finan's over. 10 for 1. Just the 2 runs from it and a wicket. And hurrah! The electronic scoreboard reappears in all its magnificent multicoloured glory.
Except I've just looked at the sun and now I can't see a thing.
10 for 1 after 2. 13 potentially remain tonight, or possibly a little bit more.
Right, has the ball at the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to Jones, who's on 8. Comes right arm over. Jones defends off stump. It rolls up to Parkinson at mid-off, no run there.
You were saying about the scoreboard needing a sort of deficit, but they have put number to win under remain and then target. So they're using that space now for that purpose.
Yeah.
Just didn't use it in the previous sort of innings as such. But
Yeah, it could be worth having deficit or lead.
Deficit or lead, yeah. Indeed.
Right, comes in and bowls to Jones. That's left alone. It skips through to the keeper, quite low. I absolutely can't see a thing. The sun's blazing right in my eyes. I've got a baseball cap on. I've got my sunglasses on. John Rouse Milligan says, "Here we go." Right bowls. Oh, Jones plays and misses there. He's gone down on one knee. Chris Pinkney, is the extra half hour possible? We think so, yes. It would seem to be. On top of the extra half hour of playing. The problem you then got is the game could end up finishing in the dark.
This is it. It's a sort of practical problem rather than a theoretical one, because the shadows from the trees are now beginning to extend towards the square. But we'd got through to 10-7 yesterday.
Yeah.
Without the floodlight. Well, the floodlights came on. We didn't really need them.
No. The other thing is, people of the northeast, we are, 160 miles away here, and it does get darker quicker here than it does in the northeast. Probably about 15 minutes in it, maybe 20 minutes. That's left alone. Off right. There's an incredible difference when they, in the summer, the light nights. You know, I've played golf. I've been coming off the golf course at 11 o'clock at night on the solstice and being able to see the ball down the fairway. Right in again. Ball played out into the cover area, no run there. Right in. That's out the meat of the bat. That sounded lovely. That's away for 4 through the covers.
Third boundary for Michael Jones. Nice shot. All his runs have come in boundaries. 3 scoring shots, 12 runs, 14 for 1 at the end of the third over. 91 now needed.
(22:07) is the sunset time tonight here.
That would be just about right in theory. We did have to stop in the first match of the season against Worcestershire on the second day because the sun had set. That was fairly close to 7 o'clock. That was back obviously in early April. Finan is in from the Bennett End bowls outside off stump. A little bit of shape away from Borthwick, but Borthwick leaves safely.
There's only a few minutes in it now between here and Sunderland, for instance, 3 or 4 minutes. But at the height of the summer, around the solstice, it's nearly, I would say, from sunset in London to where we are, it's about 20 to 25 minutes difference.
Finan is in and bowls down the leg side. Rishi Patel inevitably leaps into the air as nobody else moves at all. Swindles moves away to his right to take the ball cleanly.
Borthwick wasn't within a bat's length of getting anywhere near that one.
Twiddles the bat in his hand. The Durham skipper can sniff that second win of the season. Waits with bat raised as Finan is in. Bowls to him, squared up a fraction, and it's in the air as he bunts it back out into the offside. Well short of Chris Wright, of course, at mid-off, but Good delivery from Finan.
Mervyn thanks us for the commentary, which he's been a key part of today.
Are you anticipating a swift and a relatively effortless end, Mervyn? Are you sure? Are you sure?
I think we'll be back here tomorrow.
Fine. No, I don't either. Finan goes in.
do.
And you do?
Yeah.
Do you? Okay. Finan goes in. I suppose it could be if it's something like 60 for 5 or something like that. But
Well, no, they're 14 for 1. There's only 11.2 overs left of real time today.
but if they need an extra 2 or 3 overs, they'd take them. I'm sure they'd find a way. If they're just 1 or 2 down, 90, something like that. Finan is in. Bowles looking for the Yorker, dug out well by Borthwick and squeezed it out to point. No
I don't think at the minute Durham look like they can just start hammering the ball around here. They're in a duel at the moment, and I think time-wise they know they can come back tomorrow.
91 needed off at the moment 11.1.
It's the other side of the coin if they would have messed this up royally.
Finan in past umpire Watts. Bowles and turned neatly off his legs by Borthwick. Should pick up how many? 2 as Azad puts in the slide. They might think about 1 for the throw. Borthwick is, but although it is a short throw and Swindles has to come running out a good 3 strips beyond the pitch, beyond the stumps, Borthwick and Jones decide to stay where they are. So just a couple to Scott Borthwick. Gets him off the mark. 16 for 1 after 4. So run rate is 4 and over. They only need 6 and over. So assuming Jones hangs around and Leicestershire don't set a defensive field, which I don't think they will, there's no point whatsoever in them doing that. They don't care if they, you know, any way they're going to get anywhere in this game is by taking wickets all day tomorrow as well. Right is in.
Right balls, gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper. John Mallet says, from the media box end of the ground, and with the ear of the match referee, we don't believe an extra half hour can be claimed, because an extra half hour has already been added to the scheduled close to make up for lost time. Well, that was my initial thought, but I've asked Paul Nixon, and he thinks that they would if it was, he believes they would if it was if they were in a position where Durham could win. Is that where Jason Swift's sitting up there, is he? In comes the bowler, and that's 4 through the covers. That's nicely dealt with by Jones.
Well, they won't need 11 overs if Wright bowls a few of those. Crunched away by Jones, who's proceeded purely in boundaries. 16 off 14, 20 for 1.
John's the photographer. He got a nice picture of Potts walking off with waving the ball, didn't he? I think?
That might be in a few newspapers tomorrow, or on a few newspaper websites, hopefully. Anyway.
Right again, comes in and bowls. Played by Jones to backward point. Well, if Swifty is right as the match referee, he should know, and there isn't the possibility of an extra half hour, then Durham aren't going to be chasing this tonight, are they?
I don't think the match referee has the last word, though. It's the umpires that do. They are the arbiters.
I mean, at the minute it's blazing sunshine, but it's also long shadows onto the ground, isn't it, from the trees. Right in, that's left by Jones, goes through to the keeper. If we're not back here tomorrow, Richard, will you still be wearing your shorts?
Yes.
Yeah. Is it Ray policy to wear shorts between April and October or something?
Essentially.
Yeah.
Essentially. No, it's just been such a fine summer, though, hasn't it? Really.
Yeah. Right comes in and bowls. That's angles a long way across towards leg side after it's past the stumps. If it does finish tonight, then Swifty will be able to get back down to the south coast probably. Right bowls. That's cut. That's so good diving stop. A backward point by Patel, I think that is. Oh, Jones is coming back for a second. He's got to get a move on here. The throw comes in and he gets there. He's now way past the slip cordon. And he's way down the other end of the ground. Good running too there. That was an excellent diving stop. The backward point. Rishi Patel, I think that is down there.
I think it's Budinger.
Is it?
Mm. Patel is in the slips at the moment. You can always tell because he'll be the one appealing from third slip.
Oh yes, he is.
22 for 1 after 5, so the run rate 4.5. 10 to get 83, obviously 8.3, but as I say, I think if it was just a case of 2 or 3 more, we'd get them with the agreement of all parties, frankly. Finan continues over the wicket to Scott Borthwick, who is leaning forward to a fullish straight delivery. Blocking it back up the pitch on the onside. Parkinson picks up.
Worcestershire have declared it hove on 438 for 5, leaving Sussex with a 218 run deficit and 10 overs to face tonight. Didn't get on until after 4 o'clock there because of rain.
Yeah, that's their first innings, isn't it? It's not.
Bad light has stopped play at Edgbaston between Warwickshire and Somerset.
That's it. Finan is in. Bowls goes through. Borthwick bounces over the top of the stumps.
The light has faded very fast in Birmingham. Umpires Neil Mallander and James Middlebrook consulted their light meters, and that was that. Somerset now lead by 286. And it looks it for the night.
40 miles away.
Yeah.
Over there.
But they're slightly to the north of us, aren't they? So any gloom that's passing them may have already be north of us.
Not much in it. Yeah, fingers crossed. Super delivery from Finan. Comes running in, bowls again to Borthwick. There's an appeal for leg before he's gone. It was full and it was straight, and Borthwick, I suspect, knew his fate. 22 for 1 becomes 22 for 2. Borthwick goes. Leg before wicket to Michael Finan. For 2, is there going to be a twist to this game?
Well, there you are. This is not straightforward by any stretch of the imagination. And Liam Travascus is walking out here with a pair of gloves for the batsman, and we're only 5.5 overs in, and a drink, and no doubt a message from the dressing room about how things should be approached from now on in. So Durham's still needing 83 to win.
17 wickets have now fallen today. 83 needed off 9.3. Nick Maddinson, on the back of his first innings half-century, comes to the crease. Fine, and 2 for 4 from 2.3. One or two Leicestershire players Leicestershire supporters who've left, maybe regretting their decision at the moment. Finan is in, bowls outside off stump, cut hard by Maddinson, but a good stop at backward point by Scriven. He got plenty of that, Maddinson, and it looked to be heading for the boundary. Well, it was heading for the boundary, but Scriven managed to make a stop. Well, that's the sort of shot which suggests that at the moment they're not going on the defensive. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. You'd normally be the last of the day, but you never quite know. Finan is in, bowls, back past him, but it is stopped. Well, they've already lost 2 wickets in going for those 105 runs. Sean Dixon was bowled by Michael Finan off an inside edge. Finan, the left armer, the new left armer, building up a decent head of steam here and swinging the ball. And then he got the Durham skipper Scott Borthwick leg before wicket with a full delivery just a few moments ago. 22 for 2 then. 83 more runs needed by Durham. Theoretically 9 overs and 1 delivery left tonight. We think the umpires would try and find another couple of overs if necessary, as Maddinson picks up 4 there. Durham still going for the runs tonight, but there could be a late twist. You never know. Durham now 26 for 2. Maddinson connected with that one as he did the delivery previously. At this time Scriven wasn't able to get in the way because it hit him well in front of him. And he's off the mark with a boundary. 26 for 2 off 6. 79 needed off 9 and possibly a couple more.
Adrian Thomas, who's an aficionado on Gloucestershire and statistician, he says he doesn't believe they could add an extra 8 overs on tonight either once they've already added one set of 8 today. That's it, as he believes.
I think Nico knows what he's about, really.
He is right. Where's that gone? That's played by Jones up to Parkinson at mid-off. He misfields slightly, but he manages to recover the situation. I think I'm going to have to stand behind you with the sun in the shade here, out the sun, so I can follow where the ball's going. 26 for 2, 79 needed. On the board, 8.5 overs remaining. Jones is 18, Maddinson 4. 3 slips in place and a backward point. Right in, right arm over. Jones plays the ball towards point, but Inge collects 1 run. I remember the run chase that Durham pulled off at Nottinghamshire when they won the title in 2013, and they came out, I think they needed something like 189, and they came out with 16 or 17 overs. But they altered the batting order, and they sent Mark Stoneman and Phil Mustard out. And obviously it's a smallish ground, isn't it? Trent Bridge, and the ball was flying to the boundary. Both of them broke the record that evening for the fastest 50 for Durham. And they pulled it off with about an over and a half to go. And that was after they'd spent most of the night in the street following a fire at the team hotel. Maddinson on strike on 4. Right balls. Maddinson looks to cut and plays and misses. Well, he's come out Mr. Aggressive here, and if he's not careful, he'll be back in as Mr. Aggressive with not many runs on his tally in this innings.
I remember Surrey getting 220 in 22, I think it was, at the Oval to win the game against Leicestershire on the last day.
Adrian says, well, let me know if I'm wrong, please. Will do.
Just listen in, Adrian.
Yeah. 27 for 2 then. Maddinson has faced 4 for 4. Right balls. Oh, he's LBW there, is he? Oh, that was worth a shout. He went back into his crease. The ball wrapped him on the pads. Umpire says no.
He takes some convincing, Tom Longley, doesn't he? There's a few hands on heads still out there. We'll have a look at the replay. Might just have pitched outside leg, or umpire Longley thought it did. I think it did pitch outside leg, actually. I think that's what probably saved him. They looked a bit highish
it was going up
well.
as well, wasn't it? I think
Yeah,
height maybe there.
I think just wasn't enough going for that one.
Yeah.
Good decision for me.
Wright comes in and bowls, and Maddinson leaves that well alone. Yeah, I think height was the issue there. They're going to appeal for everything.
Yeah.
Two or 3 years ago at Worcestershire were needing about 86 to win, and Chris Rushworth had them 30 for 5 on his own after about 6 overs. Right balls, Maddinson leaves that one alone, and then they managed to get a partnership on the board and they went on to win it. But another wicket now, and it's squeaky bum time, as they used to say. That's the end of the over. 27 for 2, 8 remaining on the board. So that's about half an hour's worth.
Toyota Yaris, yours?
No. Well, there's a big spider on the web outside there, coming out for his tea. Have you managed that?
What's he done?
The engine's still running.
Oh. Well, you can move it yourselves, and or can't somebody go in and switch it off? But anyway, Finan is continuing, obviously, from the Bennett end and bowls outside off stump. A very late poke at the ball from Jones, and the ball goes past his outside edge into the gloves, slides past into the gloves of Swindles.
I remember once coming out into the car park and there was a Jaguar with its engine on, nobody in it. And I thought, well, how's that still going? And the person who owned it had gone out with his wife, hadn't realised when he tried to push the button off that it hadn't actually gone off. But he was close enough, although he was indoors, that the car was still picking up the signal from his key.
Finan bowls outside off stump. Jones steps forward and leaves. Calmly enough. Sun had gone behind a little wisp of white cloud, but it comes out blazing again. The problem, as I say, is that the shadows from the trees on that side of the ground are getting closer and closer to the pitch. 7.4 overs potentially remain to be bowled, but we went through to 10 to 7 yesterday, and if we do that again, they'll bowl more than 7.4. Finan bowls, and Jones rather stylishly covers up there, and then a little flourish of the bat as he pushes it out to mid-on.
Looking at the time, another half hour of overs, including the one we're in now, would take you to about 20 to 7. So
they'd get a couple more in if they played to the same time as they did yesterday, if they wanted to, if that's what the umpires decide to do. So I think if it was just a case of 10 more runs needed, they'd probably find a way. Finan is in, bowls, driven very pleasantly by Jones, but he's picked out mid-off, who forms the long barrier. Chris Wright it is out there, and then immediately starts applying the sweat from his brow to the ball and gets to work on it. 27 for 2 remains the score. Sun comes blazing back out. Finan is in and bowls. Could deliver it on to off stump. Jones sells a bit of a dummy to Maddinson by dropping it out towards the offside, then taking a couple of quick steps forward. Maddinson responds, but then Jones realised Barnes is going to get to the ball quickly enough to prevent a quick single.
Bernard says there will be no fireworks tonight unless Leicestershire put on the buffet bowlers. There's no point in risking anything now, having got the upper hand. And he thinks this will go on to tomorrow.
Finan is in and bowls, nice and straight. Jones solidly behind it, back up the pitch it goes to Michael Finan, a maiden over, and it may be then the way that Jones played that over very solidly but without any aggression. That is what Durham, or the Durham hierarchy feel now. As
sense needs to prevail. I think that.
Well,
I think that
especially with
message
those
came
two
on
wickets.
I think that message came on with Travaskis and the bottle.
When Borthwick went.
Batsman certainly didn't need a new pair of gloves after 5 overs, did he?
No, but that said, Maddinson went hard at it for a couple of attempted cuts, didn't he? But maybe, as you say, that's just him. What's Wright doing? He's
just doing there.
Picked up a bit of sawdust to mark something on his run-up, essentially. Whether it's just where he wants to start accelerating or something a bit soft, who knows?
In comes right round the wicket to Maddinson, who drives, and he's played at fresh air there. He was nearly yorked off stump. Adrian says he can't listen. He's following a more tense game at Headingley, unfortunately, he says. Who's playing there?
Yorkshire and Essex, and I think Essex are winning that one, aren't they? Unless, if it's getting tense, Yorkshire have taken a few wickets.
Yeah. But he's a Gloucestershire fan. Oh, Essex 157 for 8. Need 4 to win now. This is defended.
That is interesting.
Yeah. Their target's 162. They're 158 for 8. Day 3. There. Northants are playing Surrey. Northants 195 for 5 in their second innings, now lead by 113. Right to Maddinson. Oh, and that's a streaky 4. That was well wide of off stump, and Maddinson's looked to cut it, and he's got an inside edge which has gone wide right of the keeper and down for 4. Where are we? Stumps in Birmingham, we mentioned bad light, and we Somerset leading there. They're 277 for 4 in their second innings against Warwickshire, leading by 300. Sussex are 31 for none in their second innings after Worcestershire declared on 438 for 5, so they trail by 187. Still playing at Lords, where Glamorgan lead by 2 runs in their second innings at 178 for 8. Right to Maddinson. Maddinson defends that one. It runs back up to the bowler. So that's the scores on the doors at other games. Durham here 31 for 2. Need 74 from 6.2 overs tonight and all of tomorrow. Right, comes in and bowls. Played by Maddinson off to point.
Look like we're going to get half an hour tomorrow, or an hour.
Yeah.
Forecast is good, as you've been saying. Cooler, but
Yeah.
dry. That's the main thing.
Might get home for the school run tomorrow afternoon.
It's tiring driving at night, I find, these days.
Honestly, I used to drive home from places like this, but I don't bother now because there's that many overnight roadworks, you can't get home. It's left alone off right by Maddinson. Last week, diverted around the houses for the best part of an hour. I remember setting off from Derby and it said I'd be home at 9:15. I got home at 10:30. So, yeah, and I've sitting in traffic jams and country lanes at Wetherby and all over the place. There's just no point now. It's a long day. I mean, we're on air, and these days are the longest of the season because they never finish when they're meant to. We're on air at 10:30. Talking for how many hours yesterday? Till 7 o'clock.
Chorus from the listeners of, yeah, but you're watching cricket,
Well,
which
I know,
is fair enough.
but it is mentally draining. I mean,
Finan is in and bowls to Jones. Short, pulled in the air, could be caught running in from the... Oh, he's going to drop just short of Budinger, running in from the square leg boundary to mid-wicket. Finan can't believe it. Hands on heads all over the ground for Leicestershire. Top-edged attempted hook up into the air. It flew very, very high, and Budinger came sprinting from deep square, couldn't get there in time. Jones picks up 1, moves on to 20, 32 for 2. Martin goes next door to have a chat into the BBC Radio Newcastle sports programme. Don't worry, folks. We know how lucky we are. Some of us. Finan is in, bowled straight to Nick Maddinson, who defends on the back foot out into the offside. There's no run. 73 needed. 8 wickets needed by Leicestershire. Stranger things have happened. Floodlights are being switched on, despite the fact that the ground is still bathed in glorious sunshine. It's presumably because of the shadows, or are the umpires keen to play an extra couple of overs? Finan is into Maddinson, very straight, and again Maddinson just defends back up the pitch. Finan himself feels in his follow through. Finan sprints in and bowls just outside off stump. Maddinson staying resolutely on the back foot. Defends with a slightly angled bat, runs out to Scriven at backward point. Scriven with his cap, although the fielders on the offside to the left-handers when the bowling is from the Bennett end all have their caps pulled down firmly over their eyes. They're looking directly almost into the setting sun. Parkinson just rolling his shoulders at mid-off. Finan is in and bowls cut for 4. And well in front of square as well. A little bit short, a little bit wide, and that's enough. That was all that Maddinson needed to cut him away through the offside. And he too, dealing largely in boundaries, has moved on to 12 off 17. Jones has 20 off 27, 36 now for 2, just 69 now needed by Durham to record their second win of the county championship season, and it would be Leicestershire's 8th defeat. As Finan is in, bowls onto the legs of Maddinson, worked between mid-wicket and mid on its right, moving across to his left at mid-on, who fields at the second attempt. Single taken from the last ball of the over, and I suspect, as Parkinson wanders across to have a word with Finan, that will be it for Finan. They might go Parkinson with a couple of overs of spin before the close. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 14 for Michael Finan, who continues to make a decent impression. Has joined the club, has been signed by Leicestershire on his first professional contract from, was playing at Cheshire, was also working. Shown enough to suggest well worth persisting with. He's got a 2-year contract anyway. Right is in. Bowls on the off stump to Maddinson, who defends on the back foot out into the offside. No run. Alfonso Thomas, Leicestershire's bowling coach, walking anti-clockwise around the boundary, but he's had a word with Callum Parkinson. Parkinson has indicated, pointed to this end, so somebody else is going to have 2 overs from this end. If another of the part-time off-spinners, perhaps. Patel is waving for the pads as right is in to Maddinson, who turns him nicely away through mid-wicket. He's going to pick up 2, I would think. Scriven is the fielder running back. Picks up, turns, doesn't throw, comes running in with the ball. Throws to Parkinson. Scriven may be going to bowl, judging by some of his strange calisthenics at the moment. He's just doing a few jumps into the air. Parkinson is certainly going to bowl, and it looks like Scriven will bowl the last 2 overs, if they are the last 2 overs of the day from this pavilion end. Right is into his 6th, none for 25 for him. Runs in and bowls to Maddinson on off stump, dropped out into the offside. He's interested in a quick single. He's sent back, rightly so, because the throw underarmed in from Hassan Azad hits the stumps. Maddinson had got back into his ground, sent back by Jones just in time. 39 for 2, 66 needed. 4.5 overs left after this, of the 108, that is. A couple of the Harleys come back as right is into Maddinson, who is playing defensively into the on side as the ball comes back towards middle and leg, pushed out towards Scriven at mid-wicket. No run. Shadows from the trees now extending across the pitch. They're dappled, because obviously, although the tree's in full leaf, still just about, there are 1 or 2 gaps. So there's sort of patches of sunlight as well. The light is still pretty good. As right is in, bowls full, driven, not edged. Left him, went through low 2 swindles, but could easily have taken the outside edge there of Maddison's bat. It didn't. He remains on 15, 39 for 2. It'll be a 19 beg your pardon, 21-point win for Durham if they do complete the victory, having taken 5 bonus points. In goes right, bowls, very straight. Madison blocks it out to mid-off, where Barnes is the fielder, and that will be Wright's work done for the day in terms of bowling. Whether he'll get a chance to bowl tomorrow remains to be seen. On come the pads and helmet. Roman Walker carrying them for Rishi Patel. Umpires are having a word now in talking about the light and the extra half hour, things like that. Chris Watts and Tom Lungley will certainly get the 4 overs that remain to be bowled today of the 108, so we've had 104, and it will be Scriven taking over from, Parkinson has to bowl this end really, with the extra little bit of grass left on the pitch at the far end, the Bennett end. So although Patel has donned the pads, he's still at 3rd slip at the moment, ready for the next over. Scriven comes bustling in and bowls. It seems back in to Jones, but he gets a good thick inside part of the bat on it and works it out towards mid-wicket and takes 1. 40 for 2. Jones on to 21. Partnership now 18. 65 now needed to win. 3 overs and 5 balls of the 108 left. Scriven is going to go around the wicket to Nick Maddinson, who is on 15 of 24. Scriven in, bowls, Maddinson defends. Nice high right elbow, being a left-hander. Blocks it out to extra cover, where Budinger is the fielder.
Pleased to say Mervyn's had his moment in the sun. They've taken that clip off from this morning and played it in the evening sports show on Radio Newcastle on Total Sport. So,
see, Merv, you're famous now across the northeast.
Name in lights, Mervyn. Well done.
Scriven is in and bowls, very straight and a slightly tentative defensive push off the back foot. A resolutely back foot player, Nick Maddinson, keeps it out.
Oh, Essex have won by 1 wicket.
That got a bit hairy at the end.
Hey, the Yorkies are in a spot of bother, aren't they? Aren't they struggling down there?
Somebody said they were, the possibility of relegation. Well, given they had no points deducted for that whole business, in goes Scriven, bowls, off stump. Maddinson is leaning forward into that one. Pushing it out into the offside.
I would imagine that the reason why Adrian finds that game tense is because he's praying for an Essex win. So Gloucestershire are bottom, but they look well out of it now. Yorkshire, 1, 2, well, they're out 5th bottom, Yorkshire.
Well, quite why Swindles decided to stand up to Maddinson, who I don't think has taken a forward step yet. He did walk a little bit into that one, I suppose. In goes Scriven, bowls, and there's an appeal for leg before hit him outside the line. For me, it also sounded a fraction woody. Scriven's had no joy in terms of leg before appeals. Continues to swing his arms at mid-off. He'll get a couple of overs tonight. Scriven is in. Bowls, Maddinson leaves. Nicely taken by Swindles, who's still offering the ball to the stumps. Maddinson, having waited just for the appropriate couple of seconds, then wanders off to have a chat to his partner. 40 for 2 after 12 overs. Durham, they need another 65. They have 8 wickets in hand, and I think it's pretty sure now that we will all be back for as long as it takes tomorrow.
Finan took 2 for 14 and then was replaced after 5 overs, but he seemed to have slipped as he was bowling there while I was next door, and he was holding his hamstring briefly.
So
I think he's okay.
Parkinson it is who will bowl now.
If it had been an issue, he wouldn't still be out there, and he certainly wouldn't be on the boundary at point.
Just going to see a bit of left arm spin here. Yeah, I definitely think that second wicket went down in the 6th over, and Travascus came on with a message for Jones. As Jones plays this one to short extra cover to Patel, and clearly the message was just be sensible, play this out today, come back tomorrow. As Louis Armstrong sang, you got all the time in the world. In comes the bowler. A little bit of drift down the leg side, spilt by the keeper. The sun is now round the corner, so it's no longer blazing in our eyes. The floodlights are on. Bowler comes in. Defended. 2 overs to go after this, so I'm looking at a 20-7 finish compared to 10-7 last night. Parkinson in. It's off the pad and it's gone off down towards fine leg for a leg bye. Jones jogs to the other end. It's a bye. Oh, didn't hit the pad. Whichever way you think tomorrow, you'd imagine it won't get beyond lunch.
Oh no, surely not. Surely not.
If it does, then Leicestershire have bowled themselves well into contention, and Durham are hanging on for grim life. Parkinson to Maddinson. It's a full toss. Dips late, and he plays it short out into the covers. No run there. Outside Fields. I mean, it really is a nominal target, 105. Parkinson comes in and bowls. This is turned away by Maddinson down towards long leg for 1. That is the end of the over. So 2 to go. Durham are 42 for 2. They need another 63, but they'll be doing that tomorrow. There's just 2 overs left tonight. I remember once in the 2012 season, Durham were bowled out for 101 by Middlesex at Chesley Street, and I hosted a members forum with the new skipper Paul Collingwood that night, and he said, look, the pitch is doing stuff, we could do the same thing to Middlesex tomorrow and win the game. And he talked quite a few of the members around, and anyway, Durham bowled Middlesex out for 101 the next day and won.
2 overs remain today then, the first of which will be bowled by Tom Scriven. He'll start off by bowling to Nick Maddinson on 16. In he comes round the wicket, bowls. Maddinson leans forward, blocks it out. Into the onside, Ed Barnes comes running into field. No run. 2 glorious days we've had.
Yeah.
I had a glorious morning actually, the first day. It's just the afternoon which was a bit of an issue. 90 minutes or 2 hours of heavy rain rendered the ground unplayable for the rest of the day, as Scriven is in, looking to cut far too close to him there, Maddinson, and taken almost above the stumps by Swindles. Quite what Maddinson was thinking there. Retreats to short leg, refastens his gloves. Scriven is in and bowls down the leg side. Swindles did get his right gauntlet to it and did well to do so. Came off it, runs out towards short fine leg. Kimber jogs across the field from slip, and the bye is duly taken. Swindles took off his right gauntlet, and it did hurt because it hurt, and he's still shaking his hand a little bit. He puts his cap back on because the right-handed Jones less inclined apparently to leave his ground. So everything back to normal as far as the wicketkeeper is concerned. Scriven over the wicket to Jones. Down the leg side it goes. Bounces across to his left, Swindles. Takes it cleanly. There's no question that Swindles' wicket-keeping has improved over the season. Leicestershire have kept faith with him. Paul Nixon, obviously a wicket-keeper himself, has worked hard. Continues to do so with Swindles. Unfortunately, his batting at the moment is a bit of an issue. In goes Scriven and bowls. Clipped nicely away through mid-wicket. It was full and straight. Jones waiting for it. Worked it out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Nice shot by Jones, who came very close to a century in the first innings. 97 he made. And he's moved on to 25 in the second out of 47 for 2. 58 now needed by Durham. And they'll be fairly calm tonight when they go back to the hotel if they're just 2 down and past 50. The ground now pretty much completely in shadow. The sun is still blazing away to our right, bless it, through the white cloud as Scriven is in down the leg side. Jones tries to whip it away down to fine leg, doesn't get anything on it, taken by Swindles. End of the over. 1 to come, which will be bowled by Parkinson from the pavilion end. 47 for 2. Is that the sound of the groundsman tractor? It is. So the groundsmen, and they are all men, I'm afraid. I'm not being sexist. The ground staff, in this case groundsmen, have had the word. They think that's going to be it, and it will be it after 1 more over. I can take my sunglasses off for the first time today. I can put normal glasses on.
I'm just looking forward to getting my retinas back after staring at the sun earlier. Last over of the day, then Parkinson coming in here to bowl. Left arm over to Maddinson. A little flick off towards the leg side there for 1 run. Oh, Chris tweeted earlier to say the Essex 9th wicket fell with the scores level, but they did go on to win that one. He was at Headingley yesterday, Chris. Cycles to and fro from York.
But he doesn't go that via the A64. Well, maybe he does, who knows? Dual carriageway, it's a busy one now.
Yeah, it's a fast road now, isn't it? In comes Parkinson, defended. It'll be that other road, won't it? Would you not come round sort of down the A59, is it? No. The bit that goes from York to Knaresborough? And then drops south slightly through Wetherby, maybe?
I'm assuming he'll find somewhere rather quieter than the dual carriageway.
48 for 2, Parkinson left arm round, and that's slammed into Patel at silly point by Jones. He turns his back on it. He's got pads on.
I think it hit him on the rear, bless him. So a certain amount of padding.
3 balls left of the day. Parkinson to Jones, and he's turned that one away down the leg side past long leg. It's been chased towards the boundary in the far corner of the ground. He will get 3. I think Scriven went after that, didn't he?
50 up.
50 up. 51 for 2.
So after I'm sure that 1 or 2 nerves were probably starting to be felt at 22 for 2, but it'll be a lot calmer now.
In comes Parkinson again. Maddinson flicks it past leg slip down towards fine leg, no run. Fine leg about 30 yards or so from the bat. Last ball of the day.
Another long one.
Yeah. Parkinson, left arm over to Maddinson, and that is the end of the day's play. So Durham will come back tomorrow needing 54 more to win at 51 for 2 from 15 overs.
It's going to take a real old twist for them to be really put under any sort of pressure. The pitch has played actually fairly well today, which sounds odd on a day when 17 wickets have fallen. And the match has moved on spectacularly. But there's been some good cricket as well as some interesting shots, if you like, played Jones 28, Maddinson 17. Their partnership for the third wicket is already worth 29. And as Martin said, 54 needed from a full day's play tomorrow for Durham, or 8 wickets for Leicestershire. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. It's been another long old day, another 104 overs to be bowled. We will not play 104 overs tomorrow under any circumstances, that I can promise you. And look forward to your company for what is likely to be not much more, I suspect, than an hour's play tomorrow morning. And we'll find out whether Durham complete their second win of the season, or whether Leicestershire can somehow pull off a miracle and win their first. But for now, from the Uptonsteel County Ground in Aylestone in Leicester,